it real. Yeah, what the Trump administration was doing with the Epstein files wasn't the best look. And I'll be real with you. This was the strategy. They knew it was going to be a distraction. It was going to take away from all the wins and take away from that. And they didn't want to release it for that reason. Now, you can argue, well, I mean, that's a pretty selfish reason not release it. And I agree. But this is the main reason why I didn't want to release it, because I mean, look at what it's doing. It's doing exactly what they predicted. Any W that they got is being overshadowed by the Epstein files. Now, you can agree with that or not. That's up to your own personal opinion. But this is the strategy behind why they didn't want the release of it. I mean, you could say, oh, no, it was for protecting the pedos. But I mean, let's be real. They're on both sides. And but the main arguments that was coming from the Trump administration was that this would be a huge distraction.
Yeah. And it is. Like that's all. They literally cannot do anything, or they could do whatever they want, I guess. Depends on how you see it. Because people have a one-track mind. They're not going to remember that, you know, inflation is going down, crime is at the lowest point, that, you know, the Epstein files themselves are actually released and out there. You know, there's more coming, but, you know, border crossings are at an all-time low. The Republican, you know, initiative to stop fraudulent voting with voter ID has overwhelming support. So, yeah, this is completely, you know, it's the Trump administration's, you know, promise to the American people to release this stuff, and it is getting released. Funny how this never happened under the 4 years that Biden was president, when the same public interest was still out there. But, you know,
I get it. Hey, shout out to the man, my man, the lunatic libertarian. Trump is a moron. All systems are failed. And I mean, hey, man,
he doesn't participate in any systems. He shouldn't be worried about it anyway.
I mean, hey, it is what it is with that one. But shout out to my man, lunatic libertarian, bro. Appreciate the support.
Minimum security facility. No one can explain why. Miraculously, the leaks to the Wall Street Journal stopped. We come back from break. We have the Massey discharge petition. Republicans drop a rule, a non-binding resolution trying to kill the Massey discharge petition. The White House says passing the Massey discharge petition is a hostile act. Trying to stop the necessary 218 signatures, according to Republican members that signed it, the White House brought them into the Situation Room, you know, the place where the president goes for time of war, promising things like appropriations or maybe even to primary them. People in the room say you were there. It didn't work. We get the 218 signatures. We eventually passed the Massey petition. You guys didn't release the files. You were forced by Congress, every member of the House except one, and the entire Senate. The reason the president signed it is because it was a veto-proof majority. We can't agree on anything, and yet the entire House but one member and the whole Senate forced the administration to release the file.
But here's the thing, though. It's like to say that, I mean, they were forced. They could have still voted no.
He could have vetoed it. It doesn't, just because it's veto proof does not mean he can't say, I don't want to sign this.
Yeah, it'd have been a terrible look. Of course, it'd have been the most terrible look ever, but yeah, he could have done it.
Everybody wants the files out. And he's sitting here grandstanding about some bill that they forced them to do it. He signed the executive order months ago, like within a month of him being in office.
No, and let's be real though. Trump was the one who ordered the Republicans to be like, no, all right, F it. Let's release it. No, I want all you guys to vote yes on it. And they all did. So if anything, I mean, in a way, he's kind of right, though, because you guys, Trump did have to pretty much tell them, no, you guys are going to vote yes on this. Let's get it all out there. But let's not forget, Trump was the one who ordered it. And your guys' argument is that Trump is the one who's trying to hide it. But he's the one who literally demanded that the Republicans vote yes for the Epstein files to be released. All right.
Kash Patel under oath said to Senator Kennedy, the FBI is not in possession of any credible evidence that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone but himself. We know now that's not true. According to documents, Epstein had a worldwide sex trafficking ring. Girls from Poland, Czechoslovakia, Russia, Paris, modeling agencies sending him girls. He even had a relationship with a summer camp where he groomed girls at a picnic table.
Yeah.
Ghislaine Maxwell says 29 Epstein associates cut secret DOJ deals. Turns out there is a list. 6 names readily available if you unredact them. Co-conspirators named, but we got them when you unredact them. Maxwell recently tells a House Oversight Committee that she wants clemency to release more names. Kash Patel under oath said Trump's name appears less than 100 times in the files. We now know that's not true. Trump's name appears more times in the Epstein files than God's name appears in the book about God. Okay, by the way, this is the Trump Bible. Move over, King James.
I'm crying.
Trump's name also appears more times in the
I'm sorry, that was fucked up, but it was a funny joke.
Hold on, let me fact check that real quick. Let me continue on.
Go ahead.
Epstein file.
I got you.
Then Harry Potter's name appears in the 7 books about Harry Potter. Lutnick says that in 2008 he went to Epstein's home. Says he had a massage table.
God and Trump, right? That's what he's claimed so far.
Yeah, he pretty much saying that Trump's name is mentioned more time in the Epstein files than God is mentioned in the Bible. I was like, damn.
All right, let's see.
All right,
in the living room.
You get
but Epstein said he got one every day, that it was the right type of massage. He and his wife decide to leave and say they'll never be in a room with him again. Howard then says, I'm sure the Epstein stuff is all on video. He was the greatest blackmailer of all time. Well, how would Howard know that? But now the files are public. And in 2012, we found out that he and his family are on Epstein Island after.
Hey, and shout out to my man Gaming for sending the 10 on Venmo. And like I said, anything you guys sent to Venmo gets doubled. So he sent 10. So that's worth 20 toward the call in. So basically, that's a baller alert. Shout out to my man Gaming.
Epstein pled guilty to state charges. I'm from Florida. I take my family to Disney World, not to Epstein Island.
Bruh.
There are documents in the files that dispute the president's claim that he kicked Epstein out of his club. Allegedly, the president said that he asked Epstein to leave. Supported now that's disputed though, statements from the manager of the club. Now, Madam Attorney General, I have like 25 seconds left. So because I'm curious, and I'd like to see, flip to the Jared Moskowitz section of the binder. I'm interested to see what staff provided on the oppo on me. And because we're in the Olympics, I'm gonna.
All right, go ahead.
So, Trump's name in the Epstein files, Donald Trump appears 1,432 times in the Epstein files. God in the Bible appears 3,800 times. Harry Potter, or Harry, appears 18,956 times.
Oh, wow.
So every single one of those was a lie. Maybe you should come up with better gotchas, because lying that's easily verifiably false in less than 5 minutes.
And here's the thing. I mean, like, did you just include the New Testament or the complete Bible? Like, Old and New? No, I'm asking him. I think he just included the New Testament.
Oh.
Because that's the only way it would really make sense. If we're talking about the entire Bible, like, all right.
Yeah.
Give it a grade. I just want to see how good it is. So give me your best one.
So first of all, nothing is funny about mocking the Bible and holding up a Trump Bible. That's what you did. You made a joke, and I find offense to that. That's all I have to say.
I want it from the Bernberg.
Hold on.
I want it from the Bernberg.
It's a joke, not a lie. In order for a joke to be funny, it has to be true. It is misleading and it's mischaracterizing and leading people to believe that Trump's name shows up 3,800 times or 20,000 times.
All right. And shout out to my man Jordan. He says, I like how there's no talk about Trump aiding the investigation around 2006 in the files, as well as telling them they need to go after Ghislaine. I mean, good point.
And like, that's really half of what the files are. That's literally half of what his name is in the files, is him telling the FBI about all the things he does, or all of the things that are mentioned.
And Armand, we got quite the lengthy response for you, but shout out to my man Lunatic Libertarian. He says, I don't participate in systems doesn't make me wrong. Have you heard or read how this country was created, Paramedic? The Federalist Papers? Where is your law, boy? Anarchy relies on the sacrifice of self to family and accountability till death. And well,
so literally the Federalist Papers talk against anarchy, you dumbass. But thanks for the $50.
I really do appreciate the support. And we are about, well, actually, no, I think that does hit the call-in line limit. So I will be posting the call-in line. Now, we'll still be reacting to this. So Lunatic Libertarian, if you guys are going to come up here, try to make it a little bit more civil and let's keep it on track.
Boy.
I think, Chairman.
May I have 20 seconds, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let's hear the opposition research.
Thank you. That's absolutely right. That they're not running for, he's not running for office again because well, I don't know why you're not running for office again, but after the filing deadline, you publicly announced you would not run when your chief of staff, Patty Garcia, announced and took your seat.
That's a state matter. That isn't a federal matter. You should investigate crimes. You should investigate violations of the law.
The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas.
No, that hurt his feelings.
A little flexibility in the time. I appreciate it, Chairman. Madam Attorney General, am I correct that under your leadership, the Department of Justice has prosecuted cases of non-citizen voting? So it's false, as some of my Democratic colleagues have claimed, that it doesn't happen.
Yes.
I ask that today because we're voting on the Save America Act today to enact common sense policies to ensure only American citizens vote in American elections and enact federal voter ID laws. But it's true, for example, that in just this month, a federal grand jury in Newark indicted 2 men with illegally voting in federal election and making false statements. Mohammed Mazammel and Mohammed Shakil were non-citizens at the time they registered to vote. This happens, it happens regularly, and you're prosecuting those crimes, correct?
Yes.
But does that prosecution of those criminals overturn their previously cast votes?
That's all pending.
But it does not overturn votes that they've cast, right? So passing the Save America Act would help deal with that problem.
Yes, Congressman.
Second question. As Attorney General, you're in charge of the Executive Office of Immigration Review, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
The Biden-Mayorkas regime caused the immigration court case backlog
to
explode, correct?
Explode.
Does that sound about right that in September?
All right, shout out to my man Ham. He says Trump, Mar-a-Lago, and Melania, sorry. I don't know why I F that one up. But Melania names show up 38,000 times in the files. 5,000 files with his name at least once. Trump being an FBI informant is hilarious. Informants are part of the conspiracy. Okay, you got to be involved to be an informant.
Here we go. Pull that up real quick.
Gotcha. Oh, you mean you sent it in the private chat, or
no? It's on stage. You just have to.
Oh, got you. Even better. There you go.
Donald Trump. Sorry, if you just look up Trump, or sorry, if you look up Donald Trump, it's 4,000 or 1,432 times. Just get rid of the thing, because sometimes it's mentioned multiple times in one sentence or one page. That's what you get. 4,725. So more than God in the Bible. I guess he was right about that. But Donald Trump does not show up 38,000 times. Now. Melania, if I can fucking spell right. Melania. Did I spell that right? M-E-L-O-N-I-A?
M-E-L-A-N-A-N-I-A.
Oops. 98 times.
All right, not that much.
Now. So what are we at? 1,600? Mar-a-Lago? Let's just look up Mara, because it'll pop up. 1,064 times. Oops. And that's not even...
Maria. Oh, that's a bit tough one, because it's bringing up different names. But all right,
bringing up other names.
Yeah, bring up other names.
How do you spell Mar-a-Lago? M-A-R-A-L-A-G-O?
All right. Well, shoot, you do that in the background. I got you. Let's get back to
42 times.
Oh,
nice try.
Not that much.
2020, 4 months before President Biden took office, there was a backlog of 1.5 million cases, but by the time to deal with that problem.
Yes, Congressman.
Second question. As Attorney General, you're in charge of the Executive Office of Immigration Review, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
The Biden-Mayorkas regime caused the immigration court case backlog to explode, correct?
Explode.
Does that sound about right that in September of 2020, 4 months before President Biden took office, there was a backlog of 1.5 million cases, but by the time President Biden left office, the backlog reached nearly 4.2 million cases?
Oh my God.
It sounds about right, but I don't have the exact numbers.
It would be accurate to say that most individuals who file for asylum have a meritless or fraudulent claim?
Thank you. I've been saying that for a while. Like, bro, these asylum claims, like, one, we didn't check up on them, and then some of these guys straight up lied just to get into here, and we just took it at face value. No investigation, no double checking, nothing. Just, oh my God, it's just so terrible in my country. Okay, welcome to America. And that's literally what we were doing with these guys.
Most. I don't have the numbers.
Oh, so does it sound correct that of the asylum cases adjudicated in FY 2023 under the Biden regime, that only 14% resulted in an asylum grant and only 12% in fiscal year 2024? Does that sound correct?
It sounds correct. I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers.
Could you get that information to us to
Yes,
verify
absolutely.
that data?
I'll get all that information to you.
Under the Trump administration, immigration judges complete an average of 65,000 cases per month, the highest average completion rate in at least a decade. Does that sound correct?
That sounds correct.
Hey,
Ms. Bondi, how many new cases under EO?
I would literally love to reach over the fucking screen and strangle half these people. Not that many times, LOL. You do realize like half of the things that reference Trump's name are just copies of other documents that reference Trump's name, and a quarter of those documents are just articles such as this one with Trump's name in the thing.
They ain't trying to hear that, Monty. They ain't trying to hear that.
Trump is a racist. Trump is a pedophile. Trump is this. It doesn't say anything like that in the Epstein files. It says Trump is reporting on suspected sexual predator Jeffrey Epstein.
IR received in fiscal year 2025. Have you all had? And of those, what percentage have been granted asylum? Do you know?
I can try to get you those numbers. I thought I had those.
That'd be great, because my question is whether President Trump's decision to pause asylum in the wake of the shooting of a National Guardsman by an Afghani here in Washington, D.C., in the nation's capital, helped to stop the backlog in your office. Does that sound correct?
Yes, Congressman.
My point being that the leadership of this administration is ending the backlog, reducing the backlog, making sure that we don't have fraudulent asylum claims clogging it, and keeping Americans safe. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman.
So a couple other quick questions on another important topic that has been raised by both colleagues on both sides of the aisle with respect to the Epstein case. A few questions. One, Jeffrey Epstein was charged in July 2019 for sex trafficking under the Trump administration in his first term. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman.
And that Ghislaine Maxwell was charged in 2020 also under the Trump administration, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
So it is safe to say that the administration led on that issue and that there was silence in the previous administration. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman. Almost.
Hey, I want to piggyback off of that.
Trying to still
go ahead.
So check this out. While under the Biden admin, they were asked on, I want to say at least 3 or 4 different occasions about what they were doing about the Epstein files. And it was the first half of Joe Biden's term. Jen Psaki was asked about it by CNN, Fox, MSNBC, and ABC News networks, and the BBC.
Bro,
you know what she said? You know what she said? Mm-hmm. We'll circle back to that. And then the next day, when the same people asked the same questions, she hit us with the, we'll circle back to that. That's why the circle back thing became a meme. And then after Jen Psaki left, Jean-Pierre, her girlfriend or whatever, was asked about the same topic, and she literally dodged the question. The Biden administration did absolutely nothing about the Epstein files. They implicated Trump, but when pressed further, they cut it off. Which is interesting because according to the files, Trump is recommended as having given testimony about the whereabouts and the affairs of all of these high-profile individuals. Which, in case you guys don't know, and I'll let the video play after this. In case you guys don't know, Trump's name was actually redacted in the original files because they didn't want to implicate. He was a key whistleblower, and when he gave that permission, so like if you notice during like last year, he was like, "I don't care, release the files or whatever," and he was saying it was a hoax, and everybody's like, "What will you have to hide?" That's because the FBI was actually going back and forth in released communications or whatever. FBI was going back and forth with Trump over kind of, to give you Cliff Notes version, what the hell are you doing? He was like, well, I'm giving the people what they want. It was like, yeah, but you're a key fucking witness. You'd end up ruining the case. I don't give a damn. It's pretty much how that conversation went. So they ended up unredacting his name.
All right, bro. All right. Shout out to my man Gaming came in already cooking. Monty, got anything to say to that though? I'm gonna give you a couple of minutes to reply.
I have one thing to say to the lunatic libertarian. He's asking me all these nominal questions about useless information. What's your BAC tonight?
Oh, damn. All right.
We'll just what's the frequency of a transvaginal ultrasound? What's the nominal range of a Mark 19? Fucking dumb ass shit.
Monty, BAC is ethanol.
No, what is his BAC tonight?
Yeah,
blood alcohol content.
Yeah.
I know. I'm saying it's just ethanol.
I'm done. Damn. All right, let's go.
It's just 1.0.
We'll talk about it.
God damn. All right.
Yes, Congressman, almost complete silence from everyone who's been trying to still talk about Epstein. They didn't say a word under the Biden administration. Nothing.
And I want to make one other point and then another question, though, that is important. I want to make one observation, and that is that we've heard the information today, which is troubling, that Jane Doe's, that victims' information was made public and was unredacted in the files that were released on Friday. So my question is, some of us had argued when we were dealing with the discharge petition in Congress that when Congress inserted itself into the process, that we needed to be very careful to ensure that we were protecting victims. So a question that is both, I just want to make that clear that some of us were fighting for that here and we didn't get a chance to amend it or change it. So that was concerning. But a question a little more pointed, I have to say, is why though were the victims' names released that shouldn't have been? That there were names in the files that these Jane Does, that their names shouldn't have been made public when there were some accusers whose names were redacted. That's question one. Mm-hmm. And question two was that Ghislaine Maxwell was put in jail for trafficking minors. Rightly so, and you properly said here at this table, you hope she dies in jail. Well, I want to know, will anyone besides her or Epstein, which I congratulate President Trump's previous administration and this Department of Justice for continuing all of that, but that they were indicted, but will anyone else be indicted and prosecuted under this, given the information that's in front of us? So two questions.
Good question.
Thank you for letting me answer that. They didn't want to hear my answer on the other side. Yes, given the tight time frame of 30 days, I believe we got everything released within a little over 60 days. I'm talking as fast as I can. My time is up. We did the best we could immediately. If everyone's been coming to view the documents, if someone's name should not have been redacted, we're releasing it. If someone's name was redacted, we said right away, was not redacted and should have been, meaning a victim. We went back and redacted it. We're doing everything we can based on the tight time frame and over 3 million pages that we released that Donald Trump signed for pure transparency. Second, what was your second question?
About whether another individual will be indicted.
Absolutely. Thank you for asking that. And they never wanted to hear the answer to that. We have pending investigations in our office.
I mean, you get that guy, Leslie Wexner, and look, I believe you. But right now, it's a little bit tough. I want to believe it, but right now, I think everybody on this panel is in a bit of a disbelief when it comes to further prosecutions.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to look at it. They're kind of slow to drag their feet. Now, if they can move a bit quicker, I mean, the way that I would believe it is if they start handing out subpoenas. They start issuing appearance notice, writs of certieres. If they start slinging them out, then yeah, they really own that type of timing. Then I'll believe them. But until I see some subpoenas go out, till I see some FOIA requests goes out, till I see some FISA warrants go out, something like that, then nah, I'm not gonna believe them.
What you think, Monty?
I mean, I have absolutely zero faith in any Justice Department. The only reason that this has even come out, barring that we have a president that's willing to let it happen, is because there is so much scrutiny from the public that it's just political suicide not to.
Yep.
All right, we got Chad who came in here. I think this is my man Ham. Yo, what's going on, bro? What's your thoughts?
What's up, boys?
What's up?
What up? I've never met you before, but hi.
Hi.
Yo, I just wanted to correct Monty on the files for Trump on Epstein, man. There's 5,000 in there.
I'll go ahead and mute myself now. I know where this is going.
So, do you know how to spell Donald Trump?
No, do you understand that? Wait, hold on, Monty. What did I say? His name Melania, Mar-a-Lago show up 38,000 times.
We literally just went through.
Hey, Monty, let me explain it to you because obviously you don't understand the way that the search engine works, my man. So let me explain it to you quickly. I said 38,000 times. The name pops up. That's unique. That's not each individual file. When you go to that search engine, it showed 4,800 times the name Trump showed up, right? That was 4,800 files, not 4,800 times his actual name shows
every
up.
Every time Donald Trump's name is uttered, that's the hair you want to split?
No, bro, I'm telling you, you call me a liar, and
it's verifiably false. If
it's not
a liar,
you don't understand the way it works.
I don't.
Is it 4,800 files or not?
It is 4,800 files.
Okay, so I was right.
His name is mentioned. If my name is at the top and the bottom of a file, are you going to count that twice?
Yes.
Then you're dumb.
No, you're stupid. You don't understand it. I said his name shows up 38,000 times within the files.
You're being hyperbolic for the sake of being hyperbolic.
No, you said it. You said it was wrong. It wasn't wrong.
It is wrong.
Okay, here's the thing. Set that aside, Monty. How many times is okay? Once, twice, 10, 20? How many times do you want your president's name to show up in the Epstein files?
How many times
Answer
do you
it.
want your president's name to show up in? Hold on.
0.
Wait.
So I have a question. Wait, but while you're getting that, let me ask you a question. What's your name?
All right, I'm gonna give this conversation 10 minutes. Go ahead.
All right, what's your name?
Chad.
Okay. So Chad, I got a question. If in the event, now I'm on the neutral, I'm a truly neutral side. It's like, yeah,
so
I'm on the
0 times is too many, right?
I didn't say 0 times is too many. You said how many do I want?
Yeah,
0 would be perfect.
Cool.
Hold up. So let me ask
right?
let me ask my question before you go in. So I'm on the side that he's on an FBI informant, but if he is found guilty, then hey, let the bullets land where they may. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of where I'm at with it. If it is proven, let's just sweep all this let's sweep all this under the rug. If it can be proven within the next 6 or so minutes, or some point during the live, and Trump was basically referred to as an informant or is alluded to as an informant, would you concede the point that his name being in there isn't just a default omission of guilt? Because we have to remember, and I've seen several YouTubers say this, I even seen Seth say it, and it clearly goes over people's heads, and I need people to stop not taking this into consideration.
Can you get to the point already? Because he's a
shut up. I'm getting to it.
Sir,
people are forgetting that just because your name is in there doesn't automatically mean you're guilty, and I need people to really take that into consideration.
That way, though.
Well, it needs to be addressed over and over and over.
Oh shit! My name shows up in 62 files. Does that mean I'm a pedophile?
Right. I have a common name. There is a very high likelihood that my name.
Now I do want Chad to respond, bro, because I mean I'm pretty sure Chad might be a bit lost. But Chad, you still keeping up with the conversation? Not saying that you're slow, but you know.
Can I please respond to what he said to me?
I think that gaming was going at Chad. So I mean, Chad, do you have anything to say? Or you go?
Well, no, I was going to say I agree.
Okay. I wasn't going at Chad directly. I was just putting that out there because I don't want the assumption to be like anybody's name in there is a omission of guilt.
All right. Go ahead, Monty.
So, as I was saying, if you're literally doing this just to be disingenuous, then sure, I'm sure the name Trump pops up 38,000 times or whatever the hell you said it pops up. Who cares? Who really fucking cares? Like, why are you making? Because let's look through the files that say Trump. Oh, this is a news article. Oh, this is Trump talking to the police about Jeffrey Epstein, reporting him. Oh, this is Trump fucking another copy of another thing that's been mentioned twice in the same file. So duplication of documents, all that fun shit, repeated over and over again. Here's one talking about how Biden and Trump's presidential debate. Like, what does that mean? It means absolutely nothing. A high-profile person's name is mentioned in an online news article. A high-profile person's name who's been the subject of fucking ridiculous fucking accusations that have all been proven false is in the files. No shit, dude.
All right.
So obviously a news article is innocuous. Wait, Monty, I didn't interrupt you, so just be quiet for a second. So listen to me.
That number. Acknowledge that.
Yes, his name is okay. His name being in there 38,000 times is as a result of his 53,000 different files, I believe he's contained in. And is every single one of those files, Monty, let me answer. Is every single one of those files, is every single one of those files an accusation of guilt? Monty, shut your mouth, dude.
He's in 58,000
files. Oh my God.
You gotta let him finish.
This is stupid, dude.
But he's in 50,000 files. Make that make sense.
Are you going to let me answer?
He's in there 0.07% of his name's not even all the way spelled out. How does that work?
Monty, explain to me all the files that he's in the FBI report lines, right? All the FD 350s. How about the limo driver that heard him talking about sexually assaulting victims? How about all the victims? How about all the victim statements that are in there? Okay. Now I'm not saying that he's guilty. All I'm saying is that, hold on, guys. All I'm saying is this: we know they were best friends for 10 years. We know that. Why Epstein was up to this shit. So don't put on rosy colored glasses and act like he was totally not anywhere close to it.
You're failing so hard to prove anything. You're reaching now. Because now
how am I reaching? How is it reaching and say they're best friends when there's pictures with each other? They're at Mar-a-Lago.
That is in the files. Have you read the files?
Yes.
Or are you just fucking repeating what CNN and fucking dumbass?
I don't watch CNN. I've read the files. Are you saying that they weren't friends, Monty? Monty, were they not friends?
You've read them all?
Were they not friends?
No, they weren't friends.
Oh, they weren't friends. Bro, you have your head in the sand. Obviously, there's pictures where they're together. They're out, they're socializing together.
Hold on.
Are you just going to totally ignore all of that?
I have a picture of me with the governor of North Carolina. Does that mean we're friends?
Do you have 10,000 pictures with them?
Is there 10,000 pictures of Trump?
Yeah.
No, there's not.
Yeah, okay, listen to me.
Quit being hyperbolic.
They were both in New York. They were both in Palm Beach together, Monty. Why are you don't think that they were being best friends when they were exchanging the check for a lightly used girlfriend? You don't think that he wrote happy birthday wishes to the guy? You have to be honest.
Like you're literally.
It doesn't mean that. Listen,
things that CNN says. No. Stop. You're making yourself.
No. Okay. So here's the thing. Is it weird for an old dude to be into young models? Just generally speaking, Monty, do you think that's like something strange?
Is it strange as in it doesn't happen? No, it's absolutely completely fucking common. Have you not been paying attention?
What does that? I don't know if it being common means that it's strange or a
literally
or a weird
that's the
thing.
Opposite of strange, my guy. Strange.
No.
Unusual. Usual being the key word.
So now, so being a pedo, like obsessed with like young girls being usual?
Hold on now. I do think we need to find out some information before we go off on this tangent. Like we need to find out. Whoa. We need to find out now which files mention Trump in terms of his involvement in the investigation and which files mention Trump's outside of that investigation for us to get a true number of Trump's involvement outside of the investigation.
I agree. I agree 100% with you, Seth. I'm just saying, are you like, I don't understand how anyone can say that they weren't friends.
You're so misunderstood. Why are you repeating that? You've been proven wrong.
How are you proving me wrong, Monty? Because you said it's not true.
Now they were friends. They were friends. We have to sit there and use the word were.
Yes. And I feel like if you can't admit to that, then the whole thing is disingenuous.
It is disingenuous. Find me proof that Donald Trump sexually assaulted a child. Find me the proof.
I didn't say that. Monty?
Until then, shut up.
Monty, I didn't say that. You're the one that's saying they weren't friends.
When Jeffrey Epstein was arrested, they weren't friends. Fucking back in 2006 when he was turning him in, they weren't friends.
How about 1998?
1998, I wasn't even fucking alive, so I don't.
So you don't know. So just because you weren't alive, you don't. So you just haven't done the research, I guess. Then, Monty, this is the point, man. You're ignoring the facts. You're ignoring the facts
that are hyperinflated just to make your point, and it's fucking stupid. How many times?
Let me.
No.
You only got 45 seconds.
Stop. How many times has it been fucking copied and pasted? Where there's fucking redacted and then unredacted, and it's fucking 2 copies, doubling the amount of time something shows up. But the fact that it says 38,000 times and everybody wants to fucking hinge their fucking hat on that like it means a goddamn thing, when fucking half of them are news articles about someone. I can't help that someone writes a news article about me and fucking later on it's quoted.
Monty, you don't know if they're news articles or not, so stop saying that.
I do. I literally just fucking went through it right on screen.
You went through 5,000 files.
No, I didn't go through 5,000 files, but I went through fucking the first 30, and they're all fucking news articles. And then you go through the next 30, and there's copies of those news articles because it's been.
There's no way you just went through. No way, dude. You did not go through 65.
My pants below, create, explore, expand, concord. I came, I saw, I came, I saw. I praise the Lord, then break the law. I take what's mine, then take some more. It rains, it pours, it rains, it pours.
All righty, gentlemen. I gave you guys a good 10 minutes to go back and forth on it. No. We're going to go straight to the video because that's what the audience wants. I mean, you can come in a little bit later, but at least let this video finish because we'll probably get into a different topic. But let's keep it pushing, guys.
All right.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I seek unanimous consent to introduce into the record the research that Representative Kamlager-Dove and I referenced concerning the threat of right-wing domestic terrorism, which the Department of Justice scrubbed from its website in September.
Without objection, the gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions. But instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballant, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children.
Is that Jasmine Ghetto Bitch
right
Crockett?
Or wrong, killing random citizens.
Fucking Umbrella 2.0. Yeah.
Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States. Definitely.
No,
okay,
bro.
thank you.
Come
Because I
on
probably
now.
never
People are
would.
trying to watch it, dog. Come on now. We got 300 people trying to watch the video.
No one's trying to watch her.
No, I mean, but remember, we got both sides in here. But all right, let's come on now. Let's hold our tongues for a little bit and let's bear with it.
Questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions. But instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballant, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children.
Wrong.
Right or wrong, killing random citizens.
Definitely wrong.
Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States.
Definitely wrong.
Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that with our witness. Our witness who somehow is a lawyer but does not understand how it works with witnesses. I'm not really sure what law school she went to and what all kind of cases she tried. But typically when you come into a space and somebody's a witness, then they sit there and they answer questions instead of asking questions. And then we also have this objection that we use as lawyers called non-responsive when a witness fails to actually answer the question. But nevertheless, let me address the survivors because that's exactly who they are. They are not victims, they are survivors. Let me say thank you for having more courage and moral clarity in your pinky fingers than the entire Department of Justice. We are currently the laughing stock of the world, partially because of the failed leadership within the DOJ, as we see kings and queens falling everywhere around the world. But we don't know the basics of right and wrong in this country, because it's not about partisanship. And that's why I applaud Thomas Massie, because he's the only person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how to stand up to corruption. But nevertheless, let me keep going. My Democratic colleagues have been attacked this entire committee hearing. They have been lied on. And frankly, the American people weren't looking for that. They were looking for answers about the corruption that they see coming from this administration. In the written testimony of this witness, of this particular witness, she stated that when she took office, she had two main goals. The first was to end the weaponization of justice, and second, to return the department to its core mission. Not only have you lied about both, you've intentionally done the exact opposite. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting journalists than you are prosecuting pedophiles.
Oh, and shout out to Tove on Rumble. She sent the Rumble rant in. She says, funny how Holcomb is an insurrectionist under Trump, but was a hero under Obama for doing the exact same job, the exact same way. Dude is a joke and an actor, just wants to make a spectacle. I mean, yeah, I agree with you on that one.
And creeps. In fact, your boss, the president of the United States, stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech away. And at your direction, DOJ has arrested Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And I might add that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Kelly, just like a grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just like the case against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed. I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ, because you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting these journalists. In fact, we know after Georgia Fort and Don Lemon were arrested, we know that there were homes of journalists that were raided. We know that threatened prosecution against students protesting your actions and forced tech companies to remove apps used to track ISIS activities. But let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles and creeps, because I want to talk about the president and his possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know what the president might have done with Jeffrey Epstein, but unlike this administration, I believe the facts matter. So let's talk about the facts.
Now, all right, now. So I want to give us a good little 5 minutes to go back and forth about what in God's name is she talking about? Who want to tackle that first?
Bro, I don't even know what the hell she's talking about, bro. Every time she opens her mouth, it's just some stupid shit that comes out. I don't even know how many times she made a whole bunch of personal attacks addressing actually nothing of the point. She's ending up here quoting the same type of mismanaged BS, knowing damn well she has the same information that Pam Bondi gives her, because this is a fucking review board. She has that information. Every single one of those sitting members of Congress
wait. Jasmine Crockett's name is in the Epstein file. She must be a pedophile too, according to Tad.
I'm done. Wait, she is?
Wait. So let me.
Her name pops up in data set 10.
Yeah. Her name
That's
is in
idiotic.
There. Wonder who's.
That's your logic, dude.
No, the logic is when you're with a guy for 10 years and you own a business for young models and you've been accused by upteen million, or, quite literally, a dozen women,
we have the
guilty of a civil case. We already addressed this. I'm not going back to it. That's a stupid remark, Monty.
YouTube's terms of service, sir. You cannot defame people without proof.
Well, when you're held civilly liable, that's totally fine.
Without proof, you accused him of being a pedo. Stop it before the stream gets taken down.
I didn't call him a pedo.
In my honest opinion, I was real with you. I'm honestly surprised that she even mentioned or gave praise to Thomas Massie. Now, of course, we all know it comes to Jasmine Crockett, bro. She's gonna go after every attack she can. Now, I'm gonna be real with you. When it comes to the handling of the Epstein files, bro, I don't even care if it's Jasmine Crockett saying it. She's not wrong. Now, to sit there and nitpick at everything is petty as hell. Okay, course, I disagree with her on ICE. But when it comes to these Epstein files, she's not wrong.
But yeah, and that's what I'm getting at. It's like, bro, stick to the Epstein files. At least you got a foothold on that. But no, you want to go through this whole song and dance and try to belittle everybody and how they've been handling everything. Like, you haven't fucking let in literally 2 million illegal immigrants in her fucking district, driving down the average worker wage and subjecting her people to abject poverty. You are in no room to lecture anybody, Jasmine Crockett, and I hope you fucking see this.
All right. Well, Chad,
out here representing St. Louis.
No, I was gonna say I agree with gaming to the extent that it should concentrate on Epstein, and I think just like politically, it would make sense to do that since it's such a hot button topic and unites a lot of the voting bloc. So.
Yeah, I mean, she, that's the one thing that she got right. Now, the better question that these congressmen need to be asking, and I don't give a damn what side of the spectrum they're on, why in the hell did it take so long? Because Trump signed it within the first 90 days of his presidency. He signed the executive order. It was on the fucking news. Everybody loves to watch the news. Don't know how many people missed that. They managed to miss that. But he signed it within the first 90 days of his presidency. The better question to ask is, why the hell did Congress wait so long to actually get these files pushed out?
But all right, hold on now. Shout out to my man BTK, Democratic Party, a domestic terrorist organization. Well, damn.
Jesus.
Yeah, shout out to my man Jordan for becoming a member, bro. Make sure to email me and I'm gonna hit you with that Discord link so you can get into Discord. Appreciate the support. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to it.
Number one, Donald Trump is one of the most named people in the Epstein files. At least 5,000 files contains more than 38,000 references to Trump, his wife, or Mar-a-Lago. Fact number two, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
I'm weak.
There it is.
Shout out Chad for bringing
there
that
it
one
is.
up. 5K files mentions Trump.
I literally watched this earlier. That's where I got it from. And it's a New York Times article.
You don't know it. You're just parroting what she said.
Well,
no,
I'll be real with you. I think this can be verified.
Yeah, it's in a New York Times article. Take some time to do it.
We have the files. Go look at the fucking files.
No, Monty, no. Actually, think about like this. When you looked at it, it did come up about like 4,000 times, even when you just searched Trump.
If you just search Trump, yeah.
And those are the five. And you said about 4,000, so that is accurate. The numbers, like maybe they're a bit off by a couple hundred files, but 4,000 files does seem to mention Trump at least about 38,000 times.
Yeah, and how many of those are copies of the same file that have been?
We do not know.
Different courts?
That's what you got.
Here's how we're gonna. All right. So here's how we're gonna disseminate this. I think everybody, and I'm not aiming this at anybody on the panel. Don't take it this way. I'm aiming it at the. I'm not looking at the chat, so I don't even know what the chat says. I'm aiming this out into the ether just in case you got people that watch your YouTube that want to take it and run with it and clip it. Everybody shut the hell up about trying to point fingers at who's guilty. Unless you're willing to actually go through and read the evidence, like on some of these sick bastards, let's say Trump is implicated. Let's, for all intents and purposes, say that, yeah, he was doing like some bad stuff with some underage girls. I'm more concerned about the fucking bankers. You know, the shakers, the movers, the ones that who, if we take our focus off of them, these motherfuckers have said and are willing to kill millions, if not billions of people, start war, collapse entire countries to get their way. That's who the fuck I'm worried about.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back to the video.
Maxwell made young girls available to Trump on multiple occasions. For example, according to this file, Ghislaine Maxwell presented a young girl to President Trump who spent more than 20 minutes apparently flirting with her. Here's another example. This shows notes from FBI investigators that describe Jeffrey Epstein transporting a victim to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump, where he bragged to Trump that, quote, "this is a good one." Now, I'm not saying that the president is a pedophile, but there is a lot of evidence in these files that suggests that he's very close friends with a lot of men who are pedophiles. What's crazy about all of this is just that this is a big cover-up. And this administration is engaged in it. In fact, this
I'm
administration
sorry to
is
cut it off
complicit.
one more time,
But
but
there
I
are
got to give
numerous
her comments
others,
on it.
like
I got to give
how
her
the
props.
DOJ is attempting to obstruct justice in the investigation of the rogue agents who have murdered American citizens, or how the DOJ seized voter data from Fulton County in an attempt to steal the 2026 midterm elections, or how federal agents have Tom Homan on tape accepting a bribe and your agency killed the investigation, or how your agency is ready to give the president a $230 million payday, which is unconstitutional. The Constitution is...
All right. Oh, what was you about to say?
All right, so I will give her props up until she went off the fucking rails again. She did characterize it correctly, and I wish more politicians would do that. She said that, you know, his name is brought up and he's got some serious allegations. However, I'm not calling him a pedophile, but he's friends with a lot of them. That's a fair characterization. Even if you don't agree with it, it's very tame, it's very mild, it's straight down the middle.
All right.
Clear. The president shall not receive any payment except his salary while in office. The fact of the matter is that you will be remembered as one of the worst attorney generals in history. An attorney general who has prioritized obstruction over justice, corruption over the law, fealty to the president over loyalty to the Constitution. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
It's pronounced fidelity.
Excuse me, gentleman from Kansas, the Attorney General, former Attorney General, Mr. Schmidt is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Bondi, thanks for being here. Did you have anything you wanted to say before we talk?
I do. Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, my friend, for many years. I find it interesting that she didn't even want to try, Congresswoman Crockett, to ask any questions, because she certainly did not condemn her leader, Hakeem Jeffries, for taking money from Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein was convicted.
True.
And I will be brief to give you your time, Congressman.
Hey, play that back.
She didn't want to
Did I hear that right?
No, that's true. No, that's true.
Play it
But
back.
now,
No, play it back. Play it
Jeffrey
back. I need
Epstein,
to
hold
hear.
on now. Let me explain it. Let me explain it, guys. Now, Jeffrey Epstein's people, it wasn't Jeffrey Epstein himself, but he did express interest in investing into, or, you know, donating into Hakeem Jeffries' campaign. Now, I believe Hakeem Jeffries may have I think he actually turned it down, or he never pulled up to the dinner. But his people were not Hakeem Jeffries, but his people, basically people running his campaign, were willing to accept that money from Jeffrey Epstein.
So he accepted it. He was smart, because here's the thing: if you have somebody accept money on your behalf, what he's doing is he's doing what he's basically proxying it. Is the easiest way to say it. Because if you can have it, if you can have the money accepted without your face or hands being attached to it, that's even better, because you have plausible deniability. It's the way the U.S. works through special forces.
Yeah, but what kind of clears Hakeem is because, like I said, accepted through third party, so he has plausible deniability all the way through.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I will be brief to give you your time, Congressman. This is what she didn't want to talk about. Texas, from Cuba, convicted, homicide, arson, weapon offense.
Convicted.
You know,
so what we talking about? Convict
Texas,
some of these perpetrators
homicide.
that rape these women that are
Chairman,
sitting
time
behind
belongs-
you,
time
that
belongs
you
to the
refuse
gentleman
to even
from
acknowledge
Kansas.
they are here.
Not convicted.
Time belongs to the
Texas.
gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, could I have a few seconds
You
back
bet,
to make
you
up
bet.
for the yelling? Thank
bet.
you. General, did
you,
you have anything
Congress.
further to say?
Texas, convicted of homicide. Cecil Joseph, from Dominican Republic.
I'm weak. She had to leave the room over that.
Texas, convicted of
Did
homicide.
Did she really?
Yeah.
Cecil
She
Joseph,
rage
from
quit.
Dominican Republic.
Yeah, she got mad when she brought that up. Like, see, you can see her right here just
what did
walking out.
And what did I say about her running her mouth and about how she's led over 2 million people in her fucking district and all the crime and shit went up? Damn, bro, you hate to see it. And she's not the only.
All right, let's keep it going, guys.
She's not the only Democrat that wage crit.
All right.
Time belongs to the
Texas.
gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, could I have a few seconds
You
back
bet,
to make
you
up
bet.
for the yelling? Thank
bet.
you. General, did you have anything
Congress.
further to say?
Texas, convicted of homicide. Cecil Joseph, from Dominican Republic. Texas, convicted for kidnapping, rape. Khalid Khan, from Afghanistan. That's why they want to talk about Epstein and not what's happening in their own states.
Thank you, General, and thank you for being here. And
That's tough.
This has been quite a spectacle to observe today. I think it's sad. I ran for Congress because I thought we had serious problems in this country we wanted to try to fix together. And this performance today, not yours, General, but some of my colleagues, has not shored up my confidence that we are up to the task. You and I served together for 8 years when you were Attorney General of Florida and I in Kansas. You served professionally. I'm glad to be able to serve with you in these new roles. And I'm.
Hold on, set.
All right, hold up here.
Before you go on to the next one, I want to shout this guy out. Fucking.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I went over.
Go ahead.
I don't know. I'm a cuck, whatever his name is. Cow, how, dow, shao, chow, wow. I would be pissed too about enforcing stereotypes and not going after pedophiles. Enforcing stereotypes. Stereotypes are a stereotype for a reason, my guy.
And all right.
What's the stereotype that illegals commit crimes when you try to say that they don't?
I mean, yeah, that's true.
Set Tove trying to get in.
Oh no, she's in. She's in here now. Hey, Tove.
Hello. You know, this isn't the first time she's stormed out after getting called out for something going on, or something she's failed to do, or something going on in her district that she's failed to fix.
Bro, it's just like, bro, her and Gavin Newsom are basically the same. Like, they don't fix nothing in their state, city, district, but they want to sit here and talk about Trump 24/7. I'm just like, yeah, this is why you guys need to focus more on what's going on in your district than whatever Trump is doing.
And she has the audacity to talk about, and yes, no, President Trump enriching himself while being president is obviously not a good thing. But she's doing the exact same fucking thing as a congresswoman.
Oh yeah, they all do. They judge each other for
enriching himself as the president when his net worth has consistently gone down.
He made like $3 billion off his crypto deals last year. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he made like $1 billion last year.
And he's worth the same he was. Fucking liar. Keep
$500 million from the UAE going into Liberty Financial.
Yep.
Google it.
Net worth is still measured at $5 billion.
No, I actually know what he's talking about. And do you know why he's not arrested? Do you know why he's not?
Because
I'm gonna give you some backstory. I'm gonna give you some backstory. So
hold
back in
whoa. How
no. It's gonna be a
just get to the
10-second.
point. We don't have all night.
Yeah.
Boy, golly, you be long-winded and be arguing people down. I know you ain't talking.
That we're having a conversation, not just listening to gaming.
All right. So let me explain it. So basically, the reason why Trump isn't arrested for that was because Congress failed to pass a law in 2024 and in 2026, in 23. Drawn up by Josh Hawley to prevent members of the government from owning and publicly trading stock and from using their business to get financial gain. And all of Congress voted no on it, Republicans and Democrats. So that's why she can say that and be a fucking hypocrite.
All right.
New York recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I went over to the department yesterday for a couple of hours to review some of the unredacted materials. And I am looking forward to your detailed explanation for why you have withheld almost half of the documents, which is required by the bill. Now, obviously, there are 3 million documents, so I didn't get through much. But one thing I didn't see was the client list that you said you had on your desk a year ago. I did, however, find a couple of important documents. An 86-page prosecution memo from the Southern District of New York and a draft indictment from Florida against Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators. For reasons that I cannot understand nor are permitted by the bill, they were still redacted, even for members of Congress. So, Ms. Bondi, will you commit right here to immediately providing those 2 documents in unredacted form to members of Congress? Not a complicated question.
Well, I guess it is for you because you have a law degree and those are privileged.
Okay. They're not privileged, but we will discuss that later. I also found an email that I have right here from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell that was unredacted. And it included notes of statements that Donald Trump made about his prior relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, there is no reason for this to be hidden from the American people. There is no privilege. There is no attorney-client privilege. And I see you're checking with your staff. And I can assure you, staff, this is not under attorney-client privilege because it was sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. Will you commit to publicly providing?
I mean, no, that's actually a really good burn right there. He's like, hold on,
dude.
Hold on, an email engagement between Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and you redacted it, the whole thing, not just names, but the entire thing.
That's a valid question. That's not hearsay.
Can I answer the valid question, please, or am I going to get shot down 5 times?
Go ahead.
So hearsay.
Make it quick, like you told me.
Hearsay is redactable, not under the law. It shouldn't have been redacted here, but I can see why that copy of it is redacted because it's hearsay. Simple as that. It's not Donald Trump talking to Jeffrey Epstein. It's Ghislaine Maxwell. So that's like me and Seth having a conversation about you gaming and saying that you did all these horrible, reprehensible things. Let's just say you spat on your mother and kicked your wife in the stomach while she was pregnant, and we send that to each other. That doesn't make it true, for one, and it shouldn't. It does. I mean, Trump's not a victim, but that should not be. There should not be damning things in there that 2 people said to each other, so people like fucking Ham can go fucking chew on it.
I mean,
no, because they could very clearly admit to guilt within that correspondence. You don't know the contents as much as I do, Monty. And the law to release the files did not give any exception for hearsay.
Did you not listen to what I said, dude?
Yes, I did.
What did I say? Repeat back to me what I said.
If there's hearsay within the contents, it wouldn't be admissible. It shouldn't be. I understand why it's redacted. No, that's not what the law that Congress passed. Monty, you just asked me a question.
You didn't listen to me.
Yes, I did.
Really? What was the first thing I said? That it should not have been redacted. But I can see why in other case proceedings that a redacted document would get filed in a fucking case proceeding.
Huh. All right. Well, give my personal opinion on it. I honestly don't think there's really too much of an
I don't understand the relevancy to that.
I know you don't because you're stupid.
Bro, no, I have a criminal law
you have a
college
law,
education.
what?
Yes.
You have a certification? Cool. Go get certified somewhere else.
Bro, I have a bachelor's degree in criminal law.
A bachelor's. Nice. I can't even say bachelor's, but I have a bachelor's degree.
Come on, Monty. Hold it together. Personal ad hominems. Don't do that. You don't like it when people do it to you.
Come on.
But all right. Let's keep it going.
Fuck it.
Because like I said, I know all of us are in the agreement though that this should not have been redacted. Now, Monty did give a decent explanation on why they redacted it, but we'd all like it for this to be unredacted, especially if it's between Epstein and Ghislaine.
Again, if it's a copy of a file that was in another court proceeding, and then it's in the files, and then there's a copy of it that's unredacted, then that's literally what's going on. It was redacted for a case, still put into the Epstein files, unredacted, with the unredacted copy next to it. They're making a whole bunch of baloney about nothing.
So what they should do to clear all this up is just issue a subpoena and a FOIA.
But gaming, you can find that file unredacted in the files. That's how he knows that there's an unredacted version of it.
No, I know that. What I'm saying is just to keep his mouth shut.
But all right, now let's keep it going.
And I see you're checking with your staff, and I can assure you, staff, this is not under attorney-client privilege because it was sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. Will you commit to publicly providing the unredacted version of this so that the American people can understand the extent of Donald Trump's lies about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
You're about as good of a lawyer today as you were when you tried to impeach President Trump in 2016. Have you apologized for that in 2019?
So, will you unredact this? Will you
were
unredact
lead
this?
counsel on that. Privileged.
I'm asking you, will you unredact this?
Privileged.
So it's not
Privileged,
unredacted?
of course.
So it's not unredacted,
I look
exactly.
forward to discussing this more. Now, these are obviously improper redactions.
And let me stop for a minute.
I'm talking. I'm
if they're
talking.
not privileged,
Nah, Bam Bond, you gotta let him cook.
Quiet.
don't yell at me. If they're not
Mr. Chairman, would you
privileged,
stop the clock? This is on your time. It's not on Mr.
If they're
Gomes.
not
Even though
privileged,
you used your
if we review
improper
them and they're not-
redactions
you'll like my answer.
to
If we
continue
review
to
them and they're not
protect
privileged,
Donald
Time belongs
Trump.
to the
we will
member.
be happy to release them.
We'll
after
stop the
review.
clock. We'll stop the clock. Time belongs to the member. Go ahead.
Even though you used improper redactions to protect Donald Trump and other predators associated with Jeffrey Epstein, you did the exact opposite thing with the survivors and victims of this scheme. So their identification information was really the only thing required to be redacted, and it was not. And it's clear this was not a mistake. This was not by accident. This was not because you only had 30 days when you really used 75, and that doesn't even include all the hours last March that you were redacting it. But I'll tell you why it's clear it wasn't a mistake. There is an email entitled Epstein Victim List. There are 32 names. One is redacted, 31 are not. So someone looked at it and decided to redact something. And I will tell you that that is clearly intentional to intimidate these survivors and victims. Now, in a interview last week.
How will you tell me that's intentional?
So which is it? Were they?
Oh, scoot up to the mic, Monty. It's hard to hear you.
Were they shitty in redacting it and just use some AI software to redact it as they have claimed before? Or were they intentionally trying to intimidate people? Which is it, Congressman?
I'm be real with you. I don't see how the whole protecting Donald Trump thing, because I mean, let's be real. I mean, the whole reason why we know he's in the file so much is because his name is unredacted. Now, I hear him when he says, low key, you're protecting some of the guys that are working with Epstein. I can see how we got to that point, because like we said, there's a lot of, emails that, it's pretty damning that Epstein was doing some moving of children. But for some reason, we don't know their names. But trust me, we know Donald Trump's name all over it. But we don't know too much of who Epstein was working with. Actually, we just found out 6 names, and that's because of it's unredacted to the people of Congress, not us.
But aren't there also like 3 million more files?
Yep, it's 6 million in total. They said
the videos and shit, whatnot.
I'm just saying that's where the really dark shit's gonna come into play.
Oh, bro, did you see the magnifying glass video?
Yeah. Oh,
that shit was crazy.
There's already been some really dark.
Or the photos with the girl's hands.
Yeah, the diary stuff was disgusting.
Bro, trust me, I was going through those like last night. I had to put the phone down every 10 minutes just to I'd be like, I can't believe I seen
I'll
that.
be honest with you, I can't handle more of that fucking bullshit tonight.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Did you see?
I'm still decompressing from the other night.
Did you see the video I sent you? It's like 2 hours long, so we might.
Of Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein's video, bro. Yeah, we can react to that because he was talking about a lot of things.
He talks about a lot of fucking shit, and honestly, it's the first time I've heard his voice because I've tried not to fucking listen to Jeffrey Epstein because it just gives me the heebie-jeebies. Feels like the fucking boogeyman, but it's a worthwhile fucking watch.
Bannon asked him if he was the devil.
Right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you serious,
bro?
He actually asked him.
The simple answer is yes.
It's crazy.
He is fucking Satan reincarnated.
Bro, gave the most creepiest answer to that too. But all right, let's keep it going.
In an interview last week, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche
You can't go off script.
said that any victim that wants to speak with the department has done so, hopefully. Well, thanks to the incredibly brave people sitting here behind you, we can actually ask them if that's true. Now, with the survivors and victims who are here, please stand up one more time. Just by show of hands, how many of you or your loved ones actually have met with the Department of Justice and provided testimony and estimate and evidence? None.
What?
And of those of you,
hold the fuck on.
Wait.
Hold on. How did they know they're victims if they didn't provide any testimony or evidence?
Hold on here. No, I think it was to the prosecutors and not actual DOJ. That's what I think they're talking about. So you're telling me none of these victims came in, or the DOJ did not hear out none of these victims?
Charged him, Seth.
Huh?
The
DOJ charged Jeffrey Epstein. So they
but
in order to have convicted him,
no, that's the prosecutor. No, the prosecutor is the one who was dealing with the victims at the time, not the DOJ.
Yeah, that's the DOJ.
Yeah, but you have to turn that information over to the DOJ for a case like this.
How did they convict Jeffrey Epstein with no evidence?
Right.
Well, pretty much you mean with no victim testimony?
It doesn't make sense.
I don't know. Usually,
I mean, you can get them without the victim testimony. It's a bit. I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. It's a bit of a stretch, but they're saying that they were going off of no victim testimony, which is kind of hard to believe. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why.
There's more victims than what's sitting behind her right now. There's a lot more victims and survivors than that.
Well, I would have to look at the actual charging document, like what was Epstein actually charged with, because I mean, there's like wire fraud and things like that you might not need.
It was
like victim testimony with.
It was like 10 counts of human trafficking, I believe, the last time I looked at it, and like conspiracy to do the same, and fucking.
I don't know. Somebody might want to.
And it wasn't a lot of charge. It wasn't 38 counts of anything. I know that. But I don't know. That seems weird that they don't have any victim testimony on file.
And then on top of that, they didn't show them on camera either, which is kind of crazy.
They didn't show on camera because they're trying to protect their identities.
All right, let's talk real quick.
I was gonna say, just because they just might not have those victims and survivors' testimonies. Like I said, there's plenty, but they may not have thought they needed every single one of their testimonies in order to charge and convict Epstein because of how many there were. So they might have been going for the ones that were the worst.
My bad though. But I did just think about something. Or none of those victims were included with the DOJ's findings against Epstein, or wasn't included in the DOJ's case against Epstein. They didn't
need it to make
none of the victims there that's sitting up behind Pam Bondi, has been included. But other victims could have.
Can I ask you a question, Seth?
Yeah.
Because I have an opinion on this, and I actually want to hear everybody's opinion. I don't think Trump should do it, first of all. But do you think we should give Maxwell a deal social talk?
Nah, not really. No.
Nah, I was about to say, we've already given her multiple deals and she hasn't even taken those. I mean, she's been giving out BS, if anything.
We put her in I'm gonna be real with you, a prison for rich people, where she's able to have a dog, go out and work out, commissary and all this nice stuff. And she's not gonna give us nothing for that. Like, bitch, we just got you out of like a max prison. Well, I think it was like a mid-grade or max security prison, and you're in a way better situation now. You can't give us nothing. Oh
right. How do you get that testimony out of her then? Because she's just gonna.
I mean, I think that's the problem. We're gonna have to chalk it up to a lost cause or start making threats.
No, there's a way.
Making threats.
There's
it's a lost cause.
Chad.
Yeah, no, I think she doesn't deserve clemency, and there's sufficient evidence in other pathways to find co-conspirators, whoever they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
It just doesn't require her testimony.
Yeah.
I think the only way.
I think the only way she might have even given them crumbs of a testimony is if she had gotten that pardon, and he said, hell no, that ain't happening.
So I think, honestly, if we're gonna do this, like I said, if we're gonna do this to get testimony out of her, I would suggest that the DOJ send in trusted persons, because we already know that they're all through the DOJ, which is going to make this tricky. Send in trusted persons to these known bank accounts, because obviously the FBI has the list, so they know where they need to go and who they need to talk to get this information. I say we send them in there. I say we extradite King Charles to the United States. I say we get
Prince
some
Andrew?
of these. Yeah, Prince Andrews. I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ! Please.
I say we get some of these. I say we get some of these foreign dignitaries and these foreign elites under U.S. custody and put them under some pressure and see if they'll squeal. You know, the way you handle these types of crimes is you have to go after their finances. Jail don't scare them. Torture and killing, that don't scare them. You start hitting them with.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I'm going to say this, but like I get what you're saying though, because you know I would threaten her with, "Look, we're gonna find a way to cut your commissary off and send you back to max."
Funny you say that, gaming. There in that interview with Epstein, he's talking. He's like, "Yeah, you were in a 6x9 cell. Did that change anything for you?" No, I was still on the phone with the Treasury.
Right. Yeah. So when you take those avenues of financial incentive away, people are going to start talking, especially when the FBI, because the president, this administration, Democrat and Republican, even states can do it. They can seize assets, they can freeze accounts, they can liquidate frozen assets, they can start going after any and everything because they have probable cause.
All right, let's get back to it.
I say,
not. Hold on.
Threaten her with General Pop. Nurse Irving said it. Just threaten her with General Pop. We're gonna put you in the fucking pen with everybody.
And
no, you don't want to kill her.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. We spent too long in the conversation. It's already been over 10.
Ah, man. Which is everyone. How many of you have reached out either individually or through a lawyer or representative to offer to provide testimony and evidence? All of them. And of those all of you who have reached out, how many of you were denied or ignored by the Department of Justice? All of them. And despite the shameful and despicable efforts by Ms. Bondi and her department to intimidate you, how many of you are still willing to speak to the Department of Justice? All of them. Well, Ms. Bondi, it looks like you have some more witnesses to talk to.
Time has expired.
And I yield back.
We will go to the good gentleman from North Carolina, Congressman Knott. Thank
May
you.
I have a moment, Congressman?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Here we go. Here's the photograph. This is why he wanted to repeat everything.
Oh, damn. I mean, I guess you do got the burn book.
Here we go. Here's the photograph. This is why he wanted to repeat everything that had been said previously on Epstein. This is his state, New York. You probably don't even know who this is. Wahid Mohammed from Afghanistan.
Yes, because I'm no longer a prosecutor.
Convicted of assault. Wow, he represents New York. Wow, yet he doesn't care about the illegal aliens convicted of crimes. Assault and homicide.
He did kind
no
of say
longer
not
a
my
prosecutor, so he doesn't care about his constituents. Here
Wait,
we go.
pause.
Right now, woman.
Arson.
Wait, pause this.
El
pause.
Salvador.
Hold on.
Miguel Palacios. Furman Flores Ramales, Mexico. Rape.
But I mean,
Let's talk about the 70% of immigrants who are detained without a criminal conviction or arrest.
Stop the clock. Stop.
Okay, so I got two things to say to this, and I'm gonna make them quick. Number one, you don't want to kill Ghislaine Maxwell because you need their internal communication structure to collapse so that one of them will squeal and the other one will corroborate. And two, back on what we just witnessed, this is what blackmail looks like. I don't know if anybody just caught that, but this is blackmail.
Don't.
It's a light form. It's a light form. All right, level with me.
For 1 minute.
We all know that the FBI, CIA, and NSA have information on all politicians on how they perform. And they will use this information to their advantage if they don't do what they say, especially around primary season. What's this time of year? Primary season. Mm-hmm. Top it off with the fact that they're asking prodding questions, whether we like them or not. She's revealing information that these senators obviously don't want out in the public.
But it's public information. It's public information.
It's public information, but they already know that most people aren't going to look into it. And whether you want to agree with that or not, this is the weapon of blackmail.
It's not blackmail. It's called opposition research. It's not blackmail.
Yeah, I think there's a fine line for that. I'll say this, that through all of this, admittedly, I think something that we can agree with is that the deep state is real, and I think it's really a small cohort of leaders in the intelligence community who are able to keep blackmail above our politicians and business leaders, because as seen here by Bondi not answering any questions and essentially, you know, in my opinion, what's a cover up, that happened underneath Biden, that happened underneath Trump 1,
And that's what I
Obama,
was
Bush.
getting at. That's what I was getting at.
There's always been someone there willing to do it, and I think it's because three-letter agencies kind of had them underneath their heel, as well as maybe a small country in the Middle East.
So what's the exception
I
right
like that
now?
one.
Why is it now that it's coming out? That's what I don't understand. So I understand everything you're saying, and I agree with everything you're saying, but why now? What is?
I think it's just so overt, you know what I mean? And I'll be honest with you, I think like the social media aspect of this, where like the likes of you know, the right wing of Bongino and Patel, when they were before they became part of the government and were influencers, right? It became part of the zeitgeist of the 2024 MAGA movement that it inevitably had to come to light, and it was a house of matches, right? Everyone's involved.
Like, so because you're right about everything you're saying about the deep state. You're right about the three-letter agencies gaming. They could have just and said, nope, we're not going to release that. They did that with the MLK files, the JFK files. It wasn't until 50 years later that they released them. So what the fuck? What has broken where that this has been allowed to come out? Because
all right, so check this out.
If this is what's allowed to come out, what's not coming out?
Okay, so check this out. I said this last live, but now that you bring the question up, here's my theory. Again, I hope I'm wrong on it, but if I'm right, you heard it here first. CNN, you better run me my ones. Y'all, Set and Monty know what I'm talking about. But I think the reason why it's allowed to come out now is because somewhere out in the ether, Tim Walz is connected to this, and the fraud in Minnesota is connected to this. And because Tim Walz started getting pressure applied to him, because Tim Walz is now under investigation, what I genuinely think what's happening is they're moving money from the United States through the Somalians, giving them a small percentage to prop up their government, and they're using Somalia as a launching pad to disseminate the money into other countries. It'd be a complex money laundering scheme. And so because Tim Walz like messed up, or it's being uncovered, and now testimonies are getting exposed, especially with Nick Shirley blowing up the way he did. They tried the ICE raids, the killing of Renee Good and Alex Peretti, the signal chat, the riling up. People are still laser focused on the corruption and fraud. Epstein file is their nuclear option. And if people get back to that corruption and fraud, I think that Tim Walz in Minnesota is the weak link in the chain.
And all right, let's go ahead and get back to it. But shout out to Terry Irving for sending the Happy Boo for 10 jewels, and shout out to Yakin. I'm not even going to try to pronounce the first part of that, but shout out to Yakin for sending a bronze medal for 50 jewels. Appreciate the support, guys. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Hold on, huh?
This is the. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I accidentally unmuted myself while I split my lip, and I'm looking for the chapstick for it.
Here we go. But all right, let's get back to it.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce for the record a letter to Director Gabbard from Mr. Warner and Mr. Himes, and a letter of response from her to them about who invited her to Atlanta, and a copy of the search warrant. And I'd also like to just make clear for the record, the reason people in Memphis weren't going out was because the ice was on the ground, and we were afraid we'd fall. But other than that, we go out all the time.
Gentlemen, without objection, there's unanimous consent. The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney General Bondi, according to your department, a child is sexually abused in the United States every 9 minutes, and the vast majority of survivors never get justice. And that's one of the reasons why I think the Epstein case has resonated so deeply with so many Americans. And the other reason I think is because it has revealed a two-tiered system of justice, and the powerful are protected and the survivors rarely get any accountability. And the Epstein files contain evidence of a multi-decade international criminal conspiracy involving some of the wealthiest and the most powerful people in the world. There's evidence of financial crimes, political corruption, sex trafficking, and of course, horrible sexual abuse.
Set.
And I want to remind everybody.
Bro, this is just fucking House of Cards. Have you ever watched House of Cards?
Yeah.
This is just House of Cards.
Oh my God, you're right.
Yep.
That's why this feels familiar.
Oh my God. Yeah.
All right, let's keep it going.
This isn't a game. These are real people, people who have suffered, who are sitting here with us today, and they deserve answers and they deserve accountability. And I'm here to try to get some for them. Now, I've seen some of the unredacted Epstein files, and obviously, as you know, President Trump's name is all over them, but so are the names of other senior Trump officials: Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce; John Phelan, the Secretary of the Navy; and Stephen Feinberg, the Deputy Secretary of Defense. These men were appointed by President Trump to senior positions in his administration. All of them have clear and confirmed ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Attorney General Bondi, yes or no, has the Justice Department asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Epstein?
I'm weak. And shout out to my man BTK. Says walls will run to the to the CCP China if it's jail time. Well, yeah, if it's jail time for him. And I can see that. I can see that. You know what can I say, bro?
Well,
my man Walls loved China. He loved the Communist Party.
Well, and that's why we should freeze his passport. Well, this is why I say we should freeze his passport, do a restriction of movement while the public, restriction of movement on him, make it to where he can't leave the country, have a bounty prepared on him if he does, offering an egregious amount of money for his capture. We
can just Maduro him.
True.
Yeah, we could just Maduro. Well, got to be careful because that's China.
So what?
I know they're a weaker superpower, if they can even be called a superpower. But remember, they do have nukes and they do have a considerable amount of weight. Do have to give them some respect.
They're not a superpower. They're a fucking
economic superpower, at least.
I say that we freeze all of his ability to move to keep him pinned into the state. And then I say, while everybody is focused on this Epstein stuff, they just railroad through the financial investigation, divert like at least half of all the trustworthy FBI agents to figuring out where this money is going, who it's tethered to, and why.
All right, let's get back to it.
Excuse me. Secretary Lutnick has addressed those ties himself.
I'm asking you, has the Justice Department specifically asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
He has addressed those ties himself.
Has the DOJ asked Secretary Phelan about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't know whether he has addressed those or not.
Has the Deputy Secretary Feinberg talked to the Department of Justice about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein? Yes or no? Has the Department of Justice talked to Deputy Secretary Feinberg about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, which are clearly spelled out in the files? It's a very simple question. It's not a trick question. I'm just asking you.
Yeah, I'm stunned.
Shout out to Jet. Shout out to Jet, though. That's funny. Just lower tariffs and China will give tampon back. Like, bro.
Weak. Tampon, Tim. But like I was saying, oftentimes the answer you're looking for is staring you right in the face. Also, investigate Kamala.
Feinberg about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, which are clearly spelled out in the files. It's a very simple question. It's not a trick question. I'm just asking you.
Yeah, I'm stunned that you want to continue talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Epstein
Okay,
instead
I'm
of a Border
reclaiming my
Patrol
time.
agent
I'm asking you not a trick question, a simple question. Okay, so what is clear is we have evidence.
Do you know who Chris Malin is?
We have evidence that 3 senior officials within the Trump administration have ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And what I can
ties
conclude,
mean?
I can conclude
What does
from what
ties
you are
mean?
saying that you have not talked to them.
What does ties mean?
I think Americans would be shocked to learn that you are not interested in talking with these officials who have ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
What does
Across
ties
the
mean?
world,
Can you define that?
across the world,
Can you
prominent
define
men
ties?
who've been
Time
exposed
belongs to the
in the files have resigned their jobs in disgrace. And that's a good first start. And that same
Disgrace is
standard,
not saying the word
this
Chris
same
Malin.
standard should apply here. And Americans want accountability.
Who is Chris Malin?
Was the president
he?
aware? Please stop talking. It is not your time to ask
was he?
questions. It is not your time. I'm reclaiming my time, Mr. Chair.
One second.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Vermont.
Was the president aware of Secretary Lutnick's ties
He
to
tried not
Epstein
to
when
laugh.
he chose him to lead the Department of Commerce? Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so I'm going to conclude that the president, in fact, did know about his ties because he was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sake.
answer the
This is pathetic. This is pathetic, Mr.
Committee will be in
Chair.
order.
I am not asking trick questions here. The
You got your
American
5
people have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell.
Oh, wow.
By
Me personally, I
2008,
would never
we
let
knew
something like that slide.
that Epstein was a convicted sexual abuser. And we now know that Lutnick went to Epstein's Island in 2012. How was that not a deal breaker for the president? And why aren't you asking questions of the Commerce Secretary about what he saw when he was at the island, which he lied about not ever going to? Why are you not asking these questions? And I see that my time.
I would have to hit her with this one. I'd be like, first off, bro's in front of a committee right now answering these questions. So I don't even know why you're mad at her. Like, I would have to point that out. Like, he's answering these questions right now. And think about it. And I gotta let's give the Trump administration benefit of the doubt. They went with Howard Lutnick's word that, in 2005, that was the last time we seen Epstein. Or that was the last time he hung out with Epstein. I'm pretty sure they did not know that he wasn't being all the way truthful with that. And now that these files are coming out, we're discovering that, oh, no, you did continue contact with Epstein. So we got to give the benefit of the doubt that they did not know about that until the Epstein files revealed it.
I call bullshit. I call complete fucking bullshit because they fucking screen these people. They do top secret security investigations on every fucking presidential appointee and every single position. I do not accept that they just didn't know. This is you scratch my back. I'm kind of repulsed. I honestly, I am a little bit repulsed that her response is a conversation about something. It's an issue, but it's a non-issue in this fucking setting. And that is disgusting. It shouldn't be happening. She should not be fucking, oh, but what about this? What about this? Answer the fucking question. Did you fucking interview him or not? It's a
yes or no. But I think what she was asking is not as much like what is Lutnick's response as why is the DOJ not investigating that? Which I think again is a total valid question for this. But I want everyone's opinion as to like what's going on with Lutnick. Like he was very transparent in his interview with CBS or whoever it was.
New York Times, yeah.
Yeah, after 2005, I never saw that guy because he was gross, is I think the way that he said it.
You're right.
And then clearly he wasn't. So, I mean, it's just, what do you guys think about that? Is that someone who should be our Commerce Secretary? I don't know.
And I do need to correct the record on something. It was a New York Post interview that he did where, if you want to find his exact wording, it was a Lutnick New York Post interview that he did where he said he only went to Epstein that one time, was creeped out, and then never hung out with him again.
Now, I'll say this. Just because you hung out with somebody does not make you, but birds of a feather flock together. That's all I have to say about that. And that's all. I really, that's all that should fucking matter, right?
I think he should lose his position based off of the fact.
I mean,
that
simple fact, it's a lie, right? I mean, that's it.
Yeah,
No matter who it was.
It's a verifiable lie that he still fucking hung out with him.
Yep.
Yeah, you should lose your position based off of that because you lied to not just the president.
But I
the
want
American
answers
people.
as to why the Justice Department, who does these investigations, the FBI and the DOJ do these investigations to vet people for these positions. Maybe not as much for the Commerce Secretary. I'll give him the fucking benefit of the doubt. But I wouldn't be giving this benefit of the doubt to a fucking Biden appointee. I wouldn't be giving this benefit of the doubt to a fucking Obama appointee. I'd be fucking ripping them from like this.
But here's the thing, though. That this is where I can only give them any type of graces that are, or I give the DOJ any type of grace, is that maybe they didn't know until the Epstein files came out. Because remember, this is all like, bro, like what? This is redacted information.
And
my God,
I do have to agree with Seth on this one because
they didn't release them, so that means they didn't have access to them.
No, the DOJ had the Epstein files. They're the ones that did the investigation. They run.
Yeah.
But no, let's be honest, though. They were probably working with the Epstein files that Pam Bondi gave those influencers. This is why they kept coming with us. Well, oh, he didn't traffic nobody. They were working with the no, I'm not, because even Kash Patel said it. They said we said that off of the information that we were told that we had at that time. And if FBI is saying that, then the FBI that's their investigation with the DOJ works with. So if they're saying that they couldn't even have, they didn't even have access to that information, who's to say that the DOJ did?
So somebody, this is what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to get through. The DOJ and the FBI work together. They're the same.
I know you didn't hear my point, because even the FBI said that they didn't have that information.
Who had it then? How are they releasing it if they didn't have it?
But bro, they had it, but didn't have access to it. Remember, they had to be what? Unclassified or whatever. Remember. They don't like that. There's a certain amount of like information they don't even have access to, and that information they didn't have access to at that time.
Something here, though.
I mean, bro, and think about Monty. If you're saying this, then bro, Kash Patel needs to go. All of them need to go, because that means that they've been knew this. By your logic, they've been knew this, and they just all hit it.
Yes,
but here's the thing, though, but according to what the FBI has been telling us, they didn't know that information until the files came out, and everybody started reading it. Now, do I believe
what
that?
I'm trying to say?
No,
what I'm trying to say.
We're here.
What I'm trying to say is, when you do a top secret security investigation, you have access to information like this. A top secret security investigator has all of the information. They have it all.
Do we know that for sure?
Yes, I've gotten a top secret security clearance.
So we know for sure that they knew that Lutnick was in contact with
for a clearance. No holds barred. They look into everything, whether released to the public or not released to the public. Whether it's some desk clerk at the FBI has access to it. No, it's not like that. When there is a need to know, anytime your name is uttered in public light, especially, or in foreign affairs or any kind of criminal proceedings, they have access to all that. You'd be very surprised to see. You can ask Gaming, because he was a mindman. He had the same security clearance. They go through everything, and they have everything. And then, not to mention everything that they have, which they did have. So it gets classified in a certain way, right? You have your classified information, your CUI. And then you have classified at top secret, and then you have above top secret, which fucking we're not going to talk about.
So hold on now, Monty, because you're kind of going away from the main point here.
No, what I'm
trying to say, did they know that Howard Lutnick was in contact with Epstein during the time they said, well, we didn't have that information? Because according to the way these guys work with classified documents, if it wasn't a direct investigation to Howard Lutnick, they wouldn't have known that, because they can only bring up these classified files on a need to know basis.
Right. So when you're investigating somebody, a need to know situation is when
the security clearance, sadly, isn't even though they undergo an extensive background check, it isn't really an investigation.
Yes, it is. It's called
it's not. Or they'd have been able to find it.
A TSSI is a top secret security investigation. That's what it's
security clearance.
No, you have
extensive background check. The grand security. That's what you're talking about. What I'm saying is that they might have not had access to those files because it wasn't a need to know basis. That means they weren't investigating him for Epstein, so they didn't have a need to get those classified files.
Anytime your name is mentioned in court proceedings, especially, like for example,
we're talking about a guy who was being, nominated for Commerce Secretary.
Right, and they go through a TSSI.
Well, I think it's two things. It's one, the investigation itself, the content of whatever, how deep they go into it, and I think the point is that these files were compartmentalized to such a degree, no one knows who could actually get their fingertips on it, whether you're a top secret investigator or not. But the second part of it is, if they did even have their hands on it, who does the buck stop with for the nominations? And it's the president, right? So it only matters to one person for the nomination itself.
No, so the president appoints.
The president nominates them, and they're approved by the Senate. That's the point I'm making, Monty, is that I can put the facts in front of you. I found this, and this. They've been here, blah, blah, blah. But if you don't care and you're the head honcho, it's all for naught. That's the point, right?
But before you go,
and I'm not saying that happened, but that's the reality of the situation.
But before you go before the Senate, you have already completed your TSSI.
No, I understand that, but a TSSI doesn't necessarily mean that they had access to these compartmentalized Epstein files.
Maybe I'm willing to give them. That's where I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. However, I do know how extensive they are and what they fucking go through. Anytime your name is mentioned, and remember, this is in district courts before it's all kind of pushed up to the top of the DOJ when they have all the files. Like, they're in district courts. Sealed documents are up for grab. Expunged records, gag orders, anything. The government absolutely has access to them, and somebody did see, like, it popped up somewhere. I mean,
one would hope. I would say one would hope, but I don't know.
But at the same time, they were they probably didn't look too deep into it because they were going off of what he said.
But that's what you do. So before you get a TSSI, they have you fill out a very, very, very long fucking questionnaire in something called EQUIP. And it asks you about everywhere you've been, anytime you've traveled, any foreign contacts, i.e. Jeffrey Epstein would be a foreign contact. So as soon as he would put Jeffrey Epstein on there as a foreign contact, because he was a foreign contact, otherwise he perjured himself on the EQUIP form, they have to investigate Jeffrey Epstein. And so that gives them the purview, unless they were stopped from getting it.
I don't think he'd be a foreign contact. I mean, he was a U.S. citizen.
So when he was being evaluated for Commerce Secretary, it does look like, well, yeah, you're right, Monty. He would have had to bring up Epstein himself in order to be something to be investigated. If he didn't and I'm be real with you, who would let anybody know that? But yeah, you're right. But due to he didn't though, because due to the fact that he didn't, that's why this wasn't investigated into, or why his connections with Epstein wasn't brought up, because even though there are classified files on it.
I mean, so they don't just stop at the contact. They go to, like, if me and you are, in contact, I would have to list you as a contact if you're like some foreign national, right? I list you.
So Monty, I just want to get a direct answer real quick. So are you saying that these guys pretty much knew about his connection to Epstein while,
I would say the chances of them not knowing is about 5%. And it's only under the case in which Chad just brought up, where it was compartmentalized, even outside of a top secret security investigator's purview, which is pretty fucking big.
Now,
hey, let gamer on.
Oh yeah, I got you. Well, I was just looking it up. It says now to access the top secret files with the TSSI. Now, the access is not automatic. Yeah,
right. You have to get it approved.
It requires a top secret clearance and a valid need to know for a specific project and formal indoctrination into the program.
Now, can I explain what that means in layman's terms? So
yeah, but you do kind of see how they can work around that, though.
But you can and you can't. So if you try to work around it, it flags it, and it's like, oh, why are you trying to hide this? And it fucking brings that into the fold. So what that literally means is, I am a top secret security investigator. For the purposes of investigating USET, I am going to investigate X, Y, and Z person. I'm going to go to if there's files on that person. Oh, there's top secret files on X person. Huh. I need permission for that. What's the permission you need it for? Well, I'm investigating this person for a security clearance. Okay, here you go. That's a need to know. And we're going to brief you into everything that's around this. That's why it takes like 18 months to get one of these things done.
You also forgot to mention the fact that most of these files, if we're talking about, I've been listening and I've also been reviewing how some security clearances works for investigations. Most of the FBI does not have the TSSCI, which is top secret compartmentalized information, which is leagues above the general TS. And
yes, you are right.
If his investigation was under the TSSCI, that means literally only a handful of people in all three branches had access to his file, which means, to Monty's point, yes, somebody in the higher echelons definitely seen it, and they chose to say nothing.
Well, can I just say this, that I think the whole investigation to Lutnick is a moot point, because let's say that he was investigated and it was brought to the attention of Trump and his chief of staff and everyone involved. Do you think they would really care? Like, Steve Bannon was his he was his director of his campaign, and he's the guy who interviewed Epstein, right? And did that, like, so there was people all hanging out with one another, hanging out with Epstein, and still part of the administration. So I think it's kind of a moot point wherever the investigation came from, to be honest with you.
Okay.
That's a fair point.
So it goes to your point, though. So if you are right about everything you're alleging, then that needs to be investigated, and we need to know why and how and by what means. We'll never see it as the general public, but the House Oversight Committee and the judicial branch of the government absolutely is going to be going through this to see why was this person investigated, and why did they pass this when there is clear proof that he was in contact with Epstein. And when you're a public figure, every single person in your life gets scrutinized.
Yeah, that is
except
true.
for Lutnick, man, because for some reason that man was able to skate right past with the history he had.
Yeah, and that's what's kind of throwing me off, is because these type of investigations, they run through your entire past. Like,
they're supposed to anyway.
That's kind of what. No, I was gonna say that's kind of what makes me believe that they took his word for it and just kind of I don't want to say skipped over, but yeah, basically skipped over what anything that had to do with Epstein in his background check, because they believed.
Guys, if you say your favorite pizzas, or if you say your favorite food is pizza, and they have a picture of you eating lasagna, they're gonna want to know why the fuck you were eating lasagna.
Your favorite food was pizza, my guy.
Yeah, right. That's how they interview you.
All right. Let's get back to it.
Is almost expired, so I will say this: do the right thing, Attorney General. Meet with the survivors. They have been asking for a year. Meet with the survivors. Do the right thing. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
May I have 20 seconds of his time?
So that'd be up to the gentleman, but
absolutely, Madam.
Thank you. I was curious if you, Congresswoman, asked Bill Clinton that. Didn't see one tweet, not one. I didn't see one tweet when Joe Biden was in office about Bill Clinton. Didn't ask Merrick Garland anything about Epstein, not once. when he was.
Weak sauce.
And
Weak sauce.
also,
Not
I
weak
want the
sauce.
record to reflect
That is a valid point,
you know,
but
with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
Oh,
from
Is
the
Jewish.
river
I just want to be
as
clear.
anti-Semitic.
do you want to go
Time-
there, Attorney
time
General?
belongs
Or
to
do
the
you
gen-
want to go there?
Okay.
Are
Time
you
belongs to the
serious?
gentleman
Talking
from
about
South
anti-Semitism
Carolina.
to a woman who
Lady
lost
will-
her grandfather in the Holocaust?
Really?
Really?
The committee will be in order.
Talk to Jared Wise about anti-Semitism.
criticizing Israel is
Ranking
not
member
anti-Semitic, Pam Bondi.
knows that.
Can I get like 30 seconds back, you know?
Yeah, I've been.
Jesus.
I had to, yeah, that was loud as hell. She lost her ever-loving mind with that one.
Apparently, it was
I
a
mean, wouldn't you
sensitive
too
subject.
if your grandfather was died in Auschwitz and you were calling the anti-Semite?
Like, bro.
Crazy.
I get it. I completely get it. I just, it caught me off guard for a second there because I'm not used to these people,
Screaming like
losing
stupid.
their mind like that. Yeah. And was it her that said weak sauce?
Yeah, it was her that said
Yeah.
weak sauce. That was hilarious.
Wow. That sounded, I'm like, dude, that shit my teens say. A grown ass using teenage slang? What the fuck?
Well,
She's Medicare eligible. She's not just an old adult. She's
Stop,
old.
leave her alone. Leave her alone.
I'm
She's
weak,
asking
bro.
good questions.
Bro, he had to go to low blows.
But all right, guys, back to the video.
She's Medicare eligible.
If we want to know whether Mr. Brennan will be indicted, you should just ask the president.
Not a point of order, but I appreciate you trying to make it one. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Bondi, it's been reported that there were at one point 1,000 personnel assigned to the task of identifying and scrubbing Donald Trump's name from the Epstein files. Were those reports accurate?
What?
I believe his name has appeared countless times in the documents
how
that
many
have
people were
been released.
assigned?
If I could finish, I'm going to read you the stats.
I just simply asked whether or not it was true that it was 1,000 folks who were assigned that task. Were those reports accurate?
There are more than 500 attorneys and reviewers. I cannot give you an exact number.
And
Who-
I
I'm
wanted to
trying
ask you.
I'm
I wanted to
answering
ask
the
you about
question,
that
sir.
also because
Who
this
were
is a different
assisting
question
with
that
this
you're getting to
project.
now.
So he
There
just
were
wants to ask the leading
500
question and not have
DOJ
At
lawyers and others assigned the task of redacting the appropriate information, including
Let her answer the question.
identities of the Epstein victim survivors from the Epstein files prior to their release. 500, is that correct?
If I could have finished my answer, there were more than 500 attorneys and reviewers who
Okay.
assisted
All right, okay.
with the. They asked the question and they don't want an answer.
That answers my question,
Congressman,
ma'am,
let
and
me
I'm going to
continue.
move on.
More than
I'm going to move on.
from
General
multiple.
Bondi, would
You
you
will be in
agree?
order.
This is
The
ridiculous.
time belongs to the gentleman from Georgia.
General Bondi, would you agree that your 8 years of service as the state of Florida's Attorney General, the third largest state in the nation, served as an excellent preparation for your current role as Attorney General for the United States of America?
Not only that, I was a career prosecutor for 18 years.
And for
18 years.
And for 18
prior to
years,
being-
for 18
He
years,
asked a
you
question and doesn't
prosecuted-
want an answer. This is
Well,
theatrics.
Well, no, for 18 years, you prosecuted
She answered.
serious
She's kind of
felony cases, including drug cases, correct?
Oh, I prosecuted homicides. I prosecuted capital cases. I prosecuted domestic violence cases.
I didn't realize
I
she was getting
prosecuted
fucking
multiple
reconfirmed.
cases,
And
and that's why I feel for all of these victims. And did you
and
ask Merrick Garland
and
this
you
when
also,
you were sitting
you
before
also
him, sir?
prosecuted sexual assault cases and child sex trafficking cases, correct?
I answered that question earlier. I prosecuted multiple cases
So
when I
bottom
was
line,
a prosecutor.
bottom line,
If I can
you're an
answer the question,
experienced and
for
seasoned.
18
you're an
years.
Mr. Chairman, will you a reminder of the rules? The time belongs to the member of the committee.
You
think
are
I've
a
said that a few
seasoned
times.
and experienced prosecutor, correct?
I think we've established that.
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Does he want an answer or not?
I think he wants to say.
I want a yes or no answer.
I think he wants to say
I want a
that.
yes or no answer, but I'll live with what you have already said. Let me ask you this question.
Clearly,
in
you
the
don't have any.
prosecution of sexual assault cases, you are acutely aware of how important it is to protect the identity of victims of sexual assault, correct?
Just don't respond. Just don't respond.
I have addressed this multiple times. I think others were cutting me off when I was trying to.
I just simply asked, are you aware of the fact that it's vitally important to protect the identity of sexual assault victims as you prosecute their the people they accuse of assaulting them?
Brother,
isn't that correct?
Listening.
Bro, this is just a fucking grandstand.
As we have said multiple times,
Protection of the identity
of all victims
of the victims
are
is
protected.
so very
Who are
important.
protected under? Do you want me to answer or do you want to interrupt?
Well, because you're not answering the question. You do a Jekyll and Hyde kind of routine around.
Not answer, bro. You didn't answer, bro. You've been talking for like 4 minutes and 32 seconds out of the 5 minutes.
Prosecutor.
It's like, bro, you're asking her the same questions over and over again. It's like you're shuckling and jiving. I'm like, bro, I'm be real with you,
dude. You want to
you're being a bit long-winded here.
Yeah, well, he's asking basic questions. He's trying to lay a foundation. She's getting pissed off about it.
Yeah, because it's theatrics. She's right. It is theatrics.
I mean, he's just asking her background. It's not really theatric about it.
Come on. Is he grandstanding or not?
He's asking the same question over and over in roundabout ways, trying to catch her and trip her up. And it's not working because she's already addressed it.
No, what he's trying to do is have her use her experience and legal know-how to understand that in a court of law, traditionally, those victims, are anonymous to a certain extent. And he's trying to lay that foundation. She doesn't like the answer. And obviously we know where he's going. He's just taking forever to do it.
Yeah.
This is the guy who also said that like Guam was going to flip over or whatever. So I can't really take him seriously.
Nobody can.
I'm fucking done. Did he really say that? Was that the guy that said that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
he lost all credibility. That's why I'm surprised people let him have serious jobs. I think he's there for a meme.
It
like the
really
token
is.
Black guy.
It's really weird because, I mean, just in the last minute, I'm gonna say he's asked the same 3 questions 5 different ways.
To hear himself talk.
What did he say? What are you saying that he said that lost some credibility? I missed
Mom
that.
was gonna flip over.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, as soon as he said that, like I said, he's just a token black guy. I don't even see why they let him have any serious position.
He's just
I
old.
agree. All right, let's go.
Down here, and I just want you to answer my questions.
What does Jekyll and Hyde mean? Can you
Well, it
explain
means
that?
you're nice to the
Explain
Republicans and you turn like Hyde on Democrats. But let me ask you this, ma'am. We have the Epstein victim survivors here today. Representative Jayapal asked a simple question. If you would be so kind and honorable as to turn around and face them and apologize to them for outing them. I mean, how many lives have been derailed because your department was either sloppy and incompetent or willfully trying to intimidate and punish these ladies
Your time
for
is
coming
up.
forward?
The time of the gentleman,
was it?
The time of the gentleman has expired.
I'm dead.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman.
I'm dying. She's like, nah,
I
man, I
don't
ain't even trying to hear
blame
it. Bro, Pim
I
Bondi was
don't
watching that
blame her.
5-minute timer and was like, yeah, your time is up, bro. I ain't even trying to hear
Yeah.
no more.
It's not even worth the response.
I don't blame her on that one. I probably would have done the same thing. He was just so slow and repetitive. It wasn't even
actually
funny.
ask inquisitive questions and try to make this anything other than a fucking spectacle. All you're trying to do is make a spectacle. You're not trying to get to the bottom of anything. You're not trying to demonstrate anything to the American people. You're not trying to explain anything to the American people. You're just trying to say, Pam Bondi was a prosecutor for 18 years and she doesn't think that victims are important. That's all.
Yeah.
I did it. I did it in 15 seconds. He could have fucking done it.
All right.
And what's even
What do
worse
you
is how
expect from the
slow.
AARP community?
Stop!
God.
Do you live alone? Do you have trouble getting up the stairs? Then you need life alert.
All right, let's keep
He has trouble getting his words out.
Ms. Crockett from Texas is recognized for UC.
Thank you so much. Donald Trump's approval rating implodes on his strongest issue. This is from Newsweek today. It says 40% of people
Thank you.
approve of
You don't
Trump's
need to
handling
read
of
the article to
immigration
us.
and border security, while 60% disapprove.
Without
That
objection,
is a
admitted.
net drop.
Now I recognize the
negative
gentleman
20.
from California, Mr. Liu.
Okay, Jasmine.
Oh, she came
Why
back.
is she talking? She rage quit. I think if
Thank
you rage
you,
quit,
Attorney
you
General
shouldn't
Bondi,
talk.
for being here today. I'm going to show you two photos.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you two photos of former Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. Under the law Congress passed, you were allowed to redact photos to protect the victims of Epstein's sex trafficking operation. You redacted the photos of this victim's face because you were following the congressional law. Is that correct?
It's unredacted now.
I'm sorry that we redacted the victim's
Because you were
face.
following the congressional law, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have now established that please put the photos back up, that we are looking at a sex trafficking victim. Under the federal victims.
90% yes. I mean, nothing's
Actually-
really for sure. 90% yes, though. And if he's asking, why did we, redact the face of the victim? I mean, isn't that what y'all wanted him to do?
That's
But
what
all right.
Here's the other thing. In terms of redactions, because it's actually loose. If the point he's about to make about not redacting her entire body was a thing, then you would have to go after every single law enforcement agency across the nation, because all they do is blur out the face or they'll blur out the eyes.
Exactly.
There's no
I think he's going to say that he's a co-conspirator.
Right.
True. But he is a well, Prince Andrew, we can pretty much put him there as a co-conspirator.
Yeah, but
you
the
know,
thing
for,
is,
you know-
Patel said there wasn't another one, or any,
What
I
do you
should say.
mean?
That's what he's trying to back her into. I think. I don't know. I haven't seen this yet.
All right. Well,
What do you mean?
hold on now. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going before we make any more comments.
Now established that please put the photos back up, that we are looking at a sex trafficking victim. Under the Federal Victims Trafficking Protection Act, not only is Jeffrey Epstein guilty, but anyone who patronizes Epstein's sex operation is also guilty of a crime. That's why I find it absolutely despicable that you sought to protect Epstein's clients, like former Prince Andrew. Last July, you closed the case on Epstein's abusers. The July 2025 memo from your Department of Justice stated, quote, "We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties." These two photos, please put the photos back up. These two photos staring you in the face are evidence of a crime and more than enough evidence to predicate an investigation against former Prince Andrew. So I ask you, Attorney General Pam Bondi, why did you shut down this investigation last July, and why have you not prosecuted former Prince Andrew?
I don't believe you asked Merrick Garland these questions when he
Answer the
was
fucking
Attorney General and separate.
I agree with
she
you.
needs to
Every
answer
claim
the
on time,
Never
I agree
mentioned
with you. I agree with
Okay.
you.
He's
During
admitting
the,
it.
Did you not hear
during the Biden administration, I called for people looking at Epstein files. Merrick Garland
He
dropped the ball, as did Attorney General Bill Barr,
as did Alex Acosta, a whole string of failures, but you are in charge. You have the power to change things, to hold these men accountable.
Great point. It's just like, look, we get it. There were mistakes made in the past, but I mean, that doesn't mean that you get to make the same mistakes. It's like, what the hell are you trying to say?
Right.
She didn't do her due diligence. That's what this is. She didn't do her due diligence in her role. And whenever you go and look at these things, he's asking, this man right here is asking a whole lot better questions than the other guy. Like, holy moly. He's like, hey, why did you not do this, but you did this?
Yeah, and I mean, I didn't like Pam Bondi's answer with the whole, well, why didn't you hold this guy accountable? Is like, well,
it's like,
you're in the job.
You're in the job now. It's all you.
This job. Do it.
And he's asking a very direct.
Yeah, and he's actually admitting that yes, he agreed with her. He didn't. He did. Everybody dropped the ball before her, but now why isn't she holding on to it? Why is she also dropping it?
And honestly, I don't want to hear, why didn't you ask this person that? No, because that case was in fact dropped. And there is a connection there, why didn't you pursue it further? That is a very straight up demanding question that needs an answer.
Yeah.
And you think about it, if you knew your predecessors dropped the ball, then why didn't you pick it up?
Exactly.
Yeah, and the other thing is, the other thing that I'm looking at is she tried to straw man out of it.
Yeah.
All right.
And you're doing the opposite. You're protecting the bar.
Why this is being like, at this point, impeach her ass. Like, I'm fucking tired of this.
Honestly, yeah. I couldn't agree more.
I'm so tired. But Democrats didn't do it. So fucking what? We're the Republicans. We're the fucking ones that are supposed to come and clean up the fucking mess. Why aren't you doing that?
Yep.
Agreed.
As did Alex Acosta, a whole string of failures, but you are in charge. You have the power to change things, to hold these men accountable, and you're doing the opposite. You're protecting them. So I want to move on to another man.
Can I answer
Donald
that,
Trump.
though?
I want to move on to another
Can I
question.
answer your question about protecting?
You answered the question.
You're saying no. I love this.
I want to discuss another man, Donald Trump, who is all over the Epstein files, like former Prince. Here's the video.
Was that Bill Clinton?
No, that's Epstein.
No,
Like
the dude. No.
Former
Go
Prince
back to
Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
Answer that fucking question.
Merrick Garland.
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the things Donald Trump
Guys,
has
this
done.
is so
There is no
ridiculous.
evidence
Oh my God.
Donald Trump committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one who passed those
Let me
files.
claim my time. I got your answer. You said there's no evidence.
All right.
Can you just answer the question?
That
It's a
blew
fair
me right
question.
there. I was just like, that's all you
I can't. Like this, either she is just willfully fucking incompetent, playing politics, or she's fucking hiding something. And we all
She's
know where
hiding
the
something.
fucking we all know
It's the last one. It's
we all
100%
know-
that last
hold
one.
on. We all know where the fucking left is gonna fucking take this. Oh, she's just fucking protecting Trump. It fucking looks like it here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does.
I'm
Let
me claim my time. I got your answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Chairman, please stop the clock.
sign the legislation. This is
I'd like to take my time.
Time belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a
I
crime.
believe you just lied under oath, and this is all on videotape. You said there's no evidence of crime. I'm showing you, here is a witness statement who called into the FBI.
Yeah, and see, this is why my point reigns in is that I don't think these guys had access to these files before they made their statement. This is why I lean into that, because I'm just like, yeah, he's right then.
And now
if you had access to these files, you're cooked, because you said that there was nothing there. He was trafficking to himself, but here are the files proving otherwise. FBI files, by the way.
Just fucking admit that you were fucking wrong, that you were being fucking overly zealously fucking political, and that you were playing fucking team sports, and now you fucking got caught with your hand in the cookie jar, and you need to go and reinvestigate this shit and bring these people to fucking justice. That's all it fucking takes.
Like I said, it's either she didn't have this information or she had it and she just said F it.
Monty, you're having too much common sense. Y'all are remember, this is politics, bro. Come on now. What did I tell y'all about having common sense?
You can't have common sense when it comes to any of them, and you can't use your brain and be logical when talking to the left.
Well, so here's the thing. This is of her own making. There's no way that she didn't have these pieces of evidence. This is really basic materials, the FBI report line. She's the one who had the binders in the first part of 2025. She's the one who said she's got the files on her desk. Like, she essentially admitted that she had the evidence, and then she just perjured herself. So I mean, Ted Lieu nailed it right on the head, actually.
Yeah, she said that she had them on her desk, and then she said they didn't exist.
Oh, and shout out to my man 457. He sent the bronze medal for 50 joules. Appreciate the support, my man. But all right, guys, let's keep it going.
This is Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop the limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off. And officers.
Now remember, this is a story told by a driver, it was never corroborated or anything like that. But I mean, it is crazy to hear.
It's evidence.
I still find this story or this statement.
We don't know. We just don't know.
Yeah,
we don't know, and it needs to be investigated. That is why we fucking wanted her as the attorney general. That is why.
No, we wanted Matt Gaetz.
we wanted Gaetz.
But they cooked him.
That is why
17-year-old woman.
This guy. That is one of the major reasons why we fucking elected this guy. I can't tell you how many fucking funny videos of Kash Patel going and knocking on everybody's fucking doors and going arresting people, and Pam Bondi in a fucking courtroom fucking convicting people that we fucking got pushed out. Where the fuck are the arrests? Where the fuck are the convictions? Where the fuck is the investigation? Where the fuck is a common sense answer other than, look at this illegal immigrant? Cool. You got an illegal immigrant off the street. That's also why we fucking elected you. Now do the other fucking job we elected you for.
All right.
Stop the limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have.
And shout out to our man Jay Scott. He said, this is making it impossible for me to debate the left, especially at work. I mean, bro, when it comes to this right here, it's like,
I'm sorry, but like when you like, I 100% agree with this statement right here, because I don't really like talking politics at work. I don't think it's the time or the place. And I have a couple people at work that just really like to talk politics at work. And I'm like, I can't say anything against this if they bring it up. Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. Like, you just gotta sit there and agree. Like, you're right. There should be more done. And that's all the left is really saying, bro. There should be more done. How can we sit there and argue against that?
Gonna take this.
Everyone can agree.
This and fucking scream from the fucking high heavens. You're gonna see it in your fucking chat. Oh, Trump's a pedophile. Trump's a pedophile because this dumb bimbo doesn't know how to fucking answer a question. She's been a fucking attorney for what, going on 30 years now or 25 years now. Answer the fucking question. Quit fucking deflecting.
All right.
Well, I mean, she is giving attorney answers.
No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately.
Bro, ASAP.
Epstein should rot in hell. So should the men who patronized his operation. And as we sit here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
Bro, I'm sorry,
May I
but I
respond?
agree.
Yeah, I don't know how you
entire
respond.
last
I
point,
did not
everyone
ask a
can
question.
agree.
He doesn't
You're
want
allowed
to talk
to.
about
I
the
did not ask
horrific
a question.
crime in California. He
Bro,
does
again?
not want to talk about
I did not
sir.
ask a
crime
question.
Another
in his
straw
state.
man.
Madam Attorney General,
This is
I did
another
not
straw
ask
man.
a question.
Meeting will be in order. The gentleman has yielded back his time. I think our next witness will be.
Oh my God.
Bro.
Damn it, Pam.
Another attorney answer.
God
Bro,
damn it,
it's
Pam.
like, no, what
Why
he
is
said
she
was right.
doing this to herself?
I mean,
I
there's
want
really
to bet you
that's the
somebody
best
paid her.
defense she got.
No, I'm
But
willing
the
to bet
best
you some.
defense is a straw man argument. She needs to get off the bench.
Facts.
Yeah.
Facts. Because you like you said, like Chad said, bro, she put herself here. So you gotta speak, you gotta speak on this. And if you want to sit there and straw man and red herring about immigrants, I'm like, I'm sorry, but you're not Christy Gnomes. We really don't care. You're
And
AG.
Here's the other thing is she's
All
making
she
it
has
look
to do is
like
fucking be honest. That's all she has to do is fucking be honest and take
Chase, I
accountability.
completely agree with you. Holy moly. I'm sorry. Can we pin that comment that he said?
Because she's an idiot.
Yes.
What I was trying to say is, you know, the way she's making it look is like she's just enjoying the perks of the title and not doing the responsibility. She is honestly making herself look like a high schooler who just wants to be the senior who wants to graduate without actually doing the work to graduate.
She's basically reinforcing a stereotype of blondes.
Well, let me ask you guys a question. Let me ask you a question. Gamer said it earlier, like follow the money for everything, right? I think that's true in a lot of things. If you're been the AG of Florida for 8 years, you've been a esteemed attorney for 25. Why would you run your name through the mud and get in front of Congress and look this stupid?
And that was the other
Just, I mean, what do you guys think is the reason why she'd be doing
somebody
this?
is paying her. Somebody's paying her off from a 3-letter agency.
I mean,
or someone's threatening
no, guys, let's
her
be
from
real.
a
Wasn't she
3-letter
also
agency.
Attorney General when Epstein? When I don't think when Epstein did. Wait, when was she Attorney General when I think it was Alex Acosta was the one who kind of let this guy off? She was Attorney General then, and she could have went after it then. So this isn't the first time she stood down from tackling the Epstein.
Is she holding water for Epstein because she's afraid?
I mean, to be honest
I
with you,
think
dog,
it's
I
gotta
can
be
see her
something.
holding water
She's
for
a
Epstein
very
because-
fucking aggressive prosecutor. I've seen
Now, like
her.
guys, like, all right, maybe I'm going to be a bit
I have
conspiratorial, but
I have a speculation.
all right, go ahead.
What if she herself is in the files?
That'd be crazy. I think it would, but will we know what? Maybe with the second
we
one,
wouldn't.
might find out.
I don't,
Maybe with the
I
second
don't
one.
fucking doubt anything. Honest to goodness, my stance on this has stayed the same consistently. If you can give me proof that anybody hurt kids, I want them to go through the fucking wood chipper, up to and including anybody.
Yeah.
But
So
I ain't gonna lie, Pam Bondi, she might be paid for. She might be being paid
I
off.
haven't seen
I
it.
almost feel like
I've heard.
I mean, all their names are redacted, so
Yeah, but I've heard
There's-
conjecture and all this fucking speculation of team sports, but I have not seen proof of anybody, really anybody. All the fucking they're all fucking redacted. So the second someone can show me proof, I will be right on there fucking holding a sign in a fucking protest and with fucking Antifa.
All right, let's get to the next video. All right, let's get to the next video, guys, because it's been a little bit too long.
Hold on, let
Thank
Toad
you.
say something.
Thank you, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member.
All right, Tove, go ahead. My bad.
I was gonna say, here's my kind of off the wall theory. What if she's actually working with the Democrats to make
She's
to
acting
make
like
the
a fucking Democrat.
Yeah, she's doing a good job if that's the case. But shout out to my man Vladstein, said makes you wonder which elites have something over her head. Same with Cash. I'm not going to blame Trump for their stupid behavior. I mean, all right. Well, let's keep it going. But a lot of people are going to blame Trump though. So hey,
I mean, but it's Occam's razor. It's the easiest thing to explain. It's her boss.
Yeah.
That's the common denominator, guys. Like I'm like, regardless of politics, I don't care about any of that stuff. If you replace it, like that's the easiest way to explain it, right? I don't know.
I mean, to be honest with you, yeah. But all right, guys, let's keep it going.
Raskin, and thank you. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, and distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for hosting me here today. I'm grateful for the opportunity to answer your questions, highlight the work of our department, and discuss the most important topic of all, keeping the American people safe. A little over a year ago, I was sworn into office as the 87th Attorney General of the United States. I came into office with the goal of refocusing the Department of Justice on its core mission after years of bloated bureaucracy and political weaponization. The Department of Justice's core mission is to fight violent crime, protect the American people, and defend the rule of law above all else. While our work is never done, we have made tremendous progress to make America safe again. In 2025, we saw the lowest murder rate in 125 years. That's nothing short of historic. If you compare 25 to 24, here's what you'll find. The murder rate is down 21%, robbery down 23%, carjacking down 43%, gun assault down 22%, ag assault, burglary, could go on and on. Crime is declining. This did not happen by accident. The numbers tell an important yet straightforward story. President Trump has given us the resources, the support, and the leadership to protect the American people. President Trump's policies have saved lives. I cannot think of a policy outcome more important than protecting the lives of American citizens. Can you?
All right, we're gonna move past her opening statements and get right back to you. Whoops, here we go.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
I have a UC, Mr. Chairman.
And that is the gentlelady from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. El Paso airspace reopened after FAA quickly rescinds 10-day flights restriction. This was published by the Texas Tribune on February 11th, 2026. And it says it was because of an impasse with the DOD over the use of unmanned military aircraft and not triggered by Mexican cartels.
What does that have to do with the fucking DOJ?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I didn't hear back about the second round of questions. I assume that's not happening. I just want to be able to assure
So did we hear Massey's questioning?
That's not a point of order.
Not yet, but I do got it.
That every member will get.
That's a good one.
With the witness. Will there be 5 minutes for each?
Yeah, you get 5 minutes. Yeah.
And with the witness. Okay, very good.
Yeah. Okay. And are you up next? Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to begin by acknowledging the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific abuse who are in the room with us today. I want to thank all of you for your bravery in speaking out. I want to say that you and the other survivors of these heinous crimes deserve better from this Department of Justice. In particular, it is shocking that the department did not redact the names of Epstein's victims, but it did redact the names of their abusers. I don't know whether this was done out of incompetence or whether it was deliberate and malicious, but either way, it is completely unacceptable. Even more troubling, the DOJ has failed to bring any of these perpetrators to justice. Instead, it has engaged in a relentless pursuit of Donald Trump's perceived enemies. I want to focus on just one example. The Attorney General of my home state of New York, Tish James. This DOJ has been hell-bent on securing an indictment against Ms. James for something, anything, simply because she held Donald Trump's companies accountable for years of financial fraud. And indeed, the department manufactured an investigation against her for alleged, quote, mortgage fraud. But the U.S. attorney leading the investigation, Eric Siebert, a Trump appointee, refused to bring charges against Ms. James because there was simply no evidence. Unfortunately, a prosecutor who refuses to do Trump's bidding has no place in this DOJ, so Mr. Siebert was forced out. Trump could not contain his fury that he expressed to you in a social media post addressed to you by name. I'm sure you've seen it. Quote, I fired him and there is a great case, he wrote to you about Mr. Siebert. Then we moved down. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility. They impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. And obviously, you followed that order. Lindsay Halligan, Trump's former defense lawyer who had never prosecuted a case in her life, was installed to replace Mr. Siebert, and it was clear that part of her mandate was to go after Miss James. Halligan immediately sought an indictment, which
I mean, you know what's kind of hilarious about this? It is a bit of retribution because there was a lot. I mean, didn't Letitia James pretty much, get elected on or, get put into the position on the premise that, oh, I'm going to go after Donald Trump?
Yes.
So that's what she got elected
Yes, she
on. So the fact that you guys are complaining about that is hilarious. You're right. It shouldn't be done. But you guys sat there and watched her do it. And now you're crying that somebody's doing it to her. I mean,
And
hey,
here's
man,
the other.
if they find verifiable evidence, it is what it is.
Yeah, and it's funny because one of the things that she went after Trump for, she's currently actually there's actual proof that she did herself.
Yeah, mortgage fraud.
Yep.
But all right, no, I do want to get over to Thomas Massey though. Let's get over. We're gonna get back to that video, but let's get into our guy Thomas Massey because apparently he was the one that was cooking the most. But shout out my man Vladstein. All of this just to shift opinion for midterms. Yeah, that's true. These these politicians could care less about any of the victims. If they truly cared, they would have leave politics out of it.
But here's the thing. Here's my take on that. And I agree with you, Vlad. And it's absolutely what the Democrats are doing. But make it at least look like they're fucking doing that. Stop fucking affirming it and making it look like they have a fucking point. Fall on your fucking sword and say, hey, this is what fucking happened. There's fucking a million fucking plausible answers she could have fucking given other than look at this mean looking illegal immigrant.
All right, let's get to the next video.
Briefly to her statement.
Well, I think we can do that
Okay.
probably on one of our members.
Okay, thank you. I don't want that to get away. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Behind me, I have 3 documents from the DOJ production that are emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. To my right is an email that was sent by the victims' lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact, a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you, that was in the title, the victims' survivors' names, all right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking, Co-Conspirators, fully redacted. And by the way, I'm going to unredact them here. Les Wexner is in this. Now, your your deputy attorney general said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files, but he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's listed as a co-conspirator, not to
Bro, co-conspirator and main financier. I mean, he's one of the reasons why Jeffrey Epstein got that mansion is him. And the scary thing about Lex Wessner, him being a financier and a co-conspirator with Jeffrey Epstein is that, bro, this man basically runs the city I'm in. Like, to be honest with you, the man got his name all over the place. I mean, our big mall, Easton, our Ohio State University, his daughter has her own building there. Crazy stuff.
Hey, Seth.
Yo.
Can you put us across the bottom of the screen? You and I are just covered up by your QR code.
Oh, I got you. There we go. Well, yeah.
How shallow can you be, Monty?
The child sex trafficking, not to prostitution, not to money laundering, child sex trafficking. And then finally, what we have here is the third exhibit that I have is emblematic of the FD 302 release. These are the documents that we need that you're holding on to and over redacting because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction? Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the website that we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of accountability?
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times.
Yeah, I already told you that. This is where he's listed as a co-conspirator.
Can I finish my answer? Come on, let me finish my answer. We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's
Leave me alone.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time.
He was,
Mr. Chairman.
This is how this works.
Can I have my time back? Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady can give her answer. The time belongs to the gentleman from.
All right, I'm reclaiming my
Can I give
time.
my answer?
So
Yes.
I'm going to put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman,
because I
may I
have
give
another
my
question.
answer on that?
Here's
It's a political
the question.
joke, and I need to give my answer
Yeah,
on that.
we'll let the Attorney General respond, and then the gentleman can move to his
Chairman,
next question.
it's my time.
Within 40
Chairman.
minutes, you asked me a question.
You can give
Within
me-
40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes
You
of me catching you red-handed.
Red-handed, there was one redaction out
Where
of
he's
over
listed as a
4,700,
co-conspirator.
Okay.
and we invited
what?
you
Show
in.
the video.
This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs.
Nah, come on, sis. Come on, sis. Like you did redact the co-conspirator of
didn't.
Jeffrey Epstein.
No,
Well,
she didn't just go.
the DOJ.
Bro,
Come on.
bro.
Like, come on. And then he was like, oh, he has term derangement syndrome. That doesn't escape the fact that a co-conspirator's name, one of the main co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein, was redacted. That doesn't
Answer
escape
the
the fact.
fucking question.
Well, she is trying this time.
I think at this point we can all agree on every side that she just needs to be taken off the bench and somebody needs to replace her.
Oh God, because at this point it's done. It's done. I have no more.
He didn't say
Pam
Trump
Bondi.
one fucking time.
The thing is if it was just simple incompetence or a crappy AI, there's like day 2 activity that happens after the release. It should be a continuous auditing process to be able to check, did we redact, over redact, under redact? So like her justification of saying, "Oh, I got it off after 40 minutes," is like it's total BS.
Yeah, no, like it's absolute. Like you want to go and verify because they do this shit electronically. They're not fucking highlighting shit with a black Sharpie anymore. They're doing it electronically. So you want to go in and fucking actually look at the publicly accessible UI and fucking go read through it and make sure the shit that you wanted redacted is actually redacted. But this is fucking bullshit. The fact that his name is up there and then it's redacted in one name, like either way. I grilled the guy earlier for fucking not keeping it consistent, but that is now my question. What the fuck are you guys doing? Why are you so bad at your fucking, either you're so bad at your job, which you're not fucking bad at catching me for fucking not paying $600 of fucking tax on a Venmo transfer. So what the fuck is going on that you're
Somebody
hiding?
has her. Somebody has her. She
needs to get the fuck out of the office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone's either paying her or someone has something on her that's got her
Or maybe she's
playing these
afraid she's gonna
games.
get Clintoned. I don't fucking know. But either way, she's compromised and I don't fucking want her in there anymore.
I don't know. I think that she's probably a really great investigator. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Like a lot of people are probably scared of her getting in there. I think she saw this stuff a long time ago.
Then why
I don't underestimate her abilities as an attorney. I'll put it to you that way.
Then why isn't she fucking running with it then?
My thing is, if she's straw manning every single question,
Yeah.
then why, does she do the same thing as an attorney? And if she does,
That's why she's a good attorney.
be an attorney. That's not what makes a good attorney at all. That is something that actually hurts her as an attorney. Because if you sit here and you straw man and you're saying, oh, but what about this person doing this? No, that's not how refuting evidence works or bringing evidence into court works. That's not how that works.
All right, shout out to my man Jace. This makes me wonder why Senate didn't want Gates as AG now. I mean, because Gates was really gonna go after people, and Gates was calling out Israeli influences. So, I mean,
I
let's
don't
be
know,
real.
man. I'm just.
Bro, you start calling out that, and you're no longer eligible to work in the government no more. I mean, shoot, look what they did to Steve Bannon. But all right, let's get right back to it.
You're a failed politician.
Gentlemen,
You need to get on these matters.
Mr. Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules here.
There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Is that your position as well?
I mean, that's what I was talking about too.
You're a failed politician.
Gentlemen,
you need to get on these matters.
Mr. Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules here.
There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
No credible information. So
who believes them?
Is either they did this without knowledge of the Epstein files or what was actually in there, or they seen this and they say, yeah, we're just gonna run a cover up. A or B.
It's one of the two. It's literally one or the two. Either they didn't have the information and they were fucking grandstanding then, or they had the information and they fucking lied about it. Either way, they need to be fucking gone. The two of them. Kash Patel, I really, really, really had fucking high hopes for you, but fuck you, dude. Fuck you.
Yeah, he sold out on that one.
Is that your position as well?
My position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would love to hear from them. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years?
God.
Did you talk about Epstein?
I am reclaiming my time. I'm glad you're asking about Merrick Garland,
You get to reclaim
because this
time when
is
you don't-
bigger than
when you can't-
Watergate.
when I don't answer a question the
This
way you
goes
want.
over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are.
I mean, let's be real. We're going all the way back to 2006. That's Bush.
Yes.
It's like you just can't sit there and blame Biden's administration the whole time. I mean, we gotta go back to Bush, Obama, Biden, and now Trump. Everybody's complicit.
Trump won, Biden
I'm
won, Trump too. All of them.
Bro, I'm so glad that that senator actually said that, because he said the quiet part out loud. Like, bro, this goes back decades. We can't even just stop at one president.
Yeah, we was like when we like AG's already failed us for decades. We was hoping you're gonna be different.
That's what we fucking voted for, was fucking different.
Yeah, no more
We're getting the
cover-ups.
same shit we got from Merrick Garland. If I fucking wanted Merrick Garland, I would have just fucking voted for Biden again.
Responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
Now,
where the
I want to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
Now,
where the
I want to know at what
transparent-
point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wessner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen, please, to release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not. And it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
May she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on deep fake AI porn. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, could she answer the question?
Chairman, I was wondering, the gentlelady is allowed, the Attorney General is allowed to respond the way she wants to respond to any member's questions, Republican, Democrat.
I have unanimous consent
deep
request.
fake AI.
Gentleman's recognized for
this
UC.
conversation.
All right. This is an
How about-
example.
hold on, pause.
I'm submitting these
Pause.
3.
How about real fucking child molestation? How about sexual assault of minors? Can we fucking get on board to fucking go after that, please? Attorney General?
Well, you know, Mayor Garland, and I mean, well, you know, the Democrats
fuck up
and
with Merrick Garland. He's gone. That's why he's gone.
Bro, I get you. Trust me. It is frustrating hearing this lady right now.
I'm gonna say
Well, the thing is,
this if Republicans lose the primary, one of the biggest reasons is gonna be because of Pam Bondi, and I genuinely think that is what she's setting out to do.
Oh, go ahead, Chad.
Yeah, well, really quickly on that, I'm not convinced that this is like fully for the midterms, guys. I think that, like, personally, I think that there was a lot of other things happening in our country that probably would have been just fine for the left when it comes to midterm, but different conversation. What I was gonna say is that for the attorney general to just blatantly not answer the questions from someone of their side, it doesn't make any sense because we know Bill Clinton's in it. Like, you could be roasting Clinton right now. You could be putting him under the jail, and they're choosing not to do it, which makes this even more fishier in my opinion.
So my question is, I don't think the right is gonna fucking have a field day with this. I don't think Bill and Hillary Clinton are implicated. Just as much as I don't think Donald Trump is implicated. I do not think this is my guy is fucking clean and your guy is fucking dirty. That's what this fucking was sold to us as. The more I read about it, the more I fucking digest it, the more I realize that that's just fucking political fucking gaming. And I'm tired of that, but I think it goes deeper than that, and I think that I don't know.
I'm just saying from a political standpoint, it could be a win for Trump and his administration if it came out right that Clinton was implicated, which for the record, I'm fairly certain like he was. I mean, one of those diaries specifically calls him out, and it's really nasty stuff.
He's a biter.
Yeah, I think he's part. I think he's part of it, man. But the thing is that if you go that direction, you got to go the other way too. Yeah. And I think there's too many people, whether or not Trump's included in that circle or not, that are close enough to his sphere of influence. They just want to touch it.
It's literally, I mean, let's not forget what Jeffrey Epstein's whole fucking mission is. I'm not going to sit here and mince words. Sorry, Seth, your stream's going to get fucking taken down by the fucking America's favorite fucking ally. But that's what his fucking job was to do, was to fucking get dirt on people so that he could fucking use it to gain favor. And, you know, it just happened to coke his sick, sadistic fucking urges himself. He is a predator, and he used that, and he was used as an asset by Mossad and probably by our CIA to keep our government in a house of cards holding pattern, keep them in fucking line. Now that it's all fucking coming undone, everybody's trying to fucking run for the hills and hold what they have. If it needs to fall, it needs to fucking fall. That's all there is to it. Period.
All right.
I've seen a clip
that are entirely redacted.
Hold on.
So I seen a clip from Pam Bondi, and basically when they asked, why didn't you just release everything unredacted? I think it's in this clip that you're about to watch. And she said, I want my credit set. I said before that if whatever's in those files must be so damning that if it were to come out, it would completely break the world structure. She said those exact words almost. And everybody left, right, and center was like, burn it then.
Yeah.
Burn it.
I mean, like, bro, our whole economy and the government's going to be torn apart. It's ran on child pedophilia. We don't give a damn if that's the case.
Burn it.
Like, burn it down.
Hey, I'll be the first one in the fucking street rioting. If we need to burn the fucking shit down, then we need to burn the shit down. Like, that's all there is to it. You do not deserve power or authority or influence over me and my fucking life if that's what you fucking do. You don't.
This is an example. I'm submitting these 302 forms that are entirely redacted, even when you go to look at them.
Without objection.
I'm submitting a witness statement that implicates Les Wexner.
Without objection.
I'm submitting an article from the New York Times that the DOJ released nude photos and identifiable pictures of the victims. I'm submitting a letter from AG Bondi to Kash Patel, imploring him to quit keeping the files when you found out that they were keeping files from you, because they're still redacting files.
Chairman, are we going to recess for votes?
Yes, we are. I'm submitting for unanimous consent a document of 17 individuals who've resigned because
hold on now. Did he just like, dang? So Pam Bondi wrote a letter to Kash Patel pretty much saying, look, man, we know you sitting on some files, bro. Come on now. Like,
so in other words, Kash Patel is the one. That's probably why Dan Bongino stepped away.
So if Kash Patel is gatekeeping the files, then wow.
That makes a lot more sense why Dan Bongino would be like, yeah, I'm out.
Why is she running cover for them then?
I mean, and honestly, then why ain't Dan Bongino speaking up about it? If anything, he's over here trying to run excuses. Like, he's over here trying to say, look, man, that's all we had. You got to understand, and you weren't there, and you're not qualified. It's like, okay, bro. But shout out to our man Jay Scott. He says, at this point, we're all in the same boat.
Pause. So their job as authority figures over us that control our fucking lives, control our fucking economy, control everything about, who we can marry, what gun we can have. They have that much power over us. They're supposed to.
Only one that got power over me is Jesus Christ.
Stop. They're supposed to explain it to us like we're kindergartners so that everybody can understand. Why are they being shady then?
That's a really good question. But all right, though. Now, I guess we can go ahead and move on to our guy, Howard Lucknick, and let's see how he held up. Let's see here. I got a couple of videos here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. Mr. Secretary, the Census Bureau is under your jurisdiction, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And the Census Bureau is in charge of defining what it means to be poor or in poverty in America. Is that correct?
I think it does economic analysis for America.
But it also defines poverty level, does it not?
I don't know if it's the defining.
Well, you need to look, because it does.
Okay.
Damn.
How fucking love him. No, this isn't a quiz. If you know, what's the
can we pause for a second?
To live at or below the poverty.
Yo.
So out of all of Congress, there's this guy, Josh Hawley, and then there's another one that's a female that I really like, and like it's because of the way they talk, and like 100%. Just listen to the way he phrases things. He's going to try to make sure that everybody knows what he's talking about and make sure that they have to answer it.
Hold on. I'm not saying you're the dumbest person in the world, but you better hope the dumbest person doesn't die.
If you hate cops because they're cops, next time, call a crackhead.
Now, guys, now we do have... Oh, I'm sorry, but I had to read out the poll. So shout out to the poll. Should Pam Bondi be fired? Out of 237 votes, we have 69% yes, 31% no.
Who's the 31% that said no?
I mean,
what's your name in the chat?
Hey, man, some people...
The ones that realize she's helping the Dems.
Honestly, I want to hear some of the reasons why they say no. Because after this, she has to go.
Please, if you disagree, because this is the first poll that I've been like, I actually want to understand this breakup. Tell me why you think Pam Bondi should not resign or should not be fired.
Yeah, please and thank you. Let's get back to the video.
if you're saying that she shouldn't be fired because you don't want you want the Trump administration to have their reign, Trump can appoint another AG, one that will actually do what we're asking for.
For America.
But it also defines poverty level, does it not?
I don't know if it's the defining.
Well, you need to look because it does.
Okay.
If you know, this isn't a quiz. If you know, what's the percentage of Americans who live at or below the poverty level?
I don't know the percentage.
Okay, it's around 11%. It's been constant. Now, when the Census Bureau defines poverty, they do it by income. You're aware of that. When the Census Bureau defines poverty using income, they only count income that the individual earns or cash income that the individual gets from the federal government. Is that correct?
Well, it includes all sources of their income. I mean, that is the purpose.
Yeah, their income and cash income from the federal government. Is that correct?
Oh, meaning does it include income that they receive from the federal government?
Yeah, cash.
I think so.
Yeah. So if a person makes $11,000 a year, that's considered toward poverty level. But if the person gets a cash payment, let's say in the form of SSI or TANF, that counts too. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm not certain.
Yeah, it does. Okay. Right. Are you aware that your agency doesn't count non-cash payments from the federal government defining poverty?
Oh, let me see here.
According to Vlad.
I am not.
Are you aware that your agency doesn't count refund?
I'm sorry, that's effed up, but he says, I'm sorry. I'm guessing they threatened to shower Cash Patel. I'm like, bro.
That's fucked up. That's fucked up. That's fucked up.
But all right, though, let's get to the best part of this. He's like, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick talks about briefly visiting Epstein Island. If he'd have been honest about that in the first place, you wouldn't be here, but it is what it is.
Secretary Lutnick, as I said in my opening statement, you led people to believe that you had cut off all contact with Jeffrey Epstein.
Here we go.
After the 2005 encounter you and your wife had in his apartment. But as I'm sure you know, the Epstein files show a very different record of interaction. Why do the Epstein files show you coordinating a meeting and planning a visit with Jeffrey Epstein on his private island in December 2012?
So I haven't seen this, but I'm willing to bet his answer is at least 5% better than whatever the fuck Bimbo Bondi said.
Let's see.
It is.
Thank you for the question. I'm glad to be here to make it clear that I met Jeffrey Epstein when I moved to a house next door to him in New York, right? And I met him then. Over the next 14 years, I met him 2 other times that I can recall, 2 times. And that is none for 6 years. So 6 years later, I met him. And then a year and a half after that, I met him and never again. Probably the total, and you've seen all of these documents, of these millions and millions of documents, there may be 10 emails connecting me with him, probably about 10 emails connecting me with him over a 14-year period. I did not have any relationship with him. I barely had anything to do with that.
That's such a Bill Clinton answer.
I did not have sex with that man.
I think you understand the root of concern here. It's the way you described very emphatically your first encounter with him in his apartment, said you were disgusted, would never have any contact with him again. Did you in fact make the visit to Jeffrey Epstein's private island?
I did have lunch with him as I was on a boat going across on a family vacation. My wife was with me, as were my 4 children and nannies. I had another couple. They were there as well with their children, and we had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour, and we left with all of my
Oh
children,
my God, this
with my
looks so
nannies
bad.
and my wife. all
Taking your
together,
kids
and we were
around
on
this
vacation.
I mean, damn, with the nannies, I mean, well,
With the nannies, your wife.
You know what?
Oh
I
my
just stayed there
God.
for an hour and had dinner.
You know
Just
what,
an hour.
lefties? I have no fucking defense for this guy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't care how
Monty.
pretty the fucking island is. I don't care how good the fucking lunch is. If I think you're a pedophile or, in his words, deeply disgusting, I'm not gonna, park my yacht on your fucking dock and go have lunch with you. I'm sorry. I understandably understand why everybody is fucking gunning for the Trump administration.
Well, I didn't pick it up when I first heard it, but he said I brought my nannies, and there's an email where Epstein is like interested in meeting Lutnick's nannies. So that makes it even more kind of gross.
Oh my God, bro.
At least they're of age, dude.
For me,
Well,
like,
I guess.
Maybe.
for me, this is something that like
Is
my
an island boy.
my original
Oh my
question,
God, stop.
knowing what kind of man this was, do you regret taking your kids around them, knowing what he could do to them?
I would
Yeah.
I would never take my daughter around someone that I so empathetically said was such a creep. Sorry.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even go around you myself.
All right, let's go.
Right?
We were not a party.
And he moved next door to him?
There was anything untoward about that.
They
in
live next door,
2012.
yeah.
I don't recall why we did it, but
Mr. Secretary, again, as I said, there's
That liquor in his cup is suspiciously red.
wrongdoing with Jeffrey Epstein.
Untoward about that in 2012. I don't recall why we did it, but
Mr. Secretary, again, as I said, there's not an indication that you yourself engaged in any wrongdoing with Jeffrey Epstein. It's the fact that you believe that you misled the country and the Congress based on your earlier statements, suggesting that you cut off all contact when in fact you had not. When you visited the private island, did you see anything inappropriate during that visit?
the only thing I saw with my wife and my children and the other couple and their children was staff who worked for Mr. Epstein on that island.
And
what they look like?
Nah, you know what? I think he did see some stuff. He probably thinking about the waitress that was a young lady. He's going like, damn, she did look kind of young. Like, oof. But he ain't gonna talk about
staff
that.
members. Call them staff members. Call them staff members.
Yeah.
That's why I said what they look like.
I have a question as to what is in that cup because I realized it like as soon as I commented. That stuff in that cup that does not look like coffee. It's too red.
It's black coffee. What's wrong with you? That's just light coffee. He's a bitch. He drinks his coffee a little light.
God
damn, Monty. Fuck.
You ain't fucking with him no more.
No,
I don't fuck with pedos.
We don't know for sure.
Well,
But
it's
he
all
does-
surprisingly
but he-
see.
I ain't gonna lie, though. It's damning though. It is looking like a 70% chance. You know, you might have had some.
Because dude, when he got
Mm,
asked that question on what did you see, he stuttered too much for me. And it was either one, he was traumatized, or two, he was trying to pick his words carefully.
He looked like he's at a damn funeral. Is what he looks like.
A funeral for his own execution.
I'm a decrepit old man.
But all right, we'll get back.
He looks
What's happening
terrified.
right now?
I saw with my wife and my children and the other couple and their children was staff who worked for Mr. Epstein on that island.
And you
No,
realize
he's
that,
trying not to
you know,
cry.
this visit took place after he'd been convicted, right? I mean, you made a very big point of saying that you sensed that this was a bad person in 2005. And then, of course, in 2008, he was convicted of soliciting prostitution of a minor. And yet you went and had this trip and other interactions. Did you have a dinner in Epstein's New York City home in 2011?
Oh yeah, because I think that dinner did happen after his conviction, right?
So hold on, pause.
Oof.
Before we go down that road, I don't understand it, but there were a lot of people, even after he was convicted, that still decided that they were going to hang out with him for whatever reason. People interviewed him. In fact, the interview that I'm going to have set play is literally an interview after he gets out of jail.
Facts.
Telephone back in.
Oh, gotcha.
11.
Hold on here.
No.
So the information that suggests that there was a dinner with Woody Allen and Woody Allen's spouse at the Epstein residence, that's there's nothing to that. Is that right?
I actually don't know what you're referring to. There was, look, I looked through the millions of documents for my name, just like everybody else. And what I found was there was a document that says that I had a meeting with him on in May, I think, for an hour at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Not dinner or otherwise, for an hour at 5 o'clock.
All right. There's also a reference to the fact that Epstein had expressed an interest in meeting your nanny. Do you know whether Jeffrey Epstein ever met with your nanny?
No, I saw that. I had no idea what that was about. It had nothing to do with me.
No
as far as
interaction
I
at
know.
all with him on there.
No,
shit.
As far as I know, no.
Would you, Mr. Secretary?
You might want to find out because your nanny might have been trying to either, I don't know, get blackmail information on you or how do you work with
Traffic his
Epstein?
children.
Like why was Epstein talking to your nanny? Like that is a really good question. You're hitting us with the, I didn't even know that was going on.
Wood chipper.
Bringing the nanny.
Be willing to.
And this is,
ensure that
hold up, pause it
file
real
is
quick. I want
complete
to highlight
share.
a point. So this is what I was saying the other day. Some people may be in the Epstein files and are victims, not just of obviously the victims, but like political victims. And some people are in the Epstein files. Obviously, the rest are.
But how are they political victims, though? Chad, how are you?
Think about it. Hold up. So think about it like this. Yeah, his whole story about going to the island and didn't see anything besides staff, even though we all know that's a lie. Okay, we can make a judgment about that. But then Epstein asking, having communication with the nanny behind the scenes, that's a classic coercion blackmail tactic. What better way to get a hold of somebody but through their kids? And going through the nanny, and as he said, he didn't know. We gotta take him at his word. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. If he didn't know, he could have been a target of potential blackmail.
Would it be too far to say instead of the wood chipper, we just turn them into human lab rats?
I'm done.
Bro, we could do testing for like anything. We could do human trials.
We can make Bill Gates. We can make Bill Gates test his own vaccines, and we can see if they're safe.
I'm done.
Yes.
All right. Let's get back to the video. Whoops. There we go.
Share with this committee and the Congress your own records, any records you have that relate to Jeffrey Epstein.
I will surely talk about that. I hadn't thought about that. I have nothing to hide. Absolutely nothing.
Really?
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I do think this goes right to the heart of the question of credibility based on the Secretary's earlier statements. I hope to pursue some of the other issues in front of the hearing as we go on.
All right there. Whoops. Go ahead and get to this one over here.
Mr. Secretary, you've referred and referenced that dozens of states have submitted complete plans for deployment dollars under Beard and signed final agreements. Rhode Island, my state, has done that. They signed their final agreement nearly 2 months ago, but they have not got any funding and they have no indications of what lies ahead. Can you clarify the situation? What's the holdup?
If your state has signed the agreement, they should be able to draw funds. There is nothing. Once we send you the document, if you sign it, you can draw funds from the grant process. There should be nothing in the way. And I'm happy as I leave here to go find out how I can help you fix that. Because if you've signed that, there should be nothing in your way to receive the grant proceeds.
And if you want to personally deliver it, Newport's a nice place to deliver it.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Until you became secretary.
All right, I guess that's all the grilling they really did on him when it came to Epstein was just that right there. Oh, all right, then I guess we can go ahead and move on to the Epstein interview with Steve Bannon.
Oh, bother.
All right.
Just
Now, have we confirmed that he's still alive, or are we just speculating that?
Speculating.
No, he's still alive.
I thought it was just speculating.
We have no proof, but it looks very, very suspicious. And in the photo that you see of him on the autopsy table, he is pinker than he is right now. It's almost like he's laying down Trendelenburg, which means feet above heart.
There was also an announcement of his death that was dated the day before from some federal agency, so it's definitely sketchy. Yeah,
a little too sketchy.
You know what?
Okay, so what about that one video that we saw about Hillary Clinton going into his cell? Do you think she was there to help him escape at that point?
Hillary Clinton does not get her hands directly dirty. That is AI. If you saw that,
guy. Okay.
I know a video did come out. There was a video of Epstein in his cell. I mean, I guess it looked like he was trying to hang himself. It looked like, bro, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, it was a video.
Wait. Pause.
It isn't part of the Epstein drop.
Pause.
Yeah.
There's a camera in Epstein's cell after we were told there what was it?
Yeah. Yeah, when they released all the Epstein files, they released the footage inside his cell, outside his cell, bro. Every corner of that jail.
Can you please find that?
Yeah, I got you. Let me see if I can go and pull that up here.
Please, I'm sorry to derail that, but
give some basics,
please.
some things I want to do inquire from the others. Walk me through the Santa Fe Institute. What was it about the time at the math? And this was in the late 90s. So they're not going to hear me on this part, right? We're going to do it both ways?
It will not be on the video, but we do have you recorded.
Fine. Remember, when you're answering on these questions, I'm not in the shot, and they're never going to hear my voice. So a little bit, you got to repeat in your answer, you got to repeat what my question was.
Oh, well, found it.
Santa Fe Institute.
All
Why?
Right. Let's play it before we
All
get
right.
into this. Is 2 hours.
Viewer discretion advised, by the way. But here it is. This was released by the government. So as you see, this is Jeffrey Epstein, 12 minutes, and this was on, I believe, the 8th, August 10th, 2019.
Where is him setting it up?
Look, it's tied right there, and it looks like, I don't know, is he trying to force it over? Like, what's going on? Because it looked like he did tie something there. And
it's exactly how I said. It's exactly how I said you would do it.
Yeah, it's exactly how you explained it, but it's also exactly how I explained it too. It just looks weird. Like his knees are touching the ground. It's like he's forcing it.
He's still alive. He's absolutely still alive. So
this was just, and this is only a 12-second video.
Pause,
so it sounds like this might be just for show. Go ahead.
Pause. I proposed 2 theories, if you remember. One, pause the video. I proposed that he was laying up on that top rack right there and moved himself and like flung himself off, which is why he broke his neck in the way that he did, so that he would like actually fall to the ground, or that he did this right here. If I said if he did this right here, that's very, very hard to do to yourself. So I don't buy if this is what they're putting out there, I don't buy it. He did this. They did this for show. He is still alive.
Yep, and let's see here. Where does this? Yeah, this comes from justice.gov/Epstein files/dataset 8. So you can go into dataset 8 and you'll be able to find this video.
All right, let's get off of it before YouTube takes the stream down.
All right.
Top of your game on Wall Street. do you decide to
Oh,
finance?
crap. And shout out to my man Vladstein. He says money and power is far more important to these people and being a part of the power cult than the morality of being a normal and caring human being. Obviously, it's all about money. It's all about money. Every single time.
That's which was at the time, or endow, or become the donor or sponsor, however you want to say it, for what was considered the most cutting edge group of mathematicians in the world. Action.
So Santa Fe Institute in the late 80s, early 90s, I was interested, I was on the board of Rockefeller. So that starts, Rockefeller University, formed by John D. Rockefeller to sort of give back to the community. It's east side of Manhattan, except it was old. It was sort of old fashioned. They were talking about medicine, and medicine by itself was again subject to the ideas of science.
Hey, Seth.
Don't use science to find.
So Green Bean brought up a very good point. If you put it up on screen, it's the last comment.
Gotcha.
And just
Never know. They might have different models for it.
No. So I've in the hospitals and in jail cells, like suicide rooms, it is exactly like that. Like it's almost like it's not a 360 camera, but it's a fisheye, so you can see, like, there's no blind spots in it.
And
it
was hard to tell because of how low quality it is, but it didn't look like it was a bed sheet, because that's what they said they found as the news. That didn't appear to be a bed sheet to me.
So his bed sheets were orange. I've never seen orange bed sheets, but they, like, the pictures that they showed, like, you can see. I don't know if you can find
The picture of the noose that he hung himself with is orange, though.
Yeah.
I'm just saying in that video, it was hard to make it out.
Hey, I get what you're saying. Yeah, true.
And it almost looks fake. Like, it almost looks AI. Like, all that orange stuff, it looks like there's like an orange puddle behind him.
Yeah, good point. But all right.
It also looks like he doesn't have legs. Like it looked like to me like his legs were in the floor, not on the floor.
Not behind him. Like his femurs were shorter, if that makes sense.
Yeah, if he was kneeling like the way that you would think, then you would at least be able to see his knees. Even leaning forward, you would still be able to see at the very least the meat of one of his legs, and I didn't see that in the video.
Hold on, I got you.
Behind himself.
I got it right here. I think we can go ahead and look. There's his knees there. Now, as we play the video,
orange puddle. Look at the orange puddle.
It's a puddle, not actually.
And there's his knees right here. So he's on his knees. I'm not sure if he's dangling above it or is his knees planted on the ground.
His knees are planted on the ground. You can't dangle with
your theory said he might be able to dangle with them knees. 6 feet.
No. My theory was set that he threw himself off the top bunk or tied it off of the bunk and dangled below. Like, you'd have to throw, look at his legs. His legs would have to be kind of under the rack. And he'd be leaning forward and kind of forced into that.
Okay. All right. Thanks for clarifying that one then.
What was that? What was that movie? It almost reminds me of a movie that with Robin Williams where he's a single dad and his son accidentally.
Now let's not get too far.
No. I'm trying to. The way that Monty's describing it, it reminds me of that movie, and I'm trying to describe what. I'm trying to see if I'm going to see if I can find the clip to show what Monty's talking about, because that's how it would really look if he had actually killed himself.
We got to be careful how much sewer slide we put up on YouTube, guys.
Oh, no. I shouldn't say I'm trying to find the clip. I'm trying to describe how it looks in that movie, but I'm hoping other people had seen it so that they knew what I was talking about.
All right. Well, let's get to this interview because we're only 1 minute. We're only 1 minute in on a 2-hour interview.
All right. You got to listen to this interview.
Disease. And I said, no, we need to do something different. We need to start interdisciplinary work. In most.
How did a schmuck like you get on the board of Rockefeller? What year was that?
I don't remember. Late, I think 89 and 91.
So that's one of the most prestigious research places in the world, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How did a guy like you get on the board of a blue blood, internationally known, hard research, Nobel Prize winners all over the place? How do they pick a guy like you, a trader from, or basically some guy from Bear Stearns?
Good question. So I was asked to be on the board of Rockefeller, and I think it was, I was on the board of Rockefeller. There was a money manager who said, Rockefeller needs someone with financial expertise because the university is growing and there's lots of new things. You have to, again, we go back to the original discussion the last time. Up until the mid 80s or sort of early mid 70s, the most important thing was your name. If you were Rockefeller, you already were considered to be brilliant. If you were head of General Motors, it was your reputation. It was who you knew, who your family was, what was your character. And then in the mid 70s, basically, if you remember, you probably had a calculator. It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator where it could, by putting in the numbers, it would multiply for you to do square roots. And that was the first, and everyone who had a calculator was already advanced on Wall Street. A simple almost like your accountant. The most important parts of business were really now going to calculations. So it's not only mathematics, but it's things that could be calculated. Reputation couldn't be calculated. I could give you, are you a 10 on a reputation scale, an 8? What does it mean to have a measurement of your reputation? We'll get to that later. But places like Rockefeller needed someone to say, look, we're entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced. It was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board? Potentially sit on the finance committee, Nancy Kissinger and a bunch of other people. And David Rockefeller and I got along very well. He was an unbelievable human being. Respectful to everyone. He introduced his driver as his colleague, not his driver. He would never say, this is my driver. He said, it's my colleague. And David started to explain to me world politics. So David would say, Jeffrey, money is going to be sort of the most important things. People don't understand money. You seem to have this knack for money. I said to David, tell me about your life. What was the worst and the best part of your life? So David said, when I grew up, everyone knew I was a Rockefeller. But they didn't know that my father told me he would not leave me a dime. No money. But every time we went out to eat, me and my 5 friends in school, they would leave me the bill. They would expect me to pick up the check because I was a Rockefeller. And he said, I was chairman of Chase Bank. And he said, I remember like it was yesterday, one of the headlines in Time magazine said, David, please fire yourself. So he thought that there was a world that existed that would be a combination of both politics and business and leadership. What do I mean? He formed something called the Trilateral Commission. The Trilateral Commission is some spooky stuff. People said it was something, the Illuminati, there's some mystery about it, people that ran the world. It was politicians, but David said most countries, the politicians get elected for 4 years or 8 years, separate from the royal families in England or in the Middle East. Someone's there for 4 years and then they're not there anymore. The most important people to have stability and consistency would be businessmen. So he formed this Trilateral Commission of businessmen and politicians from 3 major continents. So it was the North Americans, the Europeans, and the Asians. So he said to me, would you like to be on the Trilateral Commission? Now, I was 30 years old, 32 years old. I said, great. And he said, well, you have to fill out this application so they have your bio. And I looked at the list of people, and it was Bill Clinton, former president of the United States, Paul Volcker, every great leader in America, the Asians, the Japanese, and with a very long description of their history. And they asked me to fill in what I would like to have written. And I wrote Jeffrey Epstein, comma, just a good kid. Which I thought was funny. Nobody else did.
I wonder why.
So answer
7 minutes of not explaining why he was on the board.
Monies and currencies were not really well understood.
I mean,
but again,
he did just kind of expose the financing for what it is, though. He's like, when you know the right people, you can get anywhere. It's pretty much what he's saying.
That's essentially what he's saying. Is he knew people?
Bro,
well, right, and that's the reason why everyone liked to talk to him. He could connect people, but 30 years old, getting on the board of Rockefeller. No, I'm sorry, that doesn't just happen because you're a whiz at calculators.
No, what he did was he knew people and he sold his soul to the devil.
No, here's the thing, though. Well, but he had a connection with Rothschild as well. And when you got a connection with Rothschild, I mean, you have access to the entire financial and banking world.
I just, I wish I was blessed with the fucking charisma of Jeffrey Epstein and the fucking brain that he fucking had. I would do so much fucking better for this fucking world. If I could be that fucking influential and that fucking powerful, I would fucking change this fucking world.
Well, he got hired into Bear Stearns by Bill Barr's dad, who was already connected to like intelligence. So he had the door opened in the late 70s and early 80s to the intelligence agencies. Not to mention Ghislaine's dad and that whole thing.
Can you imagine if you had this much influence? Like, I know we fucking disagree politically on pretty much everything, but the amount of shit, like I take you for a decent and honest fucking good person. Could you imagine if you had this much fucking influence? Anybody up here? What would you take that and do this shit with it?
No, I mean, I can't say I'd be the big. I can't say I'd be a saint, but Lord knows I wouldn't be doing this.
Right?
Like, man, I'll probably get into money laundering if anything, but this is wild.
Well, again, I told you guys I came around to kind of that deep state to this. I also kind of came around to the whole Pizzagate situation. By bypass of what I've seen in these files. And what I'll say is I told you a little bit about my background and my education in criminal justice, so like understanding there's some really depraved individuals, right, that you guys all hear on the news or whatever. Now give one of those people $1 billion or 50 billion, weird stuff's gonna happen.
So this is just high class fucking depravity.
Yep.
Can we pin this comment by the Tay-Tay?
Unless forensic text,
yeah, because this is true. I was actually going to go. I was very, very interested in forensic psychology and forensics, and there's that last part specifically.
There's metadata and tons of hidden information. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep, I learned very quickly on in my IT education. They taught us where to look for, how to get it. Some of it's encrypted, so there's a way to get everything back.
Hold on, Vlad. What? Check your.
Too late. So let's see. Yeah, I did say this. They said that, bro. They said like the ear wasn't right. Something about the ear wasn't right and all that crazy stuff.
Well, do you have the picture of the fucking of him after the EMTs got to him? I'd like you, if you have that. I have it. I can send it to you in Discord. But like the fucking the CPR defibrillation pad is like all the way over here and it's not on the right spot and it's like flipped and backwards.
All right, let's get back to it.
And he's intubated, but the tube tamer's not on him.
I am heading out, guys. My phone's about to die. It's at 3%. So, and I need to get to bed anyways.
Mine's on.
So you guys have a good one.
Like
Bye, appreciate you.
Night, Tove.
Good night, guys.
Night, Tove. Oh, set. haven't you ever noticed like StreamYard has been consuming more battery, a lot more
Are you on a
battery power
PC?
lately?
Huh?
Are you
I
on
can't
No,
hear
I'm
you.
on my phone. I'm on my phone. And it's like, okay, my phone was at 100%, and now it's like chewed through that when I can hold a video conversation.
Because you're streaming. That's why, in a way. It's like when you're on StreamYard, it's like streaming. You're doing like multiple functions at once, including your video, CPU, microphone, all that good stuff. Like it does wear on your it does wear on any device when you use StreamYard. Like when I access StreamYard to my phone, bro, 30 minutes, I'll be at 100 to like 50%.
Yeah. And I have to do this on my laptop with it plugged in. Otherwise, my phone will
Yes.
die.
Same
And
here.
I'm multicasting to YouTube and Rumble at the same time as well. So if I try to do that on my phone, oh my God.
Bro, I mean, that's one of the reasons why my computer shut off that one time, because I forgot to plug it in and it just
I remember
all the
that.
power.
Bro, your computer shut off and I was the only one left up there with Tove, and I was like, I guess we run the show now. We can't do anything, but
Nah, I was still up there.
It was wild. But all right, though, back to the video.
It was only numbers. So numbers, and I'll get to the fact that it was bad thinking. It's numbers are very good.
Are most people that you meet, even on Trilateral Commission, when you meet most people, do you find most leaders financially illiterate, economically illiterate?
Most political leaders don't come out of a background of finance. Most political leaders come out of a background of being popular. So in some of the countries, in some of the African countries, for example, they might have been a military person. They were a general. In some of the African countries, they might have been a disc jockey. Or in our country, they would have been an actor. The knowledge of money they don't have expertise. They have no degrees in finance. They really, and this is one of the major problems. Their expertise, if they have any financial knowledge, is of their own checking account or bank account and filling in their own taxes. So many world leaders who don't really have a financial underpinning make fundamental errors when it comes to money on a country or institutional level. Let me give you an example. If you, Mr. Bannon, if I said your assets increased last year, you'd say, that sounds pretty good. And I said, what does that mean to you? You'd say, well, I have more money. I guess I'm wealthier. I'd say, yes. And if your debt increased, would you feel wealthier or poorer? You'd say, well, I don't want to have increased debt. I don't like the idea of that sound, increased debt. Now, that and world leaders understand when their assets go up, they feel better. However, institutions like banks, things that people don't really understand are financial underpinnings of banks. When I say your bank, Mr. Bannon, you have the Bannon Bank, you doubled your assets. Sounds good, but what does it really mean? It means people owe you more money. You don't have any more money. What? Yeah. A bank's assets are how much it is owed by other people. That's crazy.
Hang on.
Real quick.
Pause. I went and I got my accounting certificate. I know what he's talking about, and that is not how assets work. That assets is not how much people owe you even though
I know. He's saying that a bank's asset is how much people owe them.
No, that's not even true.
That's true.
It is.
No, because
it is true.
A bank P&L assets are determined by how many outstanding loans that they have compared to their actual
deposits, which are liabilities.
But
it's the same for the U.S.
It's completely
No, so as somebody who went and got their accounting certificate, okay, general accounting certificate, assets are what you have, and it's not what people owe you, it's cash on hand, how much credit you have from other people, There's also like assets are like your buildings, your
But a bank doesn't own any of these things. That it's different for a bank.
Yeah, he's explaining the fractional reserve system.
Yes.
When deposits are made into a financial institution, those deposits are utilized to loan out. And for every dollar that you loan out, or for every dollar you receive, you can lend out $5, $6, $10. So each one of those loans is an asset where you have an agreement to someone to pay you back. In other words, those deposits you receive that might need to be distributed to your customers are a liability for the bank. So that's the way it sits on a P&L for a financial institution.
It's completely opposite.
Yeah, that's why.
So as a private citizen, you're absolutely 100% right. Your assets are what you have compared to your liabilities, which are your debt. In a bank, when you give them your money, you can come in, you're supposed to be able to come and take that money out. So it is not an asset to the bank. That is just their underpinning for the asset, which is the loan, because that is actually the liability. Because if you go and take that out, they no longer have the underpinning for that asset.
Yes.
That's making them money.
That's why on banks, that's why they institute a policy of paying a certain amount a month for the maintenance fees. Those maintenance fees are ensure that when you make a deposit, they can at least get some type of money back.
That's actually a total. That's not right. I'm just telling you. I've worked for a bank for 10 years, and I actually work on our balance sheets. Most of the money that a bank owns is based on the balances that sit in the bank to lend out. So about 80% of the revenue is from just it sitting in the bank. You can tack on about another 5% just for monthly service fees, transaction fees, etc.
The bastards. But all right.
Sorry.
They got to make their billions. You got to pay for their yacht.
I was getting ready to say, what's crazy is that Epstein is straight up telling people, and I'm not taking anything he says as gospel. However, when people tell you what the game is and they're telling you how you are, you need to believe them at face value. And
He's not saying anything that's completely. He is taking, as Chad pointed out, he's taking 10 minutes now to explain fractional reserve banking, which Chad did in fucking 30 seconds. He's trying to make himself sound smart. He's trying to make himself sound charismatic. Just because he's in the know and in, rubbing shoulders with people, he wants to prep up his position.
Or remember, according to those emails, because he's Jewish. So Chad. Hey, bro. Chad, you got a little bit of Jewish in you. It's all good.
Quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. Very German.
Oh, I'm weak.
Wait, what do you mean?
Wow,
quite the opposite.
German.
What is the opposite of Jewish?
A German.
Oh my
God. Can I get a Guten Tag?
Good.
All right. Let's
Give
get
me a
back to
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Shout out, Chad.
$1 billion of assets to 10 billion. It means people owe it an additional $8 billion, but their assets have gone up. So the terminology of assets and liabilities is different for banks. It's not natural. And what most people, and you ask questions about world leaders, there's many people, I think your old boss Mercer understood, there's a fundamental part of money which is called fractionalized banking. And fractionalized banking is something that finance people understand, and the people on the street, and when I say people on the street, that's where I was when I started on Wall Street, would find it impossible to believe. Impossible. Why? Bannon Bank, I give you $1, just one single dollar. In our system of banking, I would say, okay, Steve, I gave you $1. How much could you lend out to your friends? And your natural reaction would be probably something less than $1 because I want to keep something in my pocket. The way our system works is if you as a bank are holding my dollar, you can lend out an additional $8 or $9.
Yeah, and this is why, and this is the whole term of like money creation with the banking when it comes to lending. It like creates new money.
It gets even worse. So check this out. So I lend you, I deposit $1 into your account set, and then Chad comes and takes a $1 loan from you, and then deposits into my bank, and then I give fucking Panda a $1 loan, and she goes and deposits into Gaming's bank.
Fractional leaning.
And then Gaming goes and fucking deposits his dollar into your bank. We all have $1 that's moved the fuck around, and we've all given our dollar to 10 different people.
But in that process, we probably created like $20.
No. No, it's a factorial. So 1 to the power, well, I guess 1 to the power of this is bad, but $1.
Take it and make it $10 instead of $1.
$1 times $10 times $10 times $10 times $10 is how you get to that when you start to, if you just deposit it right back into a bank account. And usually you spend it on capital, but that person, I say I go buy a boat, the person that I bought the boat from is going to put it in their bank account, and it's going to get loaned out again.
Yeah, but like, all right. So pretty much what I'm hearing from what he's saying. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Now, what I'm hearing from what he's saying is like, yeah, if I give you this $1, and you would think that you'd be all right. Well, I'm going to loan under $1. But what he's saying is that, well, you maybe get $1, but for some reason you can loan outside of that amount of that. Oh, well, I would say, well, $9, $10. Even though you only receive $1. And this is what I say, because this is what an economist was bringing up in Tucker Carlson, how these lending out of dollars is creating new dollars, which is damn near adding on to, well, basically inflation when you do this type of lending, because we are creating new money. And he's kind of explaining that, because he said, bro, $1 just turned out to a lending opportunity for $9.
So if I want to throw my 2 cents in there, I learned just kind of interacting with Magic the Gathering, because it runs kind of like off of the same system. And the way it was explained to me was that the value of $1 can be summed up to 60 cents on the dollar when they issue you credit. And so when we were talking about it, he was like, think about it like this. If it's cheaper for me to give you 60% of the value of the card in credit than it is to actually give you cash, because we don't have it on hand. So what a lot of banks do is they issue 60, sometimes 75% of the value of said dollar as credit.
All right, let's get back to it.
No, guys,
they only have $1.
You have that backwards, Gaming. You have that backwards.
So
I do.
No, I give you $1. You're the bank. You loan that dollar out to 10 people. I don't, Chad could tell you what the actual deposit on hand requirement is. I forgot what it was, but
they eliminated it in 2020.
Jesus Christ.
Well, that explained why China went through that banking crisis.
Anyway, I give you $1 and you lend out $10. You have just created $9 out of nowhere. And those people go and create $9 out of nowhere, and it just keeps fucking propagating every time the same dollar is lent out. And if there's no requirement, I don't understand how banks have any money on hand.
Bro, it's consumer created inflation.
Well, what happens is that the bank, it's cheaper for a bank to lend its own deposits out in the form of loans, right? But at some point in time, you run out of those deposits. So you need to go to overnight bond markets to purchase more monies to lend out. That's what the federal interest rate is. So there's something called a repo bond market, where banks will go put their deposits essentially for sale in those markets at a bit of a discount to try to get them on hand for other banks. Well, if that bond market doesn't have any liquidity into it, Treasury will actually print money. They will create money, create bonds for banks to purchase to lend out that money. So when you talk about creating money, it's not just as easy as like a bank saying, like, take this loan Essentially, it's all on the back of the Treasury Department, creating
if they just keep
federal Treasury notes out of thin air is what it really is.
And this is why it's F the Feds or the Federal Reserve.
So if they just keep doing what I just described, where one bank gives another bank money and they loan it out, and that gets deposited somewhere else, and they loan that out, all that has to do to keep that whole house of cards from falling down is the Fed just prints money to fulfill deposits.
Yeah, to a certain extent. I mean, you hope that there's enough liquidity and cash on hand in the markets to where you don't need quantitative easing from the Treasury.
Yeah,
but at some points in time, they have to, or else all of the grease on that wheel dries up.
Yeah, you lose liquidity. Yeah, that's
all right. All right, back to the video.
Right.
We have something called fractionalized reserves, which is if you have 1, you can lend out 9. That's the way our system works. And so not only do world leaders not understand banking, but the man on the street, my father who worked in the park department, it would be beyond his imagination that people could lend out more money than they actually had in their pocket. Next question.
Well, how did this, in understanding that, when you get on something like the Trilateral Commission, you're on the board at Rockefeller, which is the most advanced research. You get brought into the Trilateral, which is the elite of the elite. How, since you're only at that time
30-something years old,
8 years from teaching at Dalton, right? You're adult.
No, 10 years.
10 years teaching at Dalton.
Yes.
Walk us through. I mean, put us in the room. Walk me through exactly what it felt like. What it felt like being on the board at Rockefeller. You got these Nobel laureates, and you're sitting there making decisions, and you start to meet these people at Rockefeller. And you start to meet these people at the Trilateral Commission. What did it feel like?
It's a great question. So what did it feel
That's
like?
what I'm in the business of asking.
Yeah. What did it feel like meeting some of these people like Kissinger or Rockefeller? And those are two extraordinary people. But in general, I think the question, the people on Wall Street, I tell the story, the first day, one of the first days when I was in Wall Street, someone said to me, would you like to buy ATV? And I was looking in the brochure and I couldn't figure out what stock had a symbol of ATV. And when I finally said, well, I can't find it. And they said, what's the matter with you? Do you want to buy ATV? Which is, he was selling hot televisions, stolen televisions from the floor of the American Stock Exchange, referred to in common parlance as the televisions fell off the truck. So I knew what that phrase meant from Coney Island. But what I found was most people, be it in business, in normal life, or in the world leaders, don't really understand money. It is something they think about. They have a sense of what it is. They certainly want more of it. But they also make statements like, we want more money, but we don't want more debt, which just shows a misunderstanding of what money at its core really is. So most people don't, they want to make it, they want to save it, but to understand it intimately is not a normal characteristic.
At the first Trilateral.
Whoops, it is.
Or something.
Yeah, good.
Just give me approximate. You joined the Trilateral
I
Commission.
think it might be,
and we'll be able to show we'll pull down the chart of where your name was, but just give me roughly when it was.
I think it could be 90. I don't remember.
Okay. Let's say early 90s.
Yes.
When you got on the Trilateral Commission and had the first, do you remember where the first meeting was?
It was in Tokyo.
In Tokyo. And at what hotel?
I would like to say the Hilton, but it's probably not.
And it's a 3-day, 4-day? Give me some
3-day event. And
walk me through the whole thing.
Speeches.
It starts with a dinner. Just walk me through it.
It was boring.
You couldn't possibly think it was boring. It's bullshit.
It was boring.
You had to be stars in your eyes.
No.
Did you fly over privately?
Yes, but it wasn't my plane.
So it didn't count?
No.
You fly over.
Yes.
And
it was
who were the first, like when you first met those leaders, you had to be wowed.
No.
You're 10 years out of Coney Island.
No, I'm not wowed by people of position. I'm wowed by people of great ideas. And I don't care if it's the bus driver. I don't care if it's the student I had who has teeth coming out.
Well,
every
these guys
direction.
have to have great ideas as the leaders of the three great continents of the world: North America, Europe, and Japan.
No, many of these world leaders become world leaders because they're popular and they were able to get votes, or they were able to convince people to vote for them. I learned later. Many of them were just good at what they did in terms of politics. Remember, world leaders are politicians in general. They're not scientists, they're not intellectuals, they're not great thinkers, they're great politicians.
At the first Trilateral Commission meeting that you remember in Tokyo in sometime in the early 90s, do you remember what were the big issues of the day that they were talking about, and what did you think about it?
Yeah, in fact, it was funny because they were talking about inflation, and they were worried that what would happen, how do you control inflation? And as a mathematician, I didn't understand the concept. I don't understand the concept today. How's that possible? Well, when you talk about most things to do with money, money is meant to be local. It's US dollars. Then I understand what it means. If inflation, it means my dollar today inflates and it doesn't buy as much as it did a couple of years ago. The prices go up. It seems that everything is great, but in fact, my dollar is shrinking in value.
And you're the financial genius here. I'm just a lowly M&A guy.
Sure. If you let me finish the thought.
Go ahead.
So if you're in America, you can feel inflation. Your salary's gone up, but you can't buy the same car. In fact, it starts to feel weird because the value.
That's why I wanted to ask the question. This is my point.
Sure.
The people who live and breathe this, the central banks, have been haunted by the specter of inflation since the late 70s.
Yes.
First off, tell our audience, how did that happen? The two great financial events in the 20th century, I'm not going to get to the 21st, were the great inflation in Europe after World War I, the Great Depression, the hyperinflation in Germany that led to the rise of Hitler, and then this inflation in the mid-70s. Before you go to explain inflation, why is the specter of inflation always the central thing in central bankers' minds?
Because it goes back to the first concept I said, the weird concept of fractionalized reserves. The system is not well understood. And most systems, in fact, are not well understood. We don't know how our digestive system.
Stop. This is impossible. This is impossible. The world banking system, the world currency system, the world monetary system has to be so well understood by the Greenspans of the world and the Bernankes of the world and you, right? The currency traders, the guys making billion-dollar bets every day, the legendary guy on Wall Street in the late 90s, Vassalin Brothers.
Lou Ranieri?
No, the guy that wrote the money.
Michael Lewis? Lars Poker?
Yeah, Lars Poker. Who's that about? That great trader.
Lou Ranieri.
No, it wasn't Lou, the guy that ran the desk. That eventually ran the hedge fund that went long-term capital.
Yes, I don't remember.
Who's the guy?
I want to say, I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Lou Ranieri is big, but those guys have to understand the system perfectly.
No, they don't understand the system. They understand the local part of the system. So, for example, why is not only inflation, most bankers are terrified if the public understood that the bank really doesn't have their money at any one time. It's one of the things during the Depression, there were runs on the bank. The reason the banks don't keep much money in the actual bank is they assume that not everyone's going to want their money on the same day. So it's not really the fear of inflation. The fear is a run on the bank. Everybody wants to take out something that doesn't really exist. Inflation is tied to interest rates. It's a more complicated example. But when your money doesn't buy the same amount of product this year than it did last year, if it buys less and less, like it happened, you used the term hyperinflation. There's certain countries that are not managed well, like in Africa at the current, a $100 billion bill in Zimbabwe is worth 1 American cent. That's the perfect example of hyperinflation. It goes up, it doubles every day. So people are afraid that their value in the system starts to break down. But so if I said to you, does your doctor understand your body system? You'd say, well, I hope so, because I want him to keep me healthy. But you could have a kidney infection, you could have a heart attack, you could have a broken knee. There's lots of pieces of this system. And in fact, when you ask the question, very few doctors understand your entire body. There's a specialist for your knee, there's a specialist for your polynoidal cyst, there's a specialist for your head, and now we have specialists in different areas. So and I'm going to get to your first question about Santa Fe Institute. The world economy and your body are both comprised of little systems interacting with each other and making one big system.
This is what's stunning for all the little guys out there, the populist movement, the little guys that haven't had a pay raise in 30 years. They think that these elites, have everything. The guys in the room making the decisions, the party of Davos guys. You're sitting there, you don't think many people today really understand the complexity and really all the moving pieces and how they interconnect to the world's financial system.
No, not only don't they understand the complexity, and that goes back to Santa Fe Institute was an attempt of trying to see if there was a way to mathematize, formularize, or algorithmically understand what the term complexity means. That goes back to the original question. Complex systems are complex by definition, but there's not necessarily, it's not one level of complexity. We might say, well, our fingers are complex, the movements, the muscles of our hands, but it's not as complex as the blood system. Now I have a circulatory system. I have systems on top of systems, so that there's no one group of or person that really understands the way the body works. There's no one group that understands the way the financial systems work. You might understand U.S. bond market. Now, you've asked about the trade of long-term capital. That was a bond fund, very small part of this very complex system. So the goal of the Santa Fe Institute was to see, is there a way to get in, somehow understand how complex systems interact? Fast forward, Steve, to today, where Google and these other engine companies, the other tech companies, are trying to build artificial intelligence. The strangest thing that they found, one of the strangest things, is that the systems that they design, this artificial intelligence, which a lot of people have heard about, is they design a bunch of systems. They're called neural nets. The term simply taken out of brain work, neurons in the brain. Nets because they actually look like a net. They put in some inputs. The computers work, spit out an answer. Sounds normal to you. It's because you're thinking about that calculator you had in 1976 on your desk. When you ask the person who designed the system, how did it come to that answer? How did your neural net, can you show me the calculations? They say, no, we don't know. We don't know how the thing we designed
that makes absolutely no
actually
sense.
came up with that answer. That's pretty
Yes,
strange.
It makes
They take the same neural net.
He's over-explaining dumb things.
I mean, what was it? The biochips, like how they're actually putting like living or like I guess organic material in these chips now that are coming up with their own thought process and all that. I've heard of that.
No. Neural nets are literally how AI works in to solve problems.
No, I'm talking about like when he talked about when you asked the machine, how'd you come up with that answer? And they're like, oh, well, we don't know. Like, that makes no sense. Come on, bro.
No,
don't.
There is some things in AI that they don't understand.
A neural net is literally just trying things over and over and over again until one of them works, and then it learns that way is the way to do it. So it remembers that, and it does it. It forms neural pathways. He's actually misexplaining it. It does not look like a net. It looks like a fucking. It looks like a split. It's like this way, yes or no. This way, yes or no. This way, and it just keeps making fucking decisions as it goes up.
No, it's like branches, basically.
Yeah, it's like branches. It's like a tree.
All right.
In front of a video game. No learning, nothing. They said to the computer, they say, sit in front of your video game and learn how to play. It seems the computer learns better than any human in history, faster than any human in history, beats any human in history. But when you ask the designer, how did it do it? No one knows. It just did it. So that's the first little touch of things that we already have gotten to a place where we don't understand it, and we built it.
On Sunday afternoon, September 14th, 2008, where were you?
Sorry?
It was the night they put Lehman Brothers in bankruptcy in London.
I was in jail.
Seriously?
Yes.
So the financial crisis of 2008 happened when you were in jail?
Yes.
Oh, this is going to be so amazing. This is going to be so amazing. I take it you didn't have your Wall Street Journal dropped off to you in the morning, your Financial Times?
No.
How did you hear about how did you hear about, because I want
I forgot about this, but yes.
I'm trying to get, this is going to be amazing. This is, let's go back and do that again. Sunday afternoon, because I want to find out about people, the geniuses understanding the complexity of the financial system. Because I think the best example we have is the financial crisis, the crash of 2008. Sunday afternoon, September 14th, I think it was, 2008, is when they were working feverishly in Midtown Manhattan at the Lehman Brothers offices and at various law firms around town, and with the Secretary of Treasury in the Federal Reserve, what they're going to do with Lehman. They decided they weren't going to save it. And so they prepared to put it into bankruptcy at the open of the market in London the next day. How did you hear about what was going to happen to Lehman Brothers, and what did you immediately think when you heard that it was going to be put into bankruptcy?
I'm glad you asked that question.
And shout out to my man Vlastin. He says AI is trained on data sets thanks to the Patriot Act. All right.
I was in solitary confinement September 14th. And again, some of the public stories about the wonderful time I had in jail and my work release, which didn't come.
Oh, and shout out to Sid. My bad, Sid. I just seen it. You see, Captain America is fresh. I want to make sure he didn't bring all those clips of me saying the things he alleged. Don't want to be accused of dodging. I'm weak. Well, y'all know who that's to.
2 months after. I'd been there since June in an 8x10 cell with a bed in the back, a 6-foot bed in the back, a chrome sink with a toilet attached to it, and a little piece of metal sticking out that was supposed to act as a table. Now, since I was in jail, there were no books. Why? There's no library. No library, but you're in jail. No, I was in jail, not prison. So in jail, I was in a place what's called the Special Housing Unit, which is for the roughest, toughest, meanest people. They had put me there, they said, for my own protection. So I was in a 8x10 cell with a little slit in the door where they would serve my food on a tray about 9 inches by 4 inches. And then as soon as I finished eating, they'd take the tray and close it down. And one of the guards said, do you understand there's Wall Street's crashing. I'm worried about my pension fund. What should I do? And I said, sorry, Wall Street's crashing. What's happened? And he said, there's some crisis and some companies are going bankrupt. I said, are you sure? And he said, yeah, it's all over the papers. We're all terrified. We're going to lose our life savings because we have either a 401k or our pension funds. We don't know anything about money. Mr. Epstein, can you tell us what's going on? Am I going to be able to afford my children's education? Am I going to be bankrupt like this company called Lehman Brothers? And there's another company in the front page today called Bear Stearns. Oh no, I said. Why? Because that's the company I was a partner in. And in fact, that was a company I had a very large investment in. So, as a great story, I didn't have my Wall Street Journal, but In the early mornings, you're allowed to make 2 phone calls, collect. And when you pick up the phone, you can dial a number, and when the person picks up, they say, you're getting a call from the Palm Beach County Jail. Will you accept reverse charges? And the person either says yes, and the call goes through, or the person says no. The person I had called was Jimmy Kane, the president of Bear Stearns. And I said, tell me what's going on. And so that my knowledge of the financial crisis happened with Jimmy, who was at the center of the storm, telling me about what Lehman had gone under. And they were trying to figure out a way, should they bail out Bear Stearns?
Did it strike you at the time of the mess you had made of your life to be in a situation that you're one of the greatest financial minds in the world, looked at by world leaders? And
how crazy is it that the guards were asking Epstein for financial advice while he was in the shoe?
I'm crying. It's like, hey, bro, I heard you linked in with those, top hedge fund guys, man. You got any trade secrets, bro? Any inside trading tips? I mean, I would ask too. I mean, why not? I mean, somehow you made it here with a lack of education, but somehow you were at the top of the finance world, somehow, some way. When usually to get there requires a lot of education and family connections, and you have neither. But hey,
thinking
you can be
by the most prominent and important people in the world, and here you are in solitary confinement. You got to make a collect call to somebody. Did it strike you at the time how all the threads of your life had come together and put you in a position, or you had put yourself in that position?
No.
So it never struck you when you had to make one of your 50% of your collect calls that day, you call the president or the head of the CEO of Bear Stearns, the biggest financial event in your life is taking place, of which one, every important person in the world would be seeking your opinion. Number two would be a once in a lifetime opportunity to apply your craft. Number three, it would be a once in a lifetime opportunity to make money if you were smart, and obviously you're smart. You're telling me here, truthfully, that it never hit you at all of how you'd ended up in a place where you had to make a collect phone call from a jail cell that was 6x9 with a steel bed and your food being passed in through a slot.
The question you want to ask is, who was the other call to?
Okay, who was the other call to?
The other call was to my friend at JP Morgan, who was then, I didn't know it at the time, trying to buy Bear Stearns. So at one point, I had 2 phones. It was difficult because they're afraid people are going to hang themselves with the phone cord. So they don't actually come together and they're pretty short. So I was actually going between 2 phones talking to Bear Stearns and JP Morgan at the same time. So I found it amusing.
And it never struck you about how to end up in a situation like this?
No, that would be probably...
the fact that he kind of said, what, I could have choked myself out with a phone, but I didn't. So I'm like, huh?
The irony.
The irony.
The irony is crazy that he said that. It's like, okay.
Foreshadowing subtly.
You can't possibly expect me to believe this.
I know. I don't believe it.
You're telling me that during that day, you never had a moment. You sat there and go, what the fuck have I done with my life that I'm in a 6x9 jail cell when I should be on a trading desk, or I should be in my $250 million, greatest townhouse in New York City, taking calls from the king of Saudi Arabia, the president of China, the head of Russia, the president of the United States, to save the world's population from a financial debacle. You honestly expect me to believe that never happened?
You're suggesting I was somewhat depressed, and how could this happen to me?
I'm not saying depressed. I'm saying a moment of awareness of how could I get myself into this situation?
No, I would just say how strange that this happens. It's strange.
How strange? Like,
I'm
you
wearing
don't know how you got
jumpsuit and flip flops.
What color was the jumpsuit?
Brown.
Brown jumpsuit.
Yes.
I notice I don't see you in a lot of brown.
No.
Brown jumpsuit and flip-flops.
Flip-flops, yes.
With no access to books, no access to newspapers,
No access to anything.
You had lived on information.
Except my Almond Joy bars. I had extra Almond Joy bars.
Did you eat Almond Joy bars and things like that because you're afraid of what the cooks did to your food?
Yes.
Is that because of that you were in for the crimes that you were in for?
No, it was just in fact, I was.
It was because you're wealthy?
Yes.
How did you know that?
Well, people would constantly come if I was passing by or have to go for my medical. People would either ask to borrow money or make some other types of comments about.
In
the beginning,
what were the comments? At the beginning, what were the comments?
It serves you fucking rich guys right that you're here next to me.
There was nothing about your crimes.
No.
Bullshit.
So all this rumor you hear all the time about people in prison that commit the type of crimes you commit, that's you're saying in your personal thing is not true.
No.
It was all because you were rich.
Yes.
And it was
The
all
type
because
of
they
crimes
wanted
you
to borrow money.
commit.
We'll get
Bro, it's crazy. Like, did he not know he was in there for like basically what was it, the massage parlor thing with 12-year-old girls? Like, come on now. He's making it seem like he was in there for money laundering or something. Like Bannon. Like, what type of interview are you holding here?
Advice. Yes.
Where they get advice to go long.
Yes.
Are you telling me
is this time to buy?
You're telling me in solitary confinement they're interested in going long?
Yeah. They want to know
what does that say about human nature?
Well, what I think the people find, one of the reasons they wanted to keep me in solitary confinement was they're afraid that everybody would want to know which stocks to buy. But what happened was after this crisis, now it's on the front page of every newspaper.
I don't want to lose this day.
Sorry.
When you first heard that, was it Bear Stearns had been kicked into bankruptcy, 6 months before?
No, this is the same time. This is part of the same deal.
I thought no. Bear Stearns, they saved Bear Stearns and didn't save Lehman Brothers. That's right. 6 months before they had bailed out Bear Stearns, but Bear Stearns was still a zombie.
A shell of its former self.
A former self, but they had quote unquote saved it. They admit. Why did they make the decision in your mind? Why did Hank Paulson and Bernanke what's this concept of moral hazard? Explain to the audience what moral hazard is, and why did they save Bear Stearns 6 months before, and why did the smartest guys in the room decide not to save Lehman Brothers?
It's a good question. The real issue is I'd have to go back when you have these systems to the way your doctor responds to any type of emergency in your body. If they might decide to save your kidneys and let your gallbladder go, because the gallbladder is less important to your overall system. If at that time, even it's not that long ago, the boogeyman was when said, well, what really happened? Jeffrey, what really happened? What is this financial crisis? And, some of the progressives and the right wing blame it on the banks. It was the banks' fault. And it's the fault of this very esoteric, unknown concept of derivatives. It was really the derivatives that caused this financial crisis because the derivatives got somehow out of control and in the Mickey Mouse.
And that was the way you started your road to a billionaire went right through derivatives.
Yes. But derivatives were not the cause. Derivatives were not the cause at all. It's like saying your hair was the cause of your heart attack because it was on top of your head.
So what was the cause?
There isn't, let me say, there's no one specific cause. These are system collapses. So many times when you have to make your death certificate, when you say, well, what did he die from? They'll say heart failure. But if you say, what was the cause of his heart failure? Well, he had low blood pressure, his sugar was high, he was diabetic, he had all these other problems. They say, no, we need a word on your death certificate. Did he die from brain damage? Did he die from heart failure? That's the financial crisis. People said, well, what caused it? They wrote on its death certificate, derivatives. But derivatives were not a fundamental Derivatives are not a fundamental cause of anything.
Was it Sunday or Monday? I take it was Monday morning when you made your 2 collect calls and you're talking to Bear Stearns on one hand and Morgan Stanley on the other.
JP Morgan.
That was Monday morning. Did you, Jeffrey, being one of the financial geniuses in the world, did you understand what Lehman Brothers going into bankruptcy, the domino effect that by Thursday, the financial system would be under such extremis that if it didn't have $1 trillion cash infusion in the United States, it might collapse? Did you know that at the time? Did you view that at the time?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
Why?
Again, I don't want to bore you or the audience with the idea of it's a medical procedure, but you had system failures. So you'd recognize that if I said to you, did you realize when your father was on the ground and he was clutching his chest and he couldn't breathe, it was a bad situation. He could die. That's how I saw it.
Did you immediately think about the commercial paper market? I mean, the mechanical triggers that actually you had to blow through these circuit boards. Did you know the circuits? Did you understand the circuits? Or did you have a concept of the circuits that were going to get blown through?
Yes, but only because of an analogy to a body. And in fact, from my telephones against the wall with my little metal wires, because the next day I talked to another person in Washington about the issues of what I thought was happening. And I made the same discussion about
They were at the Treasury Department?
Yes.
So
and shout out for my man Vlad Steen. He says, makes you wonder if he has or had a kill switch to release everything if he ended up unalive. I'm sure several rich with damning info on others would have. Sorry. Yeah. He's like, I'm sure severe rich I'm sure he has info on the severely rich with damaging info that others wouldn't have. What do you guys think about that?
Oh yeah, it's a possibility for sure. I mean, if you're gonna walk around like that, you got to be stupid not to have one.
Yeah, I would think so too. That's why I kind of do believe that he died, just because I'm like, bro, the stories this man could tell, and we just take him at face value.
I think all that blackmail is still being used today, so I don't think that it would have been a kill switch for him necessarily. I think there's other. I don't know if he was the ultimate puppet master. Put it that way.
About it, though. Like, did they take him out the way? Now they can use all his blackmail material for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why it wouldn't be released, right? Like they know where it's hiding.
Yeah, good point. Good point. I get that one.
6x9 cell in
the phones were outside the cell
in Palm Beach County, California.
West Palm Beach, Florida.
West Palm Beach, Florida.
This was your juice diet.
West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida. You're making a call to Washington, D.C. to talk to some deputy secretary of Treasury.
Someone in Treasury.
Right. Someone in Treasury.
Right.
And that does not, the night before you go to bed, it doesn't dawn on you at all. You never have a moment of self-reflection that, how did I end up on this metal cot when I should be at the center of things?
No, I had a telephone. So I said, I can talk to, it makes no difference where I am. In fact, I'm still talking to the same person if I was at my home in Palm Beach, but I'm here in jail.
Home in Palm Beach.
I can dial my own phone.
That's bullshit. No, but you can also make 1,000 phone calls. Here you got to make one. And he's got to take.
Think how much better that was. I had to decide who is the right person to call. That was unusual for me because I would have called 20 people.
And what was the advice you gave?
I said, you have a sick patient, and it's very much like a sick patient in the emergency room. You can't think about it like your car. People in normal walks of life think about money and things as a machine. And unfortunately, so if your car breaks, cars are always easy to fix. My jets, my cars, if it breaks, I know it can be fixed because it simply follows the same pattern. If this part breaks, you replace the part and the thing works again. People and the financial system are not machines. They can't be fixed the same way. You can't simply take out put some more juice into the commercial paper market, and that's like replacing the carburetor on the car. It's much more, I have a patient who can't breathe, has a stomach problem, can't see, looks bleeding at the same time. What do I do first? I have to think about it as a system. Where's the most logical place. What's the most dangerous place? If your heart stopped, we have to start your heart again. If in the equivalent to the money market, why do I have to start your heart again? I need to get your blood flowing. If your blood stops, you're dead. If liquidity, which is the equivalent of blood in the financial system, dries up.
Once liquidity is basically cash, putting cash into the
Forget
system.
about what it is.
Okay.
Liquidity is liquidity. It allows the system, it's the blood of the system. You need to pump blood hard into the body of the economy to keep it flowing. And if you're, especially when you're worried about someone dying, you're not going to be worried about the niceties of, well, you got the shirt dirty and there was some damage. Pumping that blood, keep that heart
When you
pumping
talked to the person in Treasury on Tuesday, the 16th, did you get a feeling as you were sitting in your 6x9 jail cell in West Palm Beach, Florida, that they were on top of things?
No, you can't. It's impossible to be on top of things. There's no such thing. It's, again, the doctor watching the patient die. You hopefully have some confidence that he's seen it before. He recognizes that there are some steps he has to take first before he bandages the guy's finger or worries about what shoes he has on. So you hope that the people in charge, your doctors who are working on the emergency patient, have enough experience and, frankly, judgment to try to keep the patient alive.
Did you think that they had those things, patience and judgment?
They had pretty good judgment, and you needed a lot of luck, just like in the dead patient. You need to, hopefully you put that blood in and it's not too late. And you make some mistakes, but you have to know you're going to have to give it a shock.
In the run up to the September crash of 2008,
yeah,
I guess you weren't occupied with finance. That whole summer, how long had you been in jail?
Went to jail June 30th.
So the entire summer.
Yes.
Before you went into jail, you were still very active in the financial markets.
Yes.
When I say active, you trade currencies every day, you trade stocks every day. When people,
I don't do anything.
Someone like you, or you give advice to people to trade stocks or trade currencies.
I don't trade every day. I think that's like Woody Allen said. You can't beat the bank. So I try to pick my spots. George Soros picked his spot when the pound collapsed. This would have been a great money-making opportunity that passed me by when I was in jail, but that's not how I think.
In the run-up to that, in the spring of 2008, that's when Bear Stearns got in problems, I think, in the spring of 2008, and they decided to bail it out. Did the Bear Stearns guys talk to you for advice at that time when the big crisis in Bear Stearns?
No, but see, again, unbeknownst to most people, and it's easy to blame people for the financial crisis, like you'd blame someone for giving your father the drink before he had his heart attack. But what really happened, the real enemy of the finance system was Bill Clinton. And if you ask me what and who caused the financial crisis, I would tell you it was Bill Clinton.
Because of what Bob Rubin and he did to deregulate the financial system?
No. Because as of the last time we had our 60-minute interview, you talked to me about home ownership. And you asked me whether everyone should own a home. And I told you, no, it's too risky.
So the financial collapse of 2008 is because of hardworking African Americans, Hispanics, and whites who wanted to have a ownership stake in the society that all rests on their shoulders. They're the culprits.
No, not at all.
Okay, then
I didn't say they were the culprits. I was pretty clear it was Bill Clinton.
Okay.
And why was it Bill Clinton? Because Bill Clinton wanted to get votes from those people. And he sold them the idea that instead of renting in a house, and historically the values of houses have gone up, and he said, you guys in these local communities who haven't been able to afford a house before, I'm going to show you a way. I'm going to give you a way because I'm sure I'll get your vote that you can own a house because I want your vote. So what we're going to do is I'm going to let you buy a house, Mr. Bannon, when you really, you're right on the border, maybe, or not even on the border. Your credit is not good. Okay? Let's be honest. And it's not my fault. It's not Bill Clinton's fault. But if whatever happens, at the moment your credit score or whatever it is, your credit's not good. Now, normally, you come to me and want to borrow money. I'm a bank. And I say, I'm sorry, Mr. Bannon, I can't lend you money because your credit score is not up to where it needs to be. Hopefully, if you work harder and clean up some of your problems, it will be. But no, what I say to you is, I'm going to figure out a way to lend you, not give you. I'm going to lend you money anyway, though you don't have a good credit score. And don't worry, I'm going to get rid of the term that you don't have bad credit. Bad credit sounds pejorative. You don't want to be a person.
Sounds judgmental.
Yeah, sounds judgmental. So what we're going to do is we're going to call your credit situation subprime. Oh, nobody knows what that means. Subprime. That means prime is good credit. Subprime is not good credit, less than good credit. So we'll call it something that people really won't follow. And we'll tell you what, we're going to have people lend you money, though you are a subprime borrower. And I will figure out some government agencies to guarantee your loan, though I don't think you're a good risk. So the banks say, no, we don't want, initially, the bank said, sorry, this is too risky, Mr. President, for us. We're in the business of managing risk. It's not our money. It's the hard-working people's money sitting in our bank. We can't lend to people whose credit is not prime. You're asking us to lend to people who are subprime. And he says, here's the key, if you don't, Mr. Bannon, I'm going to make sure the Justice Department charges you with discriminatory lending.
Wow.
Because you refuse to lend to my...
So pretty much the 08 crash was forced because these banks are somewhat being forced to give out loans that they know these guys cannot pay back. Well, you know, the people that are taking out these loans, they know they couldn't pay them back, but because, you know, people are threatening lawsuit for discriminating against them because of their income or their credit, they did it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Dumbasses. I mean, like, bro, I'd have just took the L. I mean, like, well, you want me to crash the economy because you want to make me feel bad about somebody's bad credit? But I mean, hey, I guess some people don't got that fortitude, I guess.
All right, Sid, I'm gonna go ahead and step out. I got a busy day tomorrow.
Yeah, I feel you on that one.
All right.
All right, peace out. All right.
Primers. In business terms, you should never lend to. But what we'll do is I'm going to form an agency called Fannie Mae and Ginnie Mae, just another agency names. They'll guarantee your loan. So don't worry. Don't worry. You don't have to pay it back anymore. Even though and maybe you don't even have to work as hard anymore. That's probably a harsh statement, but these players, these two big firms.
Do you remember the other day when I said the conversation that Sid and I had was around the time after Charlie Kirk got shot, and Sid wholeheartedly said, "I didn't come on the stream after Charlie Kirk got shot." You remember that?
Do you say I think he was trying to say I wasn't on the stream that much. No, you know, he did say I wasn't on the stream. I didn't hop on stream after that because I guess because of the mood at that moment. Now, Sid, if you're still in here, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Biological activity. Wait. Did he just compare Kamala to Ted Bundy? If Kamala was Ted Bundy, that would justify killing her, right? He's inciting violence, right?
Hold on.
Sid, come on. You know damn well. It's like no, that's violence. You can't say that about an elected official.
Y'all call Trump Hitler.
Oh yeah, he called Biden Hitler. He called Biden a fascist. which is okay when he does it. But
This is the turning down the temperature he did.
that's not good. And when Gutfeld says she's like Ted Bundy, I mean, if someone's like Ted Bundy, that just killing them, right?
No, because did we kill Ted Bundy or did we get this man life in jail? Like, bro, think about what you're saying first before you say it.
Yeah, but what would you do?
We killed Ted Bundy. I mean, we didn't even kill Ted Bundy. Like, we treated our serial killers better than we treated a guy just speaking. Like, you're dead.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, me and you, I guess, as American citizens. Do you hear what the hell you just said, bro?
One 22-year-old killed Charlie Kirk. I didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Sorry to break that to you.
Well, I mean,
that I'm just scrubbing through all the footage, but I just one lie that he perpetrated.
All right. I mean, Sid, if you hear it, let me know. But all right.
Fannie Mae will guarantee the fact that that bank will receive its money. Now, the bank says, wow, best deal in history. I refused to lend to Mr. Bannon, but now he has the big brother, his Uncle Sam. He went to his Uncle Sam, and Uncle Sam says, I'm guaranteeing it. The bank says, I want everybody. Give me as many people as you can give me, because Uncle Sam is the...
and let the toxicity begin. All right, Sid.
One second. Let me pause your stream.
Gotcha.
Okay, so what I said was I didn't come on much right after Charlie Kirk died. I didn't come on at all after Charlie Kirk died, because how could I say that? I'm on right now after Charlie Kirk's death. What was the date on that, Monty?
Really?
What was the date on that? Wait, what is the date on that stream?
It's literally 2 days after Charlie Kirk got shot.
2 days after. Okay. And what did I say in that stream that you said I was saying? Like, what was the thing that you alleged I said?
I'm still scrubbing through the footage, but when I brought it up and I said it was around the time Charlie Kirk got shot, your rebuttal to it to completely try to axe me was I didn't even come on the stream after Charlie Kirk got shot.
I don't think I did spend a lot of time on stream right after Charlie Kirk.
I were on there every single day. I have to
every
single day.
Every day?
Yes.
Is that true? Should I do this gotcha where I go every day after Charlie Kirk died and show all the ones I wasn't, and then plays the oh shit sound drop, or what?
Sid, this is hold on. Let's see the upload date. I can't see the upload date. September 19th. This is 9 days.
9 days. 9 days.
And there's 8
over
days,
a week.
And there's 7 days, and there's 6 days as well. You didn't come on after Charlie Kirk got shot, right?
No, I obviously did. I said I didn't do it right after, and I remember taking a little time. I didn't talk much in the Discord. I did like the minute after, and I was like, "Oh shit! I know this guy meant a lot to you guys. I'm sorry. Like this looks really bad." Before we even knew he was dead, and then I didn't come around doing anything. And then even I'd love to go back and listen to that conversation again, because did I say I was like, "Oh, I came in to turn down the temperature"? Because why did you say, "Oh, this is Sid turning down the temperature"? You were one of the people that like to blame all of the collective left, whatever you think that is, or all collective liberals. And so I was making a point, and Seth was kind of doing it too, I think. But I was making the point of like, hey, I didn't fucking pull the trigger. No one else pulled the trigger, as far as we know, unless you talk to Candace Owens, except for the only person that did was Tyler Robinson. And so that was the point I was making in that clip. But
you didn't come on.
You said the upload date was the 19th?
Yes.
And he died 2 days after? Or he died? That's 2 days after he died?
No, he died on the 10th, I believe.
Yeah. Why'd you say it was 2 days after?
I didn't. I said 9 days after.
Oh, I thought you said 2.
So let's see here. You said the 13th? Oh,
19th.
He died on the 13th. I'm pretty sure it was the 10th, because I went to his funeral on the 21st, and he was hackling me about going to his funeral, trying to get the stream taken down.
What?
Okay, no, it was on the 10th, and let's see here.
And
you saying the stream was
consistently throughout the fucking thing, even as I was going down to his funeral, trying to fucking poke the bear. But you weren't. You weren't there. You were nowhere to be seen.
Wait, you have me. You're saying I'm going down to his funeral, and I'm on stream because you're trying to go to his funeral, trying to get the stream taken down?
Yes. Remember that whole, are you driving, Monty?
You didn't say where you were going, motherfucker. You didn't say where you were going. I didn't know where you were going.
Bro,
it had nothing to do.
I literally opened the stream up saying where I was going.
Well, I wasn't there the whole stream, and if you know, on our private Discord call after the last time we talked, I just found out that you went to this thing. I was surprised. I was asking you questions about it.
You weren't.
Is that true? Yeah, I was, dude. I was like, I didn't fucking know. I was like, oh shit, you actually went to that? I didn't know you went to that. Like, we had a whole conversation about it. What was going on? Did you forget? Did you forget?
No, but you forgot you were there.
I said I wasn't there right after he was assassinated. I wasn't.
Sorry. I'm sorry. 9 days after, and then continuously coming on every single day. I have you on here literally. Every day.
So then, therefore, a 9-day break would be
3 days off. You took 3 days off from being a jackass. I'll give you that. Continue the video.
What am I supposed to do? Wait, what am I supposed to do, Monty? Be like, handle you with kid gloves for the rest of your life because Charlie Kirk got assassinated?
All right, guys. Well, we'll continue this one on a later date. But in the meantime, let's get back to our guy, Jeffrey.
Best credit in the world, not only it's not the United States government. We'll take it all. We'll take as much subprime as we can handle because it's the best investment for the moment. It's a strange investment because it has politics that has inserted its way into the numbers. Politics doesn't belong in the markets, but now we're going to have, I want the votes. We'll make guarantees that you who can't get a house normally will be able to get a house from the bank. The bank says, this is the best deal in history. We will package 100, 300, 1,000 of you subprimers, and we'll sell it off to somebody else. And the whole system becomes mired in subprime mortgages. That's becomes the
What do
issue.
you mean mired? There's just too much supply. It's a supply demand problem. You get too much supply.
No, it's a very good question. What does too much supply mean? Well, then you get the people, go back to your first question to me. Government leaders. Government leaders know if they're good, and they can do mathematics, they can balance their checkbooks. So certain people in Congress said, well, how do you value these subprime mortgages? The banks say we've been valuing them the same way we've always valued them for the past 20 years. The accounting firms, there's something in this country called GAAP accounting, which is a standard type of accounting. And we account for them the same way we've always accounted for them. If we paid $1,000 for your mortgage last night, when we put it on our books today, we're going to say its value is $1,000. Makes sense. I paid for it. What's its value? It's $1,000. That's what I paid for it last night. No. The Congress people said, that's not really a good answer, you know. That doesn't give us confidence that you know what you're doing. Because what happens if you have to sell it tomorrow morning? Something's happened and you have to sell it. Remember, there's kinds of stress tests. Would you be able to value it at what you paid for it the day before? And Wall Street says, that's not the way you can think about this. This is crazy. We always value things at the cost from the day before. And they changed the accounting method, in essence, to say not what it was worth yesterday, but if I have to sell, what would it be worth? That's impossible. So what happens is every bank now has to value something that they bought yesterday at lower than they paid. Never before in 20 years did they have to do this. So something they bought at 1,000 on their books was 1,000 is now 990. That starts to, you asked the question about what did I start to think about. Something's 1,000 and 990. This person now has to value it at 980.
When did you first start to get nervous, understanding Bill Clinton in all this? Did you change glasses?
Yes.
Okay.
I changed shirt.
I saw the black.
Are you okay with it?
Yeah, great. I think we're gonna have all kinds of changes.
I'm experimenting.
Okay. When did you get a feeling? Did you ever anticipate before it happened, something like 2008 could happen?
No.
How could that be?
It's the word I can beat it to death is that it's very much like would I anticipate I'll have a heart attack tomorrow? Unlikely.
Was 2008 a heart attack or a stroke? Debilitating.
It's a better, it was both. But why was it both? Because in fact, as I said, the blood was getting dried up in the system and the head, which is sort of the central bank, wasn't working. So to some extent, it was a combination. It was a crisis.
Did you see that building up over time?
It's always been lurking in the background. I mean, if you have an older parent, would you say it's possible? Did you anticipate him having the heart attack today? No, you hope things are going to go better and maybe they'll fix it up. The system was getting too complex, and it wasn't based on derivatives, because what people keep forgetting, and as I was just explaining, Wall Street and in many professions, including Wall Street makes it sound complicated. They don't want the little guy to understand.
Oh, and shout out to my excuse me. Shout out to my man Vladstein. He says, "You think Sid has skid marks in his panties?" Oh, bro. Well, I mean, you know what? I'm actually glad Sid didn't respond to that. But hey, it is what it is.
What they do, because they make so much money, and they don't do very much.
Wait. Oh, okay.
So they couch it in words like derivative and stock options and commodity futures and different types of contracts. It's all fairly, everyone is capable of understanding it. It is not complicated. But Wall Street, because they make so much money from doing fairly simple things, needs to make it more complicated than it really is.
We had a very big recession in the early 90s based upon real estate and Japan basically imploding.
Let's again, okay. You had a recession in the 90s. I don't know what it's based upon. It's always interesting to look back and say, separate from there's certain triggers, like there in the 70s, there was a.
What do you think it was based upon, the 90s downturn? It's clearly there was a huge downturn.
No, I know there was a downturn. That's what I know for sure.
That's a fact.
That's all. Everything else is sort of speculation about why did he have that?
I understand that, but there's some speculation that has 0% probability of being true, and there's others that have 90%. In the range, when you look at the range of alternatives of what could have caused it in 90, and what I'm trying to do is get you all the way up to 2008. Look, you're the smartest guy in the room, right? You know that. Do you think there's anybody in the world today?
Oops, this is going to be a bad question.
No, but do you think anybody in the world today, the Alan Greenspans, the Bernankes, is there any central banker you know, any partner of any Wall Street firm, any guy running a trading desk, and I would take it that would be, or anybody at a Larry Fink at BlackRock, Steve Schwartzman at Blackstone, the top 100 financial guys, and let's throw in a couple of Nobel economists, and let's throw in the best professors at Wharton, at Harvard, at Stanford. Do you think that there's anybody that understands money or understands the world's financial system as good as you?
There must be.
But it doesn't come to the top of the head.
No.
Okay, fine. Now that I've gotten that, let's go back to 1990. In that arc from the fall of the Berlin Wall to 2008.
Good.
We started with the implosion in Tokyo of the Japanese economy, Japanese financial markets. We had the huge run up in internet stocks, right? We had the implosion of that in 2000. The bankruptcy of Drexel Burnham in 90, implosion of Japan, huge run up in equity markets for the internet, implosion of the internet in 2000, 10 years later, roughly. And then this run up through the Iraq war and all that, the run up to 2008. Every 10 years, it seems like we're in some sort of 10 years before the 1990s was the 70s.
You sound like an astrologer.
Okay.
And not a financial person.
You're not a mathematician. It just seems to me a pattern of every 10 years.
That's misleading. That's exactly right. Because people like to see patterns. People like to see patterns where there are none.
So a pattern of a financial crisis every 10 years is just in my mind.
Yes.
Long-term capital, that had to be bailed out back in the late 90s when everybody panicked. And that wasn't that bailout today would look small. And it was a $5 billion or was $30 billion.
Businesses fail all the time.
But they long-term capital, the Federal Reserve stepped in.
But I'm saying people go bad. Things go bad all the time.
Yes, you're correct. The audience is watching this, the little guys, they go bankrupt all the time and nobody gives a shit. You know why? They're a little guy. But when long-term capital management goes bankrupt or Bear Stearns goes bankrupt or Lehman Brothers goes bankrupt, people care because
it's an unfair characterization.
Why do you say that?
Because again, it's the complexity of the situation. If you think about you have a complex system, you have your body. Now, in fact, the little guy is my finger. This is
Bear Stearns is your heart.
That's correct. The banking system is my heart. The system, I can't risk my because remember, it's not only my.
You haven't been able to name.
Hang on.
You haven't.
Hang on. No, hang on. I was trying to hang. I wanted to see if the hang on worked.
No. You haven't been able. You're not good enough yet. You're like junior wizard trying to do it. You haven't. Yes. I'll say since we can't name another guy that's as good as you. Now, there may be a couple out there. You're not bragging. You're humble. It had to be sometime. Please tell me there was some time before you went to jail and basically got cut off from daily information in the summer of 2008, that you started to get very nervous that this complex system, that something was deeply wrong.
Okay, first, let's go back. When I say no one understands the system better than I do, it doesn't mean I
You always sound like a doctor. You're afraid he's going to get sued for giving a thing.
Yes,
you're not taking on any liability. There's no contingent liability here for your answers.
No. But the word understand is the problem. Okay. I don't understand the system. So I don't understand the financial system.
Please stop. You cannot sit here and tell me. No. What we just went through, I'll go through again. The hedge fund managers, the money managers, the central bankers, the commercial bankers, the heads of the investment banks, the heads of all the trading desks, the top economists, and I'll throw in the business school lecturers of Stanford. Of all the top 200, 250, you can't name at the top of your head the guys are at least at your level. You have to understand it somewhat.
No. Sorry. We all don't understand it. No one understands it. It's a miracle. It's that's part of the problem. It's impossible to understand. That word understand simply means if this happens here, that will happen there. It's predictable. Understanding means it's predictable. It's not predictable. That's the problem. In complex systems, that was the fascination. Is there a way to tease out some level of predictability?
So
in fact, you would ask the question. It's a great question, which was it a stroke or a heart attack? Now, most people don't know that before they were going to have a stroke, they had a stroke. They just have a stroke. Do they understand why? In hindsight, you go back and you can make lots of explanations that might sound good. And if you're talking to the working man, you're using language that he'll never understand. It's complex. So he, just like going to his doctor, he says he has a gastrointestinal problem, or he has diverticulitis, as opposed to saying, you had a stomach ache, you ate bad food. People don't like to say it in normal, everyman terms. The system had a stroke, but we don't know why.
But you just, okay. Hardworking people, and there's a great social benefit, would you not agree, with having people having ownership in the system?
When you say ownership in the system, it doesn't mean.
Let's start over.
Okay.
So flip over your phone too, because
yes.
I don't want anyone to see
it on
your phone. So maybe flip it down or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows what the fuck comes up with that phone?
That's correct.
Which one has sent you?
KSA.
I can't not believe I've got the magic moment when you're in fucking prison or jail, wherever the fuck it is.
It's
in
crazy.
solitary.
Now, there's a funny part to that we missed, which is said.
Go ahead, tell it.
The funny part is what you asked me.
Is there anything funnier than that?
No,
For black humor,
I don't make any black comments. Sorry. You asked me what I was wearing.
That's right. You're too wrapped up in the Me Too movement.
Yes. So I was wearing a brown jumper and a brown pair of pants given to me by the jail with the word trustee on the back.
Because you had qualified to be a trustee?
Well, the funny part was it was spelled Trusty. So I wasn't really sure. I'd been a trustee in many different operations, but it was the first time it was actually printed on my back and spelled incorrectly.
Probably had a higher level of being a trustee at that than you had at all the boards that you were trustees, right?
Yes, because as the trustee meant you get two devices to clean your toilet as opposed to one.
Yeah, but it also meant that you had some sort of personal fiduciary own responsibility for oneself, right?
In the jail? You mean?
Well, that's what being a trustee is. That's where they give you two.
Yes, you get two cleaners. I was a trustee in the jail because I was able to teach some of the kids to help them get their GED. So that's how they gave me a trustee job.
There's no time. I got to go back to this because I'm like a dog with a bone in this thing.
Yes.
You can't. There's something deeply fucked up with you.
At least something.
Well, we know there are things deeply fucked up with this. You will get through in this film,
Right.
but
Glad he knows.
you cannot possibly have to sit there knowing that you came from nowhere.
I just want to ask a question because, listening to one of the fathers of the mega movement, Glaze, Jeffrey Epstein, is getting a little tiring. Is Monty going to have anything else tonight to prove his point? He said he was going through his phone, scrubbing through, gave him a little bit of time. If not, I might just dip out. There's not much to say about this. No one's really talking about it.
Just go ahead and dip out, bud. I know it's your bedtime.
So no, you don't?
No, I have not gone through fucking 800 hours of footage.
Nope.
No, I have not. Continue your life. Can we get back to the video that was on before you came up?
Don't make promises you can't keep, bro.
Trust me, when I find it, I want you to eat your fucking words.
Yeah, you haven't yet. It's been more than 9 days. So.
I'm sorry, my life does not live and revolve around you, Sid. I'm sorry. I know you may live.
You're also way over exaggerating the amount I've been on here. 800 hours.
I have
to every single day.
You realize that goes on live every single day, right?
I don't talk to him every day. There's been weeks I don't talk.
I have to differentiate between that footage and the footage where you are on, and I have to go through 100 days. Let's say 150 days. Let's say he's on for 6 hours a fucking day. That's over 800 hours of footage.
So, is there any way on the back end you could help him out and like send him the ones I've been on? Is there any way that you could better like figure that out for him?
Honestly, I could check, but I don't really think so. Like I said, I'd have to go transcript by transcript. I'll have to do the same thing Monty did.
Same thing I've been doing for the past week. It's okay.
You've been doing it for a week and you haven't found one thing?
No, I haven't found the video in the claim that I made that you said that no evidence would exonerate Trump.
You also made a bunch of other claims in our debate.
Oh my fucking God.
And you didn't find any of those either?
I'm not looking for those. Do you?
Oh.
Bro.
Well, you did say that you were going to do it, and those ones are all about specifically the Minneapolis stuff. So that's a pretty short time frame.
Oh yeah, I have found things where you're supporting terrorism right after Charlie Kirk got shot, and you're like, yeah, it's free speech.
I said, yeah, what's free speech?
The people on the left fucking celebrating it.
I mean, that people celebrating it is not terrorism.
Now I thought this was gonna be a quick exchange. This supposed to be a quick exchange.
Change because Sid's on here. Just fucking get off already. You said you were leaving 5 minutes ago. Only
I just
Sid
wanted to
announced exit.
Y'all can handle this in Discord at another time.
Yeah.
Okay. Once again, another night I showed up. Monty didn't have anything.
All right.
It'll keep happening.
Except
See
I
ya.
literally
Went
just
to the
showed
very
where you
top
lied
of
about
what is
not being on.
considered outside of science
And he's
maybe
gone.
physics. The thing people most admire because it's like alchemy, understanding high finance. To sit there in what will be the defining financial crisis of our time, like Black Friday and or
Don't
Black
tell me
Monday, whatever it was in the
fucking
Great
left
Depression,
as I find
and
it.
be there at that exact moment. Triggered in part by a firm that you used to be a partner in and knew intimately well, and it created much of your initial net worth because of. And know that you couldn't, someone who lives on a phone, right?
Yes.
Because you do live on a phone, right?
Correct.
You had to make just 2 collect calls. You cannot tell me sometime during that day, you did not have that conversation with yourself of how the fuck did I do this to myself to put myself in West Palm Beach in a 6x9 cell with a metal fucking bed with a brown shirt that said trustee spelled wrong.
So did I find it amazing that I was there? That's
Not amazing. And I don't want to say it's not funny. Oh, I thought it was
I wasn't funny.
Right.
But
Not amazing.
no, it was incredible.
Incredible in what way?
This-
Incredible, like how do I do this to myself?
No, it's as incredible as me sitting here in this house. They're both just 2 sides of the coin. That's how I think about it. That my life today is incredible.
Do you consider yourself a stoic?
No, I consider myself a hermit. Stoics are not very happy.
Being a hermit then, being in that 6x9 cell, being in the cell, qua the cell was not the problem, right?
Correct.
What was the problem?
The eating the almond joy bars.
Because you couldn't eat the food.
No, right. And but remember, my life is.
Did that ever strike you that I can't eat the food because somebody might have done something to it? I gotta live off an almond joy bar, 1 a day or 2 a day or whatever. How many ever sneak in a day?
No sneaking in.
Your 1 almond joy bar, it did not hit you at some time? How the fuck did I do this?
No.
So can you pause it real quick?
Let's go back to the spring.
This guy is so fucking egotistical. He can't even like come to terms with being in a prison cell accused of like sex crimes had any diminishment on his character or well-being whatsoever. He also said that he's understands the markets the best, like he's got a crystal ball, and try to explain subprime lending and said it wasn't derivatives, which was specifically linked to those securities. So he's talking out both sides of his mouth, and he's just like, I'm understanding more as I like see this, why people depended on what he had to say, because he's just a bullshitter like through and through. It's really crazy.
I mean, probably one of the best bullshitters I've heard, because it sounds like he's making sense. And but if you actually know, you're like, banking and finance and all that stuff, you're like, hold on, bro, you're saying the same things either twice, or you just kind of proved yourself wrong in the next sentence. Like,
yeah, he did. That's exactly what it is. Hey, I'm about to head out. Appreciate it, man.
All right, big dog, man. Have a good one, Chad. All right, man. Appreciate you pulling up.
Wrapped up in your personal issues at the time, you were not spending enough time on the financial markets, or were you deeply involved in the financial markets like you normally were?
No, I was involved.
And you, so we're saying that the smartest guy in the room didn't see it coming.
No, of course.
The bankruptcy of Bear Stearns, you just thought was a Bear Stearns problem. You didn't see it as systemic.
I know you keep harping on it, but it's not
because you're a mathematician and understands systems.
It
seems that anybody that understands that they had a systemic problem, you at least be the first on the early search radar. If you're not going to see it, then I'm really afraid, because that means that I always assume there's at least a set of guys out there that have some sort of sense that something's not right.
Imagine the guy who has a stroke or had the heart attack when you ask him, did you feel funny the day before? He's going to tell you, yeah, I didn't feel right. Something was off. I didn't feel right. I had my stomach was right. I felt a little dizzy. I felt a little weak. But if you asked him the day before, do you think you're going to have a heart attack tomorrow? He'd say, no, I just feel a little weak. I'm a little dizzy. My stomach hurts. So these systems, and that's the issue of complexity. What complexity says is that, in fact, everything seems to go along, and people have seen it. One of the great examples of complex systems is sand dunes. In fact, the sand keeps building up. People have seen some, and all of a sudden, one more sand drop, and all the sand starts running down the hills. That's the way I see the financial markets.
When you funded Santa Fe in the early 90s or late 80s?
I believe it was early 90s. I can get back to you.
But early 90s, Santa Fe was funded for the study of complexity theory.
It was studied with math. So let's back up. So why did I buy a ranch in New Mexico in 1993? So that gives you some sense. So I would have funded it in 1990. Los Alamos, which was the high energy lab up in New Mexico, was losing all its scientists.
And Los Alamos, it was where Oppenheimer and where a lot of the nuclear weapons program, the bomb.
That's where the Manhattan Project.
Manhattan Project was as Los Alamos, and you bought your property out in New Mexico to be near that?
Yes, because the scientists were they cut the funding for high energy physics. But the people who worked in Los Alamos would still be in the Santa Fe area.
They cut that because this was the Cold War dividend, right?
I don't remember exactly why. It was because, again, people thought that physics and high energy physics really wasn't that important.
Because that was about nuclear weapons.
No, it was because they decided it was maybe not right. This was the same time that Murray Gell-Mann came up with the term quark, Q-U-A-R-K. He picked it out of an old poem, the word quark, but it was mysterious. So they were starting to understand in the 90s that our world of the physics world, there was things that were just unexplainable. They called it strange things. You gave it a name. You gave it some characteristics. You called it had charm, was one of the terms. It had a charm. It had a flavor. It had a color. But no one, Mr. Bannon, understood what it was, just like the financial system.
And you wanted to investigate that?
I wanted to see if we could build tools so others smarter than me could help investigate it.
And that was the beginning of your concept of the Santa Fe Institute?
Yes.
And Santa Fe Institute was founded to do study in this type of...
Can these areas of strange things be described by some form of mathematics?
So that's what I'm trying to get at. The foundational thought, the organizing principle of Santa Fe, yes, in the high physics lab at Los Alamos, right, which had been the headquarters of Manhattan, and the Trinity Project, right, the bomb.
Yes.
So you're talking about the elite, the high priest
of physics.
Of physics.
Yes, sir.
Which high priest of physics, some subset of that is also mathematics.
Yes, they're both similar.
Project out. One of the tools you want to do is to make sure that in this complex system, the finance system, I'm doing a lot of this for philanthropy and a lot for the good of mankind, but also to be able to understand this complex system, the most complex outside of maybe our body, of the financial world.
Yes.
Did they create tools, or were you smarter in than the mid-aughts 15 years later than you had been then because of work that was done at Santa Fe?
No, it was great. But in fact, most of my philanthropy in the area of, can you describe things that appear to be unexplainable by mathematics? And can you fund people who have new ideas? And unfortunately, when someone thinks they've been able to, there was a man, Stuart Kaufman, when they think I figured out how to be able to predict the unpredictable, what appears to other people to be unpredictable. But my system, in those days it was called genetic algorithms, can predict what things will happen, and they all want to make money. So they use their systems to try to figure out, they know they have figured out the way to make money because they figured out the unexplainable. They try, they go bankrupt, and we start again. So with a cold view, what I've come to realize is that the attempt to mathematize, formularize, or what in your prior work, to understand what really is, in today's world, still unexplainable, is impossible. They're miracles.
Your first head of Santa Fe was Christopher
Langdon, I think.
Langdon from Australia.
But Murray Gell-Mann was
Murray
really
Gell-Mann
was the funder. He was the
yes,
rock.
Yes, he was the rock. He was a Nobel Prize winner.
Yes.
Yes, and a wonderful guy. He came out and helped us with the Biosphere 2 project. He came with Chris Langdon.
Yeah.
Chris Langdon was the operator, the day-to-day guy.
Chris was doing artificial life.
Right.
Murray tried to lead his own artificial life.
Yes. When Chris came to Biosphere 2 for the first big conference we had in 1994, he was one of the most impressive guys there among all the world's elite. Kew Gardens, the Lawrence Livermore lab, the labs at Sandia, all the major universities, Lamont Doherty, all the big Earth observatories, Woods Hole. What set Langdon apart, I thought, and the reason I invited Santa Fe to be part of it, was Langdon actually made a presentation that everything, and he was making this to scientists, a lot of marine biologists, a lot of people that are just beginning, Wally Broker and people who were just beginning the study of climate change, at that time called global warming, that he made this compelling presentation that everything's really mathematics. Yes. It's all just back to math. And you have to, all these experiments you do, you're not, one of the reasons they're not considered by the high priest in physics as being real experiments is that they don't have a math.
Okay, yo, hi, Michael. Appreciate the support. He says, RIP, he was a legend. Now, who are you talking about? Who is wondering, by the way? Because the only person I see on screen is like Epstein. I don't know, like I'm still alive, so I know you don't mean me, but who's a legend? Just wondering.
Mathematical basis to it, and everything has a mathematical basis to it.
Bruh.
Langdon seemed like a radical visionary. What happened to that concept?
Also say that?
You go back 350 years.
So well, I guess we needed a troll chat for the. I guess there was gonna be a troll chat eventually, but yep, apparently. Well, I guess Michael out here calling Epstein a legend, guys. It is what it is. I may not support it, but he has a right to say it.
You have Isaac Newton. You have
somebody might want to grab his IP address.
Leibniz. From move forward, you have people like Heisenberg and Gödel, and what every one of those mathematicians and philosophers came to understand is that there's numbers can describe certain things, approximate.
No, he's doubling down.
But in fact,
Michael, he says Epstein was a legend. At this point, you can just go ahead and explain how. At this point, know what? F it. I'm curious. How was Epstein a legend? Just go ahead and explain, please.
Trying to put measurements and numbers on other things that are really unexplainable is folly. It's so 300 years ago, they said that unexplainable realm was God. And people who attempted, in fact, to explain the unexplainable, who said, yes, I understand the unexplainable, were charlatans. They were the occults. They were the astrologers. They were the con men.
Alchemist.
Yes. Well, no, alchemist was, in fact, they believed that there was a way to transmute one metal into another. In fact, they always wanted to see if they can create gold. There's no reason, if you think about it, they recognize that one metal is different than another metal because it has some additional pieces to it. It has additional neutrons or protons or electrons. So because they thought it was a machine, they believed it was a machine, if I can take 5 protons and add 5, that gives me 10, I should be able to get gold. Move everything around inside these systems, the molecules transmute one molecule into another, and if this molecule I've transmuted it into is gold, I'm a rich man. It's back to money. But there's something strange happens. Isaac Newton says, this is really weird. If I want to push a ball on the table, I have to touch it. Maybe I have to blow on it. But I actually have to push one side of the ball or the book to move that side. I'm pushing here, and obviously this thing is what appears to us humans to be solid, so it moves as one thing. But the only way to get something to move was to touch it or put a force against it. Okay, seems to make sense. Everybody has that experience. I want to lift a glass, I lift it. If I want to push a ball, I push it. If I want to pull a ball, I pull it. But he recognized when the ball fell off the table, it went in a different direction. How's that possible? Nobody pushed the ball down. And he said, this is crazy. Why did the ball go down? I didn't push it. I just let it go. So someone's pushing the ball, because I know that I am confident that the only thing that gets something to move is with a force that pushes. So there's a force that's pushing the ball down. In fact, he called it gravity. He measured how fast it was pulled, but never was able to explain why it happened. How is it? What is gravity? It's this. Everybody says, well, why did the ball fall to the ground? Because gravity took it. But what's gravity? That's, as Feynman would say, that's the name of the thing. We have no idea what it is. This goes to Santa Fe. They were trying to explain the unexplainable. Can we measure? Can we figure out a way to predict the stock markets using these types of chaos complexity?
Before we get there, let's walk back through it. Let's go back to Newton.
Sure.
Pre-Newton and then Newton. What did Newton solve that for millennia up to Newton had not been solved? And then I want to go forward all the way to Santa Fe, what they were trying to solve. Let's start with just two or three of the basic guys, but let's go with Newton. What pre-Newton, it was what? And then why is Newton such a
genius?
In such a in the, I think mathematically they told me one time, I've seen there's been 115 billion people roughly that have lived on the earth. And of that 115 billion,
Are you sure that's a number? That sounds a lot very high. We only have 7 now.
I think in the history of the earth, I think I'll pull up the stat for you, but I think it's 115 billion people they figure.
That probably is inflation. That's why you
have lived on Earth. But he's one of the handful of the most important. What did he solve for? Why is he so important for how we live today? And then we want to go through Leibniz and the other 2 or 3 other major ones to get us to Santa Fe.
Well, it's a long journey.
This is the heart of what.
I mean, now that's reasonable. Oh, he said theories as to why one of the architects of MAGA was trying to whitewash Epstein. I mean, that's a really good point. Why was he talking to him in this manner? Like, he knew he got arrested. So what? Did Bennett not believe that the charges or something? Did he believe that Epstein was innocent? I don't know. Bennett never really explained the nature of this interview and what he was honestly trying to do with it. I'm not sure if he was trying to expose Epstein or something. Like, don't know. But he never did explain the nature of this interview. All we know that really he had like 10 hours. It's like 10 hours of this, maybe like or more. And we only got 2.
What we're trying to do.
Let me take a bit of a detour just a second. What if you went to high school and the last year in your high school, you took calculus. So Isaac Newton sort of invents calculus. Well, that sounds invents, mathematicians.
To torture seniors in high school before they graduate.
Yes, but obviously, no, yes, the answer is yes. Certain people could never do calculus.
Why is it? Why is calculus so? Why is that the dividing line between, to me, people who can handle that and can go on to do certain things, and people just hit the wall, even if they know math? It seems to me that there's that calculus is the thing that changes. It bridges. That's because it's about the theory of change and the theory of how things change.
It's a great question. But in fact, what calculus does is it's somewhat philosophical. That's why mathematics is Newton wasn't a mathematician. He was called a geometer. That's what they used to call themselves. They understood geometry and numbers. But there's an old conundrum where it says and during Pythagoras' days, Zeno's paradox it's called, where they said, well, if the wall is 2 feet away from me, and I take one step that's halfway to the wall, that'll be 1 foot away. And if I take another step that's half again, that'll be half a foot away, and then a quarter of a foot. I could walk forever but never touch the wall. Doesn't sound realistic, doesn't make any sense in our real lives of the physical. But what Newton understood is many problems were like that. Many things approached the wall, or in calculus, approached the limit, but never really reached it. So he said, it's okay, you don't have to reach it. We can do lots of the mathematics as if it was so close, it was almost there. And we could do lots of mathematics almost being at the limit. And this is really important, Steve, for today. Because most of the science up until today was things that are starting to approach the limit. You were taught in high school that if you had 1 divided by 0, if you remember your high school algebra, you were told, what's the answer to that? Is there an answer to 1 divided by 0? No, if you were in high school, I'd say, stay away from it. It's the boogeyman. You could write it down as it's undefined. It's not able to be determined. There's a bunch of things. But in fact, 1 divided by 0 is a strange things happen. It's a world of the strange. And what I'll explain to you after is that when you get 1 divided by 0, you get into a world we don't know what happens. The answer is it's not explainable. We can call it things like undetermined. We can have a convention to say it's X, Y, or Z. But in real life, we don't know what happens when you are actually at the limit. So that's Newton thought the same concept, is that the limits were God. You got close to God, but you can never be God. He had this sort of religious interpretation.
Okay, I want to go back to Newton. Why is Newton such a big dividing line in mankind's history? What is it about Newton? What is it about what he's trying to solve? What did they not know beforehand? And because we live to a degree in a Newtonian universe, although I realized later a subparticle atomic physics, but at least for a while it was Newtonian. So what's the dividing line? Why is he so important? Why is he an inflection point in mankind's movement from the swamp to the stars?
That's a great question. Because stars was by Kepler. What Newton starts to allow us to do is to make accurate predictions. Remember that we've talked about that with money, about the things in our physical world, how cars, but he didn't have cars, how horse carriages moved, how bowling balls moved, how pool cues and pool table balls.
Had people tried to solve that before Newton?
Many.
Heraclitus or Plotinus, Pythagoras had.
Oh, shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says Chuck Norris can divide 1 with 0. Chuck Norris can do anything. I do remember that. Like, bro, at a certain point, Chuck Norris was like, bro, it was funny. The jokes about this man being basically a demigod and how he can basically do anything was hilarious.
Had these greats that we hear about, had they tried to solve the same problem?
Not the same problem. They try to, again, what Pythagoras does, he starts to figure out this relationships in triangles. For example, everyone knows the a squared plus b squared is equal to c squared, that Pythagorean theorem, which is basically says these shapes in a triangle, each side of the triangle has a fixed relationship with the other 2 sides. That's strange. He knew, again, but it was all numbers. This was a system of things in the physical world, and Pythagoras says we can start putting numbers on things that help you predict how they will behave. You can add 2 triangles and make a square, some different shapes. They were looking at geometric forms. Newton says, well, I want to know how planets move. I want to know how things around me move. Can we find formulas? Can I find formulas that explain what I see in the physical world, how physical things interact and how they describe one another? Again, the fact that 2 solid masses, for some very strange, unknown reason, unknown today, attract one another, no matter what they are. People have seen the experiment. You hang something, 2 little metal balls from a string, and they move towards each other. In fact, they move towards each other was very specific. So when you drop the ball to the floor of this room, Newton says, in fact, the room came up a bit to meet the ball. The room moved. It's imperceptible. You can't really perceive that motion, but they attracted each other with certain ratios. So he started to be able to measure things in the physical world. And that was great advances. It also, you wanted to move very quickly. Unfortunately, most people, especially in the 20th century, 19th century, said, well, like Newton, let's measure everything. Let's measure people's behavior. Let's measure their psychology. Let's measure their health. You go to we can have my blood test. Let's measure everything. We measure Wall Street.
Their voting habits.
Measure. Can we put a number on how much I care for my wife? Can I put a number on how I feel? And we tried, unfortunately, we try to mathematize the finer things in life, and then recognize that there's things that unfortunately just fall outside. Schrodinger wrote a very famous book about what is life. He was trying to figure out a way, can he describe the difference formulaically between things that are alive and things that are dead? The answer is no. The things that are alive in my world are miracles, not magic. Magic has a bad connotation.
We
trying
don't
to hide
believe
things.
you don't believe in the spirit or the soul. That's what animates people, is your spirit or your soul. That's
No.
have you ever seen someone die? When they die, their spirit leaves.
Their soul leaves, no question. So in
There's
fact,
no question to you.
no question.
There's no question to you that there is some animating life force within us that leaves when you're dead.
Yes, in fact, I refer to the soul. This obviously a certain the questions in the past, even
Because
during
people would normally think you were soulless. So
Thank you.
Have you talk about you actually believe in it and have done some thinking about it is pretty shocking in its own right, isn't it?
Well, again, mathematics, Leibniz. And
shout out to Sid. He says this interview proves that it wasn't his profound insight or intelligence that the elites were attracted to. Basic as fuck. Yeah, literally he's saying pretty basic things, but to be quite honest with you, though, he ain't saying too much. He ain't saying nothing that, well, we didn't know, or that kind of like, oh my goodness. Oh, I did not know. I never heard that before. No, he isn't really telling us too much. Now, if he started to talk about that client list, then all right, we'd be cooking then, but man can only dream, right?
So
Newton was at Cambridge and he was the head of the math department, right? He's a professor, essentially.
Yes.
But Leibniz, was Leibniz a German professor?
Yes. But what Leibniz said is the soul is so strange because God took chemicals, which is simply the material, like tables, and he somehow made this material able to have a thought. How strange is that? Not only does it have a soul, but some way it was put together that this material substance.
What's scary is him talking about the soul like this, and considering what he was doing to children is like crazy. He's like, you understood the concept or the sacredness of the soul, yet that you spent I'm gonna be real with you, your career destroying them, like crazy.
Is able to think. So when you say to me, it's obvious to everyone that there's such a thing as a soul. Now, if you're part of the Charlatanville, you'll try to explain it to people. The soul I describe as the dark matter of the brain. Why is it dark matter? Because in high energy physics nowadays, you hear terms of dark matter, dark energy. Again, terminology, it's a complicated term. Why is it dark matter? Because we can't see it, that's all. What do you mean you can't see it? Well, somehow we see something moving towards this area of darkness. I can see this thing. This appears to me to be empty. It's just black, but I see it being drawn this way. So I say, well, I know if this were matter, that would follow that equation. If this was solid, it would explain the way this particle moves. But I can't see anything here. So I'll just call it dark matter. And I'll say, I don't know what it is, but it behaves as if there was something there. The soul is obvious to everyone.
I got that one.
That there's something different between things that are alive and things that are not alive. But we have no idea what it is. It's currently unexplainable. I believe we need an entirely different system of analysis to try to figure out. Oh, sorry.
So, all right, I get what I'm pretty sure he probably got that from one of his space science friends. Because if you don't know what dark matter is, it's this mysterious force in the universe that's making the universe like ever expand. Like all we know is that it's there. We can't explain why it's there and all that good stuff. We just know that it's there and it's causing the expansion of the universe. Like, we don't see it, we can't really measure it, but we know it's there. Well, I guess we can kind of measure by the rate the universe expands. But what he's talking about, I guess, when it comes to the brain or the soul and all that, is that we can't see it, we can't really measure it, but we know it's there, just like with dark matter.
No, with Newton, with all his alchemical studies and things he worked on the spiritual side, Leibniz had just talked about the soul. Schroeder talked about what it's like. If a modern scientist or someone that you funded at MIT or Harvard or one of these things talked in those types of terms, they would be considered to be a wingnut today, wouldn't they? They would not be on the path for tenure, right?
Unless they were in the philosophy department.
This is exactly my point. We're talking about three of the greatest mathematicians in mankind's history that have really changed mankind. Talking like this, what happened? How do we get to a situation where they could not be in the high physics, they could not be in the mathematics department or working in high energy physics?
Good, it's an easy answer. Newton was a combination of mathematician or geometer then and philosopher. And as time went on, those disciplines seemed to move apart. We had philosophy. Some of the philosophers can't do math, and some of the mathematicians. And again, mathematicians often break into two categories: people that solve problems. Those are more like geometers in the old days, just problem solvers. And
I'm crying. Shout out Sid. He says, "Do sound like a pot deal that makes you sit down and hang out every time you go to him and play a bong rip sound, bro." Nah, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I remember back in the day, I had a guy that did that. Like, bro, you couldn't just go there and get what you want. You had to sit down, smoke 25, 30 minutes and hear about his conspiracies and problems. It's just like, okay, bro. Okay. I'm crying. That's too funny. Only because I can relate.
And then there's thinkers, theoreticians. They're more like the old movement towards philosophy. But neither one of those two groups have been able to figure out why something is alive as opposed to something that's not alive. No one's been able to describe what the soul is, but we all know it exists. And I think what we need is science is a bad word. I think science only describes the things we already know about the physical world. In fact, there's an argument that the physical world that we see has been created out of our systems of mathematics. Mathematics, everyone knows mathematics describes the physical world much greater than it should, unless my view, the physical world really comes out of conscious beings that have mathematics. So they create it. This table appears to you and I to be solid. To a bat, because we have light that's bouncing off the table into our eyes, it appears solid. If instead of...
And all right. So much of Epstein I can take. All right, here. Just to switch it up, let's go to a different video. I need to detox myself from Epstein and him like bullshitting me. Or, well, his circular reasoning.
Is Vitus Spear, otherwise known as V, a political activist.
Let's get into it, guys, because we're going to talk about the hoax of the SAVE Act blocks women from voting. Let's get right into it. And what in God's name am I looking at? Because
brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Honestly.
This is Vitus Spear, otherwise known as V, a political activist and host of Under the Desk News, a TikTok channel that has over 3.8 million followers. Recently, V made a video about the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, otherwise known as the SAVE Act.
You'll have been asking me to explain the SAVE Act, a bill that, if passed, could block 21 million eligible U.S. citizens from voting.
Wait, 21 million citizens blocked from voting? Sounds like a terrifyingly massive number. Huge if true. Of course it isn't.
Thanks to our paid partnership with my pals at the Brennan Center for Justice, I've been able to spend some time researching, and I can tell you what is wrong with this proposed legislation. So let's dig in.
So V, who fancies themselves as a journalist, is accepting a paid partnership from the Brennan Center, which throws any and all objectivity out the window. Instead of actually spending time researching, V's going to regurgitate the talking points from a left-wing think tank / advocacy group.
First, where is your birth certificate? Do you know where it is? Do you have an official copy with the raised seal on it handy? Or would you have to call your mom or maybe visit your hometown city clerk's office to get one of those?
I mean, if you lost it for sure. I mean, you lost it. I mean, if you're a grown ass adult, your parents should have gave it to you by now, or you just left it with your parent just so you know where it's at. Either way, most people can get their birth certificate. Shoot. I think mine's around me somewhere.
Or you could order a replacement, because every single state and territory has a website for ordering a copy of your birth certificate online.
For last year, when Rep. McCormick was confronted by a woman who said that the SAVE Act would make it more difficult for her as a married woman who took her spouse's name to vote because her new legal name does not match the name on her birth certificate.
I'm also a married woman who took my husband's last name. My birth certificate does not match my legal name.
First of all, no
I mean, obviously, so you can just bring a voter ID, just bring your ID. I mean, shoot, you bring your social security, either one will verify you as an American citizen. I don't know why you're bringing up this point, as if it makes sense. And does she have a beard? Am I tripping?
Does not match my legal name.
First of all, no the name on your birth certificate isn't going to match your new married name. Unless you married someone with the same name, obviously.
This means that me and 69
Yeah, like you're David Rubin or something.
million women like me who have taken their spouse's last name will not be eligible to vote.
Hang on. First, V stated that 21 million eligible U.S. citizens could be blocked from voting, but then plays a clip of a lunatic screeching about 69 million women never being allowed to vote again. Because journalism or something.
Bro,
okay, first,
is it me or does she have a beard, bro? Maybe I'm tripping, but I just see a bit of peach fuzz out in the chin, looking a little strong. Bro, is this one of them transformers? So hard to tell these days.
Being allowed to vote again because journalism or something. Okay, first of all, if you get married and take on your spouse's name, federal law, Title 20 CFR Section 422.110 requires you to alert the Social Security Administration. To do this, you'll need to fill out Federal Form SS-5. You'll either have to visit your local Social Security office or mail in a copy of both your certified marriage certificate and the ID with your old name on it.
Yeah, don't be lazy.
All 50 states require you to update your name with the Social Security Administration.
Okay.
And once you do, you need to update your driver's license or state ID. And in most states, it is required by law to update that ID within 10 to 30.
Okay, I'm glad I'm not tripping, because I was like, bro, that old lady chin looked that lady's chin looked too strong, or that trans lady chin looked too strong. Hey, guys, look at me being politically correct. But yeah, a little too strong, and I don't know that little blonde down there. Yeah, that was a transformer, and she said, "Oh well, I took my husband's last name." I mean, okay, we are living in strange times, guys. Living in strange times.
30 days of your name change. In
Guy
Georgia, where that
about
woman was screaming at Congressman McCormick about birth certificates, if you change your name by marriage or other legal action, you must obtain a new license showing the correct name within 60 days. And to do this, you only need your old ID and your state-issued marriage certificate. That's it. Which means that the whole "but my birth certificate" narrative is complete bullshit.
No copy of the birth certificate handy? Okay, how about a passport? Do you have a passport? If not, if you don't have one of those two documents, then you may not be eligible to vote under the SAVE Act.
All right, I got you, Vlad. I got you. Since you went ahead and sent in a super chat for it, I got you. Let me see here. You said video posted in Discord. Chicks does a drive-by with a BB pew pew and gets maced. Damn. Maced. Hold on. Where'd you send this at? In the general, or did you send this in like straight to me? Let me see here. Maybe you send this one straight to me. Maybe I'm tripping. Nah. The one I got here from you is, let's see here. Black liberal shoots pro. Oh, okay. Here it is. Never mind. I got it. Yeah. Black liberal shoots pro I/MAGA protester and fuck around and find out. All right. Let's go ahead and get into it. Why not? There we go.
Doxing me. Mind you, so I just woke up to MAGA doxing me. Mind you, this is what they did to my face. This is what they did to me.
What did she do?
Man, like bad agony.
And now they're doxing me all over the internet, and they did this to me. Look at my face.
Okay.
I have second degree burns all over my face. I can't even move my face. I did not attack anyone. I didn't hurt anybody. All I did was move his camera, and he attacked me. Look at what he did to me.
What's that, mate?
They vandalized my car. They kicked a dent in my car. They threw water bottles at me. I have second degree burns all over my face. I can't even move my face. I did not attack anyone. I didn't hurt anybody. All I did was move his camera, and he attacked me. Look at what he did to me. They vandalized my car. They kicked a dent in my car. They threw water bottles at me, threw water at me. And now they're all in my comments calling me the N-word, being racist as hell. Like, fuck Nazis, fuck all of you.
So we have a long clip here, I guess, of what really happened and what she was doing.
Oh, she opened fire with a BB gun?
What
so
the
let's
fuck?
see. Right now, people on TikTok, black people were very mad about this.
Well, I mean, if this was a true story, I'd see why a lot of people would choose to be mad about this. This is pretty crazy.
But we're gonna show y'all the context of what happened.
Let's go, boys! Oh, here she comes. Round the horn.
Damn. Pause. So how do they know who she is already?
She did whatever she did before. She did something before. They're talking about here she comes.
Oh, she well known.
Let's go, boys! Oh, here she comes. Round the horn. Damn. There's a water bottle right there.
Hey, nah, Zoloff, you fun. He's like, not the N-word. How can I ever move on?
Hey, you're triggered, aren't you?
Oh,
look at that, look at that, look at that. Oh shit, she just shot me with a BB gun. And she's going down the wrong way. Look at that, look at that. Hey, you're triggered, aren't you?
Oh,
yo, that's crazy to do something like that.
And she's going down the wrong way. She just shot me in the face with a fucking BB gun. 478.
Nigga, just drive over the cones, man. You already cooked.
Yep.
Wow.
She did a drive-by with that.
Bro,
if somebody thought that was
literally took that mug out the car and started, all right, F it. I mean, excuse my lack of better English, but just start banging that shit. Just like popped out the car like she really had a banger on. It was like, fa. I'm like, bro. And then she kept going even after she noticed she was going down the wrong lane. Like, I'm sorry, but like, are you serious? Bro, take her ass to jail. She need to go to jail.
Good.
She would have been dead.
Died.
That's what I was thinking. Like, would they be wrong?
I'm sorry, but if you'd have did that to the wrong person and they had a gun on them and they'd have shot her ass, they'd have been in the right. Like, they could have said, oh, I didn't know it was a gun. I thought it was a gun, so I shot her. And they'd have had her right on camera with the gun right there hanging out the window.
Killed her
on accident.
I mean,
if you just first sight,
you do that to me, you might
first
be
sight,
dead.
Yeah, first sight, that is pretty bad.
I don't care what happened, man. I don't care if I felt the BB, you might be dead.
That
bro.
is scary. All you see is a car,
the fact she rolled the window down and was dumping it like
God
that is
forgive
not
me,
good.
but this shit is
But like,
crazy.
imagine you on the street, somebody look like a gun getting pointed at you. That is,
I would be pretty upset about that. I would be very upset about
For the
that.
person that didn't get hit with the BB gun, you don't know if it's a silencer on it or nothing. Somebody could have tripped out.
Somebody could have.
Because once you see something out the window, people are like, the next person that pull it out, he wouldn't have been wrong, brother.
Yeah.
This is insane. The fact that she's
And
playing
the state
victim.
eyes with it.
Oh man, look, man. Well, if
I don't know. They took that to the court.
I know my decision.
They
Because,
took-
hey, you tripped out. It's people that have died for less.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. I still think Renee Good might have been turning, brother. I'm not fully thinking she should have died.
I don't think she should have died, but I think if
But
she
this-
wasn't, I think if she wasn't there harassing them agents, she'd be okay.
Yep.
But yeah, for sure. But this right here, oh my God. Oh my God.
She just shot me in the face with a fucking BB. 478.
This is crazy.
Like, bro.
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out.
Every single time.
She's shooting a BB gun. Yeah. She just shot me in the face with a BB gun.
Oh, I'd be pissed
She
off.
comes back, I'm popping with this when she goes by, bro. I'm popping. She just shot me in the fucking face with a BB gun, bro.
Yeah, I heard it.
She shot me in the arm like 3 times with the BB gun and it hit me in the side of the face right now. Oh, I thought it was a real gun. Boom, boom, boom.
Okay, guys, just for low context, these are pro-ICE protesters that she shot.
So she pulled up mad because they was having a pro-ICE protest.
Yes.
Yeah, they had probably had Trump flags and
Man, she's lucky to
American
actually have
flags,
her
probably.
life. But you know, to me, man,
It's a damn
God might have been showing her ass something that day.
Yeah.
Don't mess around and find out that bad because you really could have lost your life.
Yeah.
God loved you.
Risking it all.
Can you guys clip her out? You guys gotta clip her license plate and everything.
Miss
I
Mary?
hope she comes back by. Holy fucking chipping out.
Miss Mary, can you please fix it? Can you please
Chipping out is wild.
watching this?
Whoa.
She's tripping out.
She's tripping out. She got out the car.
Me what?
That's insane.
drank too much. Mind you, okay, I don't know, guys. This could be before. This could be before.
I think this is definitely after.
Yeah, look after.
This
Yeah.
is definitely
Wow.
after.
I mean, they're really nice for it. I mean,
Because
they're
oh
being real
my God,
nice.
you shoot me in the face with a BB gun, I might be very upset.
I mean,
They did
you'd
something, though.
You'd be valid
Oh,
in
they
being
did do
upset.
something. They did do something, but
What did they? Oh,
she's tripping out. Me what? You've drank too much. You've drank too much. You are drinking too much. Don't touch me. Don't fucking touch me. How much have you drank tonight? How much have you? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Every Nazi ass, Gestapo ass, pink dick ass bitch that can't stay hard enough to impregnate his cousin to continue his bloodline.
Damn.
Mwah.
oh, that's when she smacked the phone out of his hand.
Uh,
Oh,
What?
Yo, that's
Stupid whore. What you doing?
You about to fight her in the.
You're a stupid whore. You smell like fish. You know what? Nobody would pay for you. Nobody would pay for you. Over your perfume, I can smell the trout. I can smell the trout. I can smell the trout over the Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
I ain't gonna lie. Kudos to this man's patience because, lesser men would have probably punched her in the face by now. Lord knows I wouldn't have. But I mean, kudos to him because I mean, she already shot at you. Now she's out here yelling in your face. It's kind of just like, well, damn, bro. Damn. I mean, salute to the patience.
Here we go. Hold on.
Okay, so this is the video of her. Okay.
That's on you.
It is. And she
Smacked
shot
the phone right out the
motherfucker.
hand.
she did do a drive-by on them. That is
So,
extremely
I don't got
bad.
sympathy for nobody in this situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love each other alone.
How'd you get those marks? That's what I wonder.
Shout out Arturo. I love you, Arturo. Shout out there with this
Look, smack the phone. Look, the old girl grabs it and tries to run.
What the
And
fuck?
it hit her. Boom.
You did just try to steal this man's. Hold on now. See, that's some crazy victim shit right there. It's like, hold on, you just stole this man's property. You went from being just a regular woman now to a criminal who has my possession. It's like, yeah, if he treats you a bit roughly, that's on you. I mean, come on now.
You're trying to steal.
Yeah, you probably did hit her.
Aren't you?
Oh, look at that! Look at that! Look at that!
Oh shit! She just shot me with a BB gun.
And she's going down the wrong way.
With a BB gun.
Look at that! Look at that!
Oh shit! She just shot me with a BB.
So I just woke up to MAGA doxing me. Mind you, this is what they did to my face.
Oh fuck!
Don't matter.
This is what they did to me.
I mean, sure.
And now they're doxing me all over the internet, and they did this to me. Look at my face. They're doxing me. I have second-degree burns all over my face. I can't even move my face.
Is that from the mace?
I did not attack anyone.
Yeah.
I didn't hurt anybody.
Wow.
All I did was move his camera, and he attacked me. Look at what he did to me. They vandalized my car. They kicked a dent in my car. They threw water bottles at me. Threw water at me.
Okay.
And now they're all in my comments calling me the N-word, being racist as hell. Like, fuck Nazis, fuck all of you.
Well, okay. I don't think that this is funny. This is definitely.
So yeah, it looked like she might have got hit with the mace, you know, instead of what she's saying. Oh, they came out there and they burnt me and all this good stuff. And I'm like, nah, I ain't gonna lie, sis. You brought that one upon yourself. I don't know what the hell you thought. Like, what gave you the right to think you just go out there and drive by, shoot guys with BB guns, get in their face, slap their phone away? I'm not sure why that girl thought she could just take this man's phone without there being problems. It's like the audacity, it is crazy. It's like insane levels of audacity. I have no idea who they thought they were. But all right, now let's go ahead and get into Sid's video right here.
Yet another woman in Donald Trump's life. Tennis star Monica Seles, the top-ranking female player in the world, stunned everybody when she suddenly dropped out of Wimbledon. Now she turned up at the Trump mansion in Florida. Rosanna Scotto reports.
Oh.
Forget about Hernando's hideaway. Turned into Donald Trump's hideaway for tennis fugitive Monica Seles. Seles mysteriously disappeared after abruptly dropping out of the Wimbledon Championships 10 days ago, only to strangely resurface at Trump's palatial Florida estate. The mega developer reportedly invited the 17-year-old Yugoslav to stay at his home so she could avoid reporters trying to find out why she skipped the tournament. But why would Trump want to get involved in this? Could this eligible bachelor have met his match? The editor of Tennis Magazine could only guess.
Athletes attract all kinds of people. Say, we have a term for them called jock sniffers, which, the term, people who feel somewhat bigger by hanging around with athletes or celebrities. And I think it doesn't matter what social status you're from.
Trump has been known to be a big tennis fan. In fact, he found himself in some trouble last year when he was squiring Argentine tennis star Gabriela Sabatini around his casino in Atlantic City. She was 19 years old, underage, according to Jersey law. Trump was served with a fine. While Mr. Trump would not comment on this latest tennis friendship, a published report says that Donald is really not interested in Monica romantically.
No. And she's kind of a melodramatic kid. She's always said she wants to be an actress, and she's loves LA, and I can see myself in LA in a few years, but this is a little bit too Mata Hari-ish, even for tennis.
Less about their friendship?
One incident that I think kind of, proves their closeness and how much they hung out together. One time, on Monday morning, I came in and the commission was waiting. The inspectors were waiting in my office. And Donald and Jeffrey had come into the casino in the wee hours of Sunday morning, 1:30 in the morning. Two buddies. They had three women with them. And the commission was waiting for me because they had determined that the women that they brought down were underage to be on the casino. And when I asked them how they knew that, by the way, one of them was the number 3 ranked tennis player in the world. Okay. And this guy happened to be a tennis fan. And he said, Jack, I know she's 19 years old.
Oh, okay. Well, yo, Monty, what's going on?
What's up?
Ah, man, nothing much. But shout out to my man James Foley. Says, oh shoot, Vlad is back. Next Don, then Key. Oh shoot, I know Vlad is back, but I don't know about Key. But all right though. What's up,
bro? You gotta tell us what happened with Key.
That's actually crazy because I know I told what was this?
You have talked about it before, but I haven't been on when you talked about it.
Yeah, you're right. I know my co-host wanted to do different things, I would like to say.
You make it sound like he started an OnlyFans.
I'm crying. No, he ain't do all that. He ain't do that. He ain't do that. Shoot, I still see the man to this day. Like, we cool and all that. It's like I said, he just wanted to go a different direction. And he didn't really want to do the YouTube. He wanted to go a different direction with life. So it is what it is.
He wanted to do the do.
I'm crying. Hey, man, you never know. You never know. He might just be doing that. He's a resourceful guy.
Shout out, Key. I watched some of you guys' earlier videos. Y'all vibed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, me and him had pretty good back and forth and all that good stuff. So it is what it is. Shoot, hopefully he's doing well out there and all that good stuff. So I can't even be mad. Get key camo, $500 gold to get a key camo. A key camo. Wait, why the hell would you even do that? But shout out.
A cameo.
Oh, cameo.
Back on the show.
Oh, what?
For Key, your co-host, or your old co-host, he's saying set a $500 goal. If we meet the goal, Key has to come on.
Oh, cameo. Oh, sure. Why not? I could do that. I mean, I don't know if he's busy. He might. I don't know. He might come on. Who knows?
He can pop on.
No.
He ain't that busy. Ain't no one that busy.
Shoot, I'm not even sure if he wants to be doing lives anymore. If anything, the reason why he left because he was getting a bit sick of it. He didn't want to do it all the time. I mean, it is what it is.
All right.
Well, he said, "I love to see him. That'd be dope as fuck." All right, why not? I can see. I'll try. But all right, guys, we've been in it for all the way over 7 hours. So, congrats on that one. All right, I'm gonna have to go ahead and shut it down. All right, man. Appreciate the support, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and close out on this one. And you know what? Tonight we will close out on the jazz. Because you guys need the jazz. All right, man. All right, Monty, you got any closing thoughts?
Oh no.
All right. Well, shout out to the co-host Monty. Wrong one. Damn. Well, my bad, guys.
All right, Set. Tell me how you really feel.
All right, guys. We're gonna go ahead and close out on that note, man. Appreciate the support, man. This is Set from Set Media, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Peace.
So magic, no tricks. Coming with it.